Interlude. A long time ago? As they neared their journey's end, all the Jedi were all close to breaking. Lanori Brock couldn't remember how many jumps it had taken them to reach this place. Bright dead stars, swirling gases, and gleaming nebulae crowded them on all sides. She never felt claustrophobic in space until now. In the deepest of the deep core, ancient stars and stellar debris formed a tangled wall around their destination, and the Voyeur had guided them carefully through, like one thread passing through the eye of 100 needles. Even without the Rakata in pursuit, such effort would have strained the Jedi. With it, they were about to fall apart. Lanori didn't understand how, but they chased the ragtag fleet as it descended deeper into the core, hounding it whenever the two factions caught up in real space. This time, they didn't hesitate to mark the Jedi-piloted gunship as hostile and fire upon it. They went after it as mercilessly as they did the Gree and Qua vessels, which were at least able to defend themselves. The force smell that fueled the Jedi ship was increasingly difficult to maintain as they struggled to evade heavy fire. Every blast that gouged the ship's hull felt like burning knife stabbing through Lanori's skin. The remaining Voyeur did the best they could to help. The two double pyramids released bursts of deadly energy that broke apart many Rakatan ships, but the attackers kept coming. When one of the ancient arcs exploded, the pain of his dying agony, pain that carried the essence of Tasha Rio, temporarily broke the Jedi meld and left them defenseless. More laser blasts scored their ship. It was a struggle to orient themselves again. Their destination, and possible salvation, lay ahead. From a distance the world looked barren as it swung around its red dying sun, but the force power it emanated was like nothing else. It reminded Lanori somewhat of Tython, more of the place inside the giant monolith, but it was a world all its own. The hard part was reaching it. As the mind meld sputtered, so did their vessel, and more lasers rocked them. Panic spread through the meld like contagion, weakening it further, and Lanori felt sick dread spread inside. It would be terrible to come this close to her destiny but fail in the end. Lanori. Ranger Brock, wake up. She forced her eyes open and stared into Master Quan Jang's black lenses. He shook her shoulder and said, "Get up. Come quickly." He helped Lanori remove herself from the meditation couch. She staggered out of the vault as fast as she could, but the hits were constant now, and the ship never stopped rocking. As soon as they got out of the chamber, but before they reached the bridge, Quan Jang grabbed her by both shoulders and said, "You need to get out of this ship, now. Take the Gree device, put it on the Hunter, and fly clear. We'll protect you." Even with a garbled mind, she understood what he intended. No, not a chance. We're all getting to that planet together. We will, but we can't take the chance that Gree device gets destroyed. Dao's device, she corrected in her head. She had killed her own brother because of it. It could never be anyone's but his. What do you expect me to do? Just run for it? No. We'll slow down and hold them off. We'll fight better if we're not trying to run. He squeezed her shoulders. The Gree and Qua are taking damage. They're sending down their own landers, and we'll help cover you. Tasha will help too, Hawk Rio said as he trotted into the corridor. Before Lanori could say anything, he shoved an object into her hands, Master Anang's holocron. Take it, he said. You'll need a translator if nothing else. Lanori wanted to shout objection, and say that if they made it this far together they could make it the rest of the way, but that was a lie. The gunship rocked around them. Its artificial air carried the whiff of smoke. Get out of here, Ranger Brock. Quan Jang released her shoulders. May the force be with you. Lanori clasped the holocron in both hands. We'll meet up on the surface, she told him. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and ran. Hawk followed. The Hunter sat where she'd left it after their return from the monolith. The gunship's cargo containers were in an adjoining section, and Lanori knew exactly which one contained Dao's device. With Hawk's help, she carried it and wedged it right inside the Hunter's cargo hold beneath the passenger seat. She quietly prayed she wouldn't have to crash land. That done, Lanori pushed open the cockpit bubble and grabbed her flight helmet. Hawk stood at the fighter's nose and called to her, Be careful out there. You too. And give your niece some gratitude. She knows, Hawk said. Tasha's in this with us. He said with firmest belief. Lannery didn't understand how one Jedi seer young, and, by all accounts not that powerful, had been able to spread her consciousness across 9 years. She wondered what bits of Tasha Rio lay waiting over Titan or submerged on that ocean planet, and she wondered how much longer Tasha would have to wait for her destiny to be complete. Lannery knew hers lay ahead. She sat down inside the Hunter, sealed the cockpit, and fired engines. When Hawk left the hangar, she opened the doors and pushed the ship out into space. The battle was thick in orbit over the planet. Lannery wheeled around the gunship to give herself a view of the battle. Rakkan attackers were swarming all around, focusing mainly on the Jedi vessel, the larger quadcruisers, and the Gree City ships. The smaller Gree vessels darted swiftly about of their solar sails, and whatever weapons the craft had packed in oversized punch. Larger spherical vessels, also with solar sails, were falling toward the planet. Lannery marked them as Gree shuttles and darted to follow. Gree fighters hung back, intercepting the Rakkan ships that tried to pursue. At the same time, the one remaining Yuuzhan was an aggressive blaze. Destructive light was constantly streaming from his black stone hull. The Rakata, determined to destroy the greatest threat, literally threw themselves at it. Even as she plunged toward the planet, Lannery kept jerking her ship and twisting in the cockpit to see the battle behind her. She watched as a quadcruiser exploded, and when one of the Jedi ship's 3 arms was ripped off, she felt agony through the residual mind meld. And when the last Yuuzhan broke apart, rammed by a pair of suicidal Rakkan cruisers, the pain made her scream in her cockpit. In his last moments, the Yuuzhan felt so powerful, so vivid, so Jedi. Lannery felt the last moments of Tasha Rio, that speck of her, and knew every part of the Twi'lek seer. She felt her insecurity, the pressures of her warring parents, frustration at the elusiveness of the Force, and a yearning for transcendence. Finally, she felt Tasha's grim satisfaction at a mission fulfilled. The Yuuzhan broke apart. Brilliant light flared from inside his cracked stone shell. Pain rippled through the Force, but only for a moment. When the light died, that trace of Tasha Rio was gone. The calm lasted only a second. The remaining Rakkan ships, and there were few now, fell on the Jedi gunship. Its last moments were as vivid and strong as the Yuuzhan's. Lannery felt more agony as laser blasts tore the gunship apart. She felt panic surge through the distant mind meld and finally break it. She felt scattered fear and despair and resignation amongst all the Jedi behind her, and in the frenzy she couldn't make out the signatures of Master Quan Jang or Hawk Rio. She couldn't do anything except reach back to them through the Force, and tried to share some solace with all those 28 doomed minds. It's all right, she tried to tell them. You did what you had to do. You finished your destiny. You didn't die for nothing. She didn't think her message got through. She might as well have tried telling Dal. When the gunship finally exploded, one extra star in the tight-packed sky, she felt it through the Force. Their agony blazed, and she screamed again. But pain cleared fast, and Lannery knew she couldn't let grief blind her. The planet was coming on her fast. Forcing the pain from her mind, she grabbed the Hunter's control stick and wrestled it to submission. Friction flamed against her cockpit as she entered the atmosphere. When it fell away, she soared high above the surface and tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The landscape was as barren as the surface or an airless moon. She spotted mountains, ridges, wide open swathes of desert or dried sea, a few clusters of craters. Yet the world had air and more. It was alive in the Force. She found herself drawn toward the strange pillars of light stabbing from earth into sky. From this altitude she could see several of them, and banked toward the closest. As she drew nearer, Lannery saw something dark and lush packed around the light, a living forest. Even circling high above, she could feel the life there, and she could feel the incredible Force energy exploding out of that white geyser. She steered her Hunter well clear of it, afraid to touch something so potent. A noise crackled over her comlink, and it took her a moment to realize it was a Gree trying to speak to her. She didn't have the holocron with her to translate. She stashed it underneath with Dal's device. Instead, she checked her sensors and saw grease shuttles descending several hundred kilometers away. As she changed course and vectored toward them, Lanori checked her long-range scanners for a glimpse of the battle above. Against so many bright stars, it was hard to spot explosions in the sky, but she caught a few. Her scanners told her the Rakuten vessels were almost destroyed. The last Qua cruisers and greasy ships were putting them down. She felt no relief at that. The cost had been far too high. She vectored toward the grease shuttles and began to descend toward the surface. She was still several hundred meters over the plane when everything went wrong. The hunter simply stopped. In a single second, the cockpit lights went out and the engines died. Momentum continued to carry her through the air, but she was on a fast downward dive. She jabbed buttons to restart the engines and wrenched the control stick, but nothing happened. It was like inside the monolith, the ship simply stopped working. Lanori went giddy with fear. After coming this far, sacrificing so much, it couldn't end like this. The Earth rushed up to meet her, faster and faster. She couldn't end like this. She thought of Dal's device tucked into the hunter's undercarriage, and that fleeting thought as she climbed aboard that she didn't want to crash land. In seconds, she would not only crash, she destroyed Dal's device and their shared destiny along with the hunter. Lanori jammed buttons, pounded the cockpit walls, jerked the control stick, all to no help. She had no power. No power except the Force. Death was seconds away. Lanori grasped for calm. She tried to hold onto the falling ship, buffer it and slow it. The Force was so strong here it was easy to command. Despite her panic, she found she was slowing. That was good, but it wouldn't be enough. At best, she'd manage a crash landing that would impact the hunter's undercarriage and destroy the device, maybe even create that dreaded black hole that would eat the entire planet. There was only one thing to do. Lanori called on the Force again to slow the ship, but also to twist it. The hunter spun upside down, and soon the Earth was her ceiling, and the ceiling was falling on her fast. Facing skyward, the device might still survive, even if she did not. Desperately, Lanori put every effort into lifting the hunter with invisible hands, and with a surge of elation she felt it raised just a little in defiance of the fall. Impact came a second after that. After impact, she felt nothing. The crash landing didn't kill her, though even after Lanori awoke she suspected she was in fact dead. It would be the easy explanation for the situation she found herself in. A mixed group of Gree and Qua had found her at the crash site, as they found the holocron and Dal's device, which were in better shape than her. Several of the Qua were imbued with Force healing skills, and though they never attempted to fix a human before, the Force was so malleable and potent here that within several local days, Lanori's broken ribs and cracked skull had healed. The concussion that clouded her mind faded away, and the ugly bruises disappeared from her face. Her left knee had been shattered, and Lanori spent several more local days trying to mend bone herself, with surprising success. Soon she was able to hobble around and explore some of this strange place. As she thought during her initial flyby, the surface was dusty and lifeless. The air was cool, thin, and dry. More curiously, there seemed barely any wind. At night, the sky was filled with countless tight-packed stars, and in the day an ancient sun bathed the landscape in eerie red. There were no trees, no plants, no animals. No birds wheeled in the sky. Life felt distant, concentrated in those pillars of light scattered across distant horizons. Unlike her hunter, the Gree and Qua ships had apparently landed intact. Lanori wasn't sure whether that was because their vessels were force-powered like the Rakutens, or because they'd used collective will to cushion their falls. Either way, the aliens wasted no time. By the time Lanori was ambulatory, the Gree had already begun constructing the two base pillars of what would become a hypergate arch. Though she was with dozens of Gree and Qua, Lanori felt very much alone. The Jedi with whom she journeyed had all died to secure her passage, and there was no one she could talk to. Master Anang's holocron was able to translate Qua hissing and Gree squeals into words for her, but it did little to bridge her to the aliens. Even in the Force, they felt strange. Their minds were foreign, and so were their hearts, but she picked up a sense of gratitude from them. She had made possible what should have never been. She wanted to tell them that it wasn't her who done it, that it had been Quan Jang and Hawk Rio and the others, Tasha Rio and the lawyer, her brother Daly, and most of all, the holocron had translated their words but not, it seemed, their meaning. She learned that the Grease City ships and Qua cruisers had withdrawn from over this world and were journeying out of the deep core. That way the Rakata would be less likely to track them, or so her alien companion said. Lana Ree didn't know for sure. All she knew was that she was here, among strangers, until the gate was complete, and likely for much longer. Lana Ree doubted she'd ever see other Jedi again. She might live out the rest of her life among these strange beings. If so, she'd have to learn how to communicate with them, and she tried to get lessons in their tongues from the holocron, but it was hard to study here. Her dreams were so vivid. At first she thought it was a side effect of the Force healing, then realized it must be this land itself. She had dreams, or perhaps visions, of her training on Tython, her missions across the system as a ranger, and the awful experiences of the war. Sometimes she found herself peering through the eyes of others. Once she dreamed she was Dao. It was during their great journey together across Tython, that rite of passage for Jedi trainees. She felt her brother's alienation like never before, his restlessness, his envy toward his talented big sister. She saw her own eyes widen in shock on her own young face, and listened to him decry the Force. He said he hated it for being elusive yet controlling, for promising so much but only giving a little, and for locking the Jedi away from the rest of the galaxy. Lana Ree had always remembered that speech, but she never realized until that vision how deep Dao's anger had run. In his rebellion against the Force, he'd rebelled against the universe. His desperate, suicidal attempt to activate the Gree device had been an act of existential revolt. On waking, Lana Ree understood her brother better than ever before, but she still didn't know how she could have saved him, and it hurt her all the more. The day after that, she started seeing ghosts. She wasn't sure if they really were ghosts. After recovering from her wounds, she'd made a few stumbling scouting expeditions, never venturing far from the hill on which the Gree and Qua had set up a construction camp. Sometimes she thought she'd seen more of the aliens on the horizon, as though watching their kin from a far distance. She'd ask them, awkwardly through the holocron, if they sent scouts of their own. It seemed they'd had, which apparently explained the occasional sight of distant saurian or cephalopod. She thought that was all, but the day after dreaming of Dao she saw him. He was just a speck on the horizon but clearly human. Disbelieving her own eyes, she staggered close enough to make out details. This wasn't the Dao she'd grown up with, but the Dao who'd reappeared after 9 years' absence, the Dao she'd killed. She marked his receding gray-flecked hair and the scar on his left cheek. He stood on the dusty plain and stared at her. Lana Ree thought she had to be hallucinating. She looked away, looked back. He was still there. Finally, she started staggering back to the camp to ask for help, but when she looked over her shoulder, he was gone. A hallucination. After all she'd been through physically and mentally, that was the least she should have to worry about. The Gree and Qua continued their work. The main pillars of the arch were nearing completion and bending toward a keystone. Inexplicable alien machinery was packed within the metal cage, and then covered with some protective material that ossified in hours, encasing the machinery in natural-looking stone. It was marvelous and strange, and Lana Ree tried to focus on the work and her language studies. Anything to take her mind off Dao. It was impossible not to think of him, though, when they installed his device. The entire arch had been completed, though the top portion had yet to be sealed away in artificial rock. The Gree had placed machinery in the ground beneath the arch's right pillar, and she watched the technicians nimbly maneuver the sphere with their tentacles and attach Dao's device to the rest of the machine. They checked their inscrutable machinery. Apparently the device was working properly. It was strange for her to see that ancient module, which had inspired fear in the Jedi and madness in Dao, treated like any other piece of machinery. The Gree were neither gods nor legends, just beings older and more advanced than the Jedi. And she thought, the Gree were dying out, like the Qua, and even the Rakata. The Jedi were on the rise. Even if she never saw one of her kind again, she knew she wouldn't be the last to leave the Titan system. One day, her kind was spread across the stars, just like Dal had wanted. Maybe they would keep balance in the Force, maybe they'd stray. Maybe there'd be wars and turmoil, successes and failures, and tens of millennia later the Jedi would master ancient mysteries that baffled even the Kree and the Khat. Maybe one day that mysterious father, not quite a god, would get his wish. Maybe a powerful soul, birthed from the Force, and in balance with itself, would come to a work like this and spread its power wide across the stars. Maybe Dal's madness and her anguish had happened for a reason. Maybe the Force was their guiding light after all. Lannery wanted to believe all those things, and after they installed Dal's device she thought she could. She learned from the Kree that completion of the hypergate was still a local day away. Then tests would be run, and if all went well, they'd activate the device and pair it with his partner, and then they'd step through and be transported from the center of the galaxy to its very edge. It was mind-bending and amazing, and if this was possible, she believed anything might be. She kept believing until she awoke that night and saw Dal standing beneath the stars, watching her. He was only 100 meters away this time. His sunken eyes and scarred cheek were visible in starlight. Lannery pushed herself to her feet and stared. Dal remained, and more, she could feel him in the Force. All the spite and frustration she'd experienced in her vision was there. She wondered if the Force wasn't so rich on this world it made her own hallucinations manifest. Cautiously, she stepped forward. She wavered from side to side as she walked, Dal's head shifted to track her. When she finally stepped close enough to stare into his sullen eyes, she dared whisper, "Dal, is it you?" He moved on her. Whatever he was more than a hallucination. The first punch hurt. Lannery staggered a step back, then instinct took over. She raised her arms to deflect his next punch, then snapped one of her own. Dal angled into it, softening the blow as it landed across his chest, but she felt cloth scrape under her knuckles and firm muscle beneath that. And his spite was strong in the Force, as strong as when she killed him the first time. Lannery couldn't do it again, even if this was some Force-conjured dream. She deflected his attacks, but he kept coming at her with mad determination. Her one knee was still weak and buckled when she was forced to put pressure on it. Dal, or whatever he was, saw the weakness and swiped for her lower leg. She was knocked off balance and fell forward into his arms. He grappled with her, one hand in her face, the other against her chest as he tried to push her away. Lannery wouldn't let him. She wouldn't fight him or kill him. She refused to live through her brother's death a third time. Instead, she wrapped arms around his shoulders and pulled him closer. Soundlessly, without even a grunt, he continued to grapple and shifted the hand from her face to her throat. His palm wrapped against her windpipe but didn't squeeze. She rasped, "Don't do it, Dal. Not again. I'm so sorry, Dal, about everything that happened to you, but it's over." Starlight reflected in his eyes. So close. They looked so real, he felt so true. She knew his doubt and pressed, "You were right, Dal. You were wrong about so much, but not about where our destiny lies. It's in the stars. Your Kree device is going to open gateways not even you imagined." His grip on her neck loosened, but she held him tight. She was babbling now, and didn't care. On this alien world surrounded by alien creature, this Force specter of her brother was the only gateway she needed. "I'm sorry about what happened to you and what I had to do, but it's over. We can't change a thing because everything we did, you and me both, everything mattered. Everything had to happen to get us here, and from here, it all ties together. It's all part of the Force. We're a part of it, you and me, right here, right now." Dal stopped struggling. His arms fell to his side. She squeezed him tighter, and suddenly he was gone. Her arms closed on empty space, then around herself. Motes of light swirled upward and disappeared among the stars, and then Lannery was alone on the plain. She looked at the dust in her empty hands, then turned to see the construction camp behind her, the completed arch rising from the hilltop. She poked her face gently and winced. The hurt was real, the fight was real, and whatever of Dal had appeared here was real. She knew that, accepted it, and trusted it, as she trusted the Force to bring her this far. To arrive at this point was the culmination of thousands of years of events. Their complexity, and the Whills that had orchestrated them defied her understanding, but Lanori found she didn't need to understand. She only needed what she'd just shared with Dao beneath this alien sky. That alone brought her peace. Slowly, one knee aching, Lanori started back toward the hill where the future waited. The Arch's activation was like nothing she'd felt before. She joined with the other Jedi empowering the captured Rakuten gunship, but every moment had been a struggle. They'd been wrestling with an alien machine and forcing it to comply to their wishes in ways it wasn't designed for, and even when they mastered it, a part of the infernal device had still tried to buck them. Not so with the Hypergate. The Gree device was meant to be activated by a force imbalance. Standing among the crowd of aliens, she felt them dip into the Force and felt the Force surge around them. As the power grew stronger, the light beams that crisscrossed the inside of the arch became brighter. Soon the entire gateway was a wall of light. The Gree released an exultant wail and waved tentacles in the air. Though the sound was spine-chilling, Lanori knew it was a cry of triumph and basked in it. Eagerly but in order, the Gree began crawling toward the gate. The Qua began to march as well. A few, it seemed, would be staying on this side of the gate for now, but most would pass through it, to the other side of the galaxy where, Lanori had been told, more of their kind would be waiting. She'd accomplished all she could here. She'd realized that the moment Daily Spectre burst to light in her arms. Without regret, she joined the march and passed through the light. It enveloped her, warmed her, and released her. Suddenly Lanori was far away. The air was warm and thicker. The light was different, a ghostly blue-white, as though cast by mismatched suns. Before her lay the floor of a canyon and a mass of alien bodies packed between steep stone shelves. More Gree and Qua gathered in this place of refuge. This precious bridge between the galaxy's heart and the galaxy's edge. She felt exultation from the ones who passed through and the ones who gathered to greet them. And she sensed intense curiosity about her, one lonely little human against so many saurians and cephalopods. Questions were hissed, squealed, and gurgled at her. Blue claw-tipped hands gently prodded her, and slick tentacles brushed her shoulders. There was no ill will, but it was still overwhelming, and Lanori retreated as far as she could from the crowd. Finally, when she could turn and see the now hollowed arch over rising above those gathered, Lanori took out the holocron and stroked it to life. "It's done," she told the image of the Qua Master, 10,000 years dead. "Everything I was trying to do, I did. It cost so much, I wish it hadn't. But it's done." Great sacrifice is often necessary to fulfill the will of the Force, Anang's hollow image said. "I don't know what to do now. They say I'm on the galaxy's farthest edge, by what's left of the Gree Empire. Not even the Rakuten come out here, so I guess the gate is safe from them. The gate, and that place on the other side. That is a good thing. Did you know? About that world, the gates, that giant though you're, and the family inside it. Did you know who created the Jedi, and why?" "I am not the dead master," the holocron reminded. "I cannot say what he knew or did not know. I only contain the knowledge Anang placed in me." "But did you know any of it? Only what would take you from Tython to the stars? The galaxy beyond has always been a mystery to me. Now I have learned some of it through you. Thank you, Lanori Brock." Gratitude from a machine. After everything else, it didn't feel strange. "I still need guidance," she admitted. "But you probably wouldn't know how to help me." "Ask. Please? I doubt I'll ever be able to see Tython again, or any of the other Jedi. I think I'll be stuck here, among aliens, for the rest of my life." "That is likely." She pondered what kind of life that could be. Even if she never returned to Tython, she might explore dozens of other worlds and systems, as Dal had wished to do. Exploration in itself could be lonely, a drifting through cold void. She needed a purpose. Lanori lifted her eyes to the gate. "How long do you think this gate can endure?" "I do not know. Every machine breaks down. Every door closes and every archway falls to dust. One day even my circuits will fuse and I will cease to function. Do you think, one day, somebody will pass through that gate and unlock that world's full power? That's what the father said. They'd make it a wellspring of the Force. I cannot say. I only know what you Jedi have told me. I know, she sighed, and watched the mass of Gree and Qua. I'll have to make sure to tell them too. I know something of the preservation of knowledge, Ana's holocron said. I'll help you in any way I can. Thank you, Lanori whispered, and released the device. The light faded to nothing, and she turned her eyes to the canyon walls, the alien sky. The father had told her that maintaining balance was a Jedi's mission, and that mission never ended. Balance within meant balance without, and the Force would not be balanced until those who used it found peace in their hearts. Even here that principle would stand, no matter what strange creatures she lived with and what planet she traveled to. The Force was universal, the Force endured, and the Force would always need someone to protect it. In a vast, strange galaxy, that much was certain. That was purpose, that was strength. With it, Lanori thought, the Jedi could endure until the end of time, as long as they kept balance, within and without. Chapter 31. Marasiah Fel stood in front of the refresher unit's bathroom mirror and stared at her reflection in the smeared glass. She'd washed it clean and pushed handfuls of thick brown hair from her face, but long strands of white fell off her forehead and dangled in front of her right eye. The white in her hair was dyed, as it has been for her father. He'd done it to honor his father and grandfather, both of whom had come about their shock streaks and scars in battle. It was the mark of the Fel monarchs, meant to show both honor and responsibility. She could still remember when she'd received hers. Her 17th birthday, the same age her father had been when he'd assumed the throne. They'd been in exile, and Chiss Space Bud Roan had wanted her to take up the mark as a sign of adulthood. The ceremony had been intimate. Her mother was already dead, but her grandmother and namesake had still been alive. Her father had been there, of course, and Master Sen too, and her Uncle Hagran. She remembered feeling the weight of responsibility, and the ache that her mother wasn't alive to see that moment. Most of all, though, she'd been proud. Proud to take up the weight, and the honor, and to finally start fulfilling her destiny. Marasiah shifted her head slightly, and watched that white destiny sway in front of her eyes, back and forth, hypnotically. A knock sounded, jerking her back to reality. Come in, Marasiah said. Still watching the mirror, she saw the door behind her open. A woman appeared as a silhouette inside the portal, and Ania Solo said, "What do you know? They fit you better than I thought." She was referring to the clothes, Ania's clothes, which she'd had to borrow after escaping her prison in bloody pajamas. Marasiah looked down at the white blouse and black skirt. The suit jacket dangled from a hook beside the door. It was the clothing of a businesswoman, not an empress, but it was the only formal wear Ania owned, and it would do. Marasiah was taller than her cousin, but, as she'd said, they fit surprisingly well. Yes, Marasiah said, still looking at the mirror. These will be sufficient. Thanks. They're the nicest thing I own. I only wore them a couple times. Had to do some business in a really fancy core bank. They got really uncomfortable, especially during the robbery part. Marasiah turned around. You robbed a bank? No. Just kidding. Ania smiled softly. I thought about it though. She stared at her cousin and tried to get a touch of Ania in the Force. By all rights, Ania should hate her. For Marasiah's sake, she'd lost her mother, perhaps forever. She could tell Ania's thoughts dwelled heavily on Marin, though it was not with anger or recrimination, but rather pure determination. She was going to go back for her. We're going to be coming out of hyperspace in a minute, Ania said. Could get a little shaky. I wanted to warn you, make sure you didn't smack your head on a mirror or something. Marasiah stepped away from the glass. I'm fine, thank you. I didn't realize we'd get to Bay's fleet so soon. We haven't. We're making another stop first. Ania stepped back and waggled a beckoning finger. Come on. Don't worry, it won't take long. Marasiah tugged on Ania's clothes. They were still a little tight, then followed her cousin out of the cabin and down the hall. When they were in the corridor, Free Agent decanted from hyperspace with a shudder that nearly knocked Marasiah off balance. The medical kit had mostly mended her feet, but pressure in the wrong place still ached her soles, and if she twisted her torso too much, she still felt pain in her lower back. She followed Ania to an airlock portal, where a small crowd had gathered. It appeared they were offloading the 4 Mandalorians, which gave Marasiah small relief. She didn't want mercenaries knowing the location of Bay's hidden fleet. When the portal opened, a few more Mandalorians came through, but only long enough to exchange black-slapping hugs and help move their comrades' gear onto the other ship. Only a few glanced in Marasiah's direction, and those that did seemed unsurprised and unimpressed to see an empress watching them. After most of them had cleared out, one newcomer remained. The tall man with a thick beard mixing gray and black leaned close to Ania and exchanged serious words with her. That lasted only a few minutes. Then the man turned and left, and Ania sealed the airlock behind him. After they heard the scrape of the other ship detaching from their hull, Ania turned to her cousin with a tight smile. "See? All done. Told you it wouldn't take long." "Are those Mandalorians your family?" "A couple. Kind of," Ania said ambiguously, like she wasn't sure herself. "They're gonna take their ship back to Coruscant and start scouting the place. See what leads they can find." "That won't be easy," Marasiah said. "There's no telling where my uncle will put a high-priority prisoner like your mother." "I know, but is she really high priority? Did those stormtroopers get a look of her using the Force or a lightsaber?" Marasiah hadn't even thought of that. "No, I don't believe they did." "Then she's got an advantage already. You've got to have some idea where your uncle might stash medium-grade prisoners, right?" "I may." "Good. We've got a little way yet until we reach the fleet. You can't talk us through them. Your knights have been giving us some ideas already." Ania waved her toward the rear hold, where she could faintly hear conversing voices. Free Agent lurched around them as they jumped to hyperspace and resumed their smooth ride. Marasiah followed her cousin to the hold. She wasn't sure how much good her advice would be, but advice was the least she could give. When Saray escaped from the black, she moved straight into the white. Glare of the overhead lights reverberated off pale walls, and she couldn't remember where she was. A few figures appeared from the edges of her vision and stared down at her. Shadow blanked their faces, but she made out surgical masks, and then she remembered what had happened to her during Mona Luja's desperate flight from Coruscant. The memory of pain was enough to make her retch in the medical bed, but one doctor soothed her, telling her she was going to be all right. Doctors always said that. When they withdrew, apparently satisfied with the inspection, she rolled her head and looked to her right arm. It wasn't there. The stump of her upper arm ended just past the shoulder. She blinked her eyes to focus and stared at it like the rest of her arm might come back. She only stopped looking at it when Porat came. His voice was quiet but soothing as he touched her face. "I'm so sorry, Saray. They had to amputate the arm. The shrapnel tore up muscle and shattered bone, and you lost so much blood. When they took you off the bridge, I was afraid you wouldn't make it." "Are we still on, Mona Luja?" Her mouth was very dry and her voice cracked. "That's right. We're inbound toward Bay's fleet. It shouldn't be long now." He looked around the medical ward. "There's a lot of wounded here. Many killed. Once we transfer you to Alliance, they should have facilities to fix you with a prosthetic arm." She tried to remember the battle over Coruscant. They'd been forced to retreat without seeing their appointed mission through to the end. The Empress, did they get her? Apparently they did. Porat's smile was tired. "She'll meet us on Alliance." "That's good." "It is." His smile wilted. "But things are more complicated now. That attack on Coruscant wasn't us," Saray said as firmly as she could. "I know. But the whole galaxy thinks it is. Even Brighton and the other Alliance senators are starting to condemn us." He shook his head. "I just don't understand. Another group of partisans must have seen what we were doing, misinterpreted our intentions, and then—" "No." She clasped his hand tight. That was chalk. Porat blinked. How can you know that? I know. He turned his enemies against each other. Scared people into submission. She lowered her voice to a whisper. It's what a smart Sith would have done. But a false flag attack on that scale, with so many ships. Maybe it was a real bunch of Alliance partisans, and Chalk strung them along and tricked them into attacking the trial. But he was behind it. I'm sure of it. She swallowed. We gave him exactly what he wanted. Admiral Bay, we're all villains now. Porat was staggered. It pained her to see. Her husband was a patriot and an idealist. All these Alliance diehards were. In the best of times, their virtue was their strength. In others, it was their great weakness, and Hogwarts Chalk had exploited it perfectly. She'd been Sith, and she understood that better than her husband ever could. And her failure to anticipate that she'd failed him, failed them all. I will have to explain this to Bay and the Empress, Porat said. They'll want proof, she said. You'll probably never get it. But I know. It was Chalk. He nodded dumbly. Her husband didn't doubt her. We'll have to find some other way to play it. Some way to convince people of the truth. We have the Empress now. We'll make a broadcast, a statement. That had been their plan from the start. It would be much more complicated now, but it was still the only one they had. She squeezed his hand again and said, Take your time. Think it over. I'm not going anywhere. When Marin woke up, she was in a chair, wrists and ankles bound by metal clasps to the frame. The room was a bland duracrete block with one door and the black bug eye of a holocron in one corner. Standard interrogation room. She hoped the rest of the process would be standard too. Keeping very still so as not to alert them she was awake, Marin reached out with the Force. The fact that she could reach out with the Force made her heart swell. It meant they were treating her like a normal prisoner, not a Force user, and that gave her a tactical advantage. She felt minds scattered elsewhere in what was probably some massive secure facility in the government district. They were the minds of functionaries, dutiful, precise, slightly bored. Marin extended her awareness further, probing for the familiar Force essences of her daughter or Marasiah. She felt none, not in this building or anywhere nearby, which was as good a sign as any of that they'd escaped. She thought she felt vague and distant, the remembered mind of Hogwarts Chalk, but she wasn't sure. She only knew that he wasn't nearby, another sign that her captors had no idea who she was. She thought on how to play it, and when she was reasonably confident she'd found a course of action, Marin got the inevitable over with. She stretched her limbs as best she could, cranked her neck and shoulders, and alerted her watchers that she was awake. She had no chronometer, but they seemed to make her wait longer than she'd expected. When her interrogator finally showed, she was mildly surprised to find it was a Cubaz instead of a typically Imperial human. Good evening, the interrogator's voice buzzed through the long snout of his mask. Let's begin by getting your name, shall we? Marin had already decided to play the surly Mandalorian. It came easily. You first, she said. I'm sorry, but that is not how this interrogation works, and you know it. Let's not start on the wrong foot, shall we? The interrogator was being polite, but she was sure that would change. As she pretended to stew in anger, she reached out with the Force for a sense of him. She was surprised to find his demeanor dutiful rather than intent, almost as though he was bored by what should have been a major interrogation. Call me Parja, she said. A good, typical Mando woman's name? Parja what? She pulled a clan name at random. Gitsock. You'd better watch out. My vote won't let me just rot in your prison. A Mandalorian. Curious. She felt his interest raised. I presume you know who you broke out of that prison. She looked a little like the Empress to me, but I guess she can't be, since she's dead, right? The Cubaz ignored her jibe. I'd like you to tell me the client who hired you to break into that prison. I want names of everyone involved. We're mercenaries. Clients don't spill us their secrets. This is true. However, Mandalorians are not fools, and you wouldn't take on a mission like this lightly. He leaned forward. Besides, for a human you seem to be of, advanced age. Mandalorian social structure is also known to prize experience. We can assume, therefore, that you held a senior position in your mercenary band. Hold. Not past tense. Think that way if you like. And my age isn't advanced. I fought my way in and out of that prison. Indeed, in most mercenary groups the senior members would have taken a backseat role, guiding the mission from afar. Mandalorians are more hands-on than most, but still, I find this curious. This was the tricky part. Just knowing Marasiah was alive made Marin a threat her captors would eventually eliminate. She had to convince them she was valuable and string them along until help arrived, and she was sure it was coming. Ania wouldn't abandon her like this. She had faith in her daughter. This wasn't an ordinary mission, she said. Our clients paid good money to get the empress out, and I don't have to tell you the risk. I went along to make sure absolutely nothing went wrong. Well, that's rather ironic. If what you're saying is true, and of course we have means of verification, I'm sure you have some idea who hired you. He leaned closer. Names, specifically. They didn't give me names, she said, but I can describe them. Please do. There were two of them. A man and a woman. Human. Young. He was tall, with long red hair. Spoke with one of those crisp imperial accents. The woman, you could tell she used to be pretty, but her face was all scarred up, and she had a respirator to help her breathe. She'd already decided to give Ganner and Aslan up if they were safe and a way they wouldn't mind. She felt a spark of recognition inside the Cubast. He knew exactly who they were. How did they contact you? They came to Mandalore looking for help. They said they had a big job, one that might make us big enemies if we messed up. My clan had the gifts to take them on. Maybe we shouldn't have. We're civilized beings here on Coruscant. We don't waste energy on petty revenge quests here. That hit close to home. Marin allowed herself to sound rankled. That must be nice. We're more concerned about your clients than your mercenary band. I want you to explain to me precisely how you knew to find the Empress in that location. Marin had expected this question and thought up the response most likely to keep her alive. We were provided with a schematic of the building and told where to find her. Getting in and out was on us to figure out. So your clients knew the location of the prisoner before they hired you. They gave us the intel after we arrived on Coruscant. She could feel the Cubas's brain working. By implying Ganner and Aslan had help, she was putting Treescend in danger, but the man could take care of himself. Chalk's people would start scouring for security leaks, which would take time. She subtly nudged him with the Force, suggesting that he'd have to be thorough in his search. Because of that bug-eye holocum, she couldn't use strong Force suggestion. If the Cubas started parroting her words verbatim, those watching might realize something was wrong and suspect she had the Force. This soft suggestion worked better. The Cubas said, I'd like you to tell me what data, exactly, your client showed you. You'll have to bring me some samples to jog my memory. That may yet be arranged. The Cubas stood up. You've been quite helpful so far, Miss Gitzok. I am pleasantly surprised. I was hired to do a job, not get tortured. I have no loyalty to anybody unless they pay me credits up front. She nudged the Cubas again, hoping he'd believe her. Whether he did or not, he'd know that she could never be set free with the knowledge she had. And he knew she knew it too. She was trying to stay alive a little longer. The Cubas knew that, and he seemed to accept it. Good evening, Miss Gitzok, he said. We'll speak again. The Cubas stepped out of the room, which locked tight behind her. Marin felt his presence recede slowly down the hall outside. She was alive for a little longer, and her captors were unaware of her powers. That was as good a victory as she was going to get right now, but as silence grew louder in her empty cell, she became crowded by doubts. She'd handled his questions well enough, but she began to consider what he hadn't asked. He hadn't asked about any Alliance contacts. Hadn't even hinted at them, actually, which was unusual given the fire show that had coincided with the rescue effort. More strangely, He hadn't asked about Marasiah's retrieval team and where they might be now. It would have been easy to query about her team's exit strategy, but he hadn't even bothered. He'd only seemed concerned about tracing potential traitors within the government. That worried her. It said Chalk's people were already more in control than they should have been. Even when he queried about her clients, he hadn't pressed hard. The curiosity had been there, and it had felt earnest, but the whole interrogation had been so businesslike, as though what she said or didn't say mattered little. And that, Marin decided, was true cause for fear, for herself, for Ania and Marasiah, for everyone. She jangled wrists and ankles, testing the metal binds that clamped her to the chair. If she had to, she thought, she could pop them with the Force. If she got her hands on weapons and used the element of surprise, she might even be able to fight her way out of here. The Force could save her yet, but she wasn't sure if it could save them all. When Free Agent fell out of hyperspace, it dropped toward a formation of warships clustered in deep space. Soon the small freighter was surrounded on all sides by Mon Calamari warships and saber-toothed frigates. At the center of the formation was their destination, a great white wedge of a star destroyer, with the Galactic Alliance crest proudly stamped in scarlet on either flank. It was, Treeson thought, a sign of how strange things had become that the embrace of his one-time enemy should fill him with relief. He'd never held any animosity toward the Alliance. On the contrary, he'd encouraged Rome to strike peace with them and unsuccessfully worked behind the scenes to make a pact with them and the Jedi. But in the end he was Imperial, born on Bastion, friend of the late Emperor, and last of the first generation of Imperial Knights. As Admiral Bay's alliance loomed larger in the cockpit viewport, Treese looked back to see the foundation of himself. Marasiah, dressed in a borrowed blouse and jacket, looked more like a businesswoman than the empress she was. It wasn't just the clothes, some rectitude had gone out of her posture, and strength from her eyes. She hadn't told Treese much about her imprisonment, but he sensed it had been more damaging than just solitary confinement. As Free Agent drew closer, a flight of crossfires whipped past them, circled onto their flanks for escort. A woman's voice buzzed over the comm, saying, "Glad to see you made it in one piece. We went on ahead to clear the way for you." Ania, seated in the co-pilot spot, said, "Thanks, Anch. Show us the way, and we'll set down. Head for the forward hangar. They've set up a welcoming party." With a G-37 at the helm, Free Agent dipped smoothly beneath the destroyer's bow, then pulled up into the auxiliary hangar. Treese wasn't sure what he'd expected, but he was surprised to see how empty the bay was. Less 24 Alliance troops were packed together on a deck empty of other vessels. He supposed they were planning to keep Marasiah's presence under wraps, even now. It was a far cry from the jubilant welcome he secretly hoped for, but he had a feeling Marasiah wasn't in the mood for a victory parade. After Free Agent sat down and began cooling engines, everyone started for the exit. Once the landing ramp was fully lowered, there was a moment's hesitation as to who should go first. Despite this being an Alliance ship, none of them were Alliance. Ganner and Aslan decided to take the lead. They're dressed up for this, red armor and lightsabers clipped to their belts, and they looked as regally Imperial as could be. As they started down the ramp, Marasiah whispered to Treese, "Master Sende. With me, please?" "Of course, Empress." Free Agent's main corridor had just enough room for them to stand shoulder to shoulder. She took a breath and, to his surprise, put a hand on his bicep and squeezed. "Are you all right, Empress?" "I'm fine." She stared down at the lowered ramp and open portal as if afraid of it. "They're waiting for you." "I know. Not just the ship. The whole galaxy is, even if they don't know it yet." He said it as encouragement, but the tight frown on her face grew deeper. She released his arm, lifted her head high like a royal, and started down the ramp. Treese followed, right beside her. The welcome party was modest but sufficiently formal. Treese was pleased when all 24 soldiers in Blue Alliance uniforms snapped salute. The tall, broad Weequay in Admiral's bars could only have been Jorm Bay, and he stepped forward with an eager grin. "Empress, it is an honor to see you alive," he said. Not saluting or bowing, Therese noticed, but the smile seemed genuine. "Thank you for giving me shelter," Marasiah said. "I won't forgive the risks you took to help free me, or the losses you took." Indeed. Bay's smile was replaced by a deep-lined frown. Mon Illusia is limping his way through hyperspace and should arrive within the hour. We still don't have a proper casualty count. I'm very sorry. I want to say they understood the risks, but no one anticipated what happened at Coruscant. Those fighters that launched the attack on Stassi's trial were not my people. So Master Ray assured me. She tipped her head toward Azlyn. I'm hoping you have ideas on who was responsible. A few? Once Senator Darrow gets here from Mon Illusia, I'm going to hold a conference where we can all discuss our next move. We have quarters set up for you as well, Empress, and medical facilities available to any of your people. I understand your escape was not an easy one. My people are fine, thank you, she said, though Therese noticed she'd been stepping awkwardly for the still healing wounds to her feet. There was no telling what other kind of damage she'd taken until they gave her a proper checkup. Perhaps, Therese said, you should receive a full physical. Just to be sure, Empress. Mild annoyance twitched on her face. I'd rather get down to business. Admiral Bay, please show me to the conference room, and so we may begin as soon as Senator Darrow arrives. Very well. Bay shifted gaze to the three-figured huddled beneath Free Agent's nose. Ania Solo and AG-37 were visibly apart from all the Imperial and Alliance formality. I believe this ship belongs to Ania Solo, correct? We're all in your debt. It actually belongs to him? Ania tapped AG-37's metal torso. People keep getting that mixed up. Still, said Bay, thank you. We'll give your ship any repairs it needs, and we've set aside cabins for your people. Thanks, but no thanks, Ania shook her head. Well, we might need a quick patch-up, but we don't need the rooms. We're getting out of here as soon as we can. Therese explained, we had to abandon a member of their crew on Coruscant. We believe she's been captured by the enemy. Bay's brow furrowed. I'm sorry. That's concerning. She doesn't know where this fleet is, Ania waved a hand. She can't compromise you in any way. But we're going back for her. I understand. I respect your taking care of your people. Please wipe the location of the fleet from your navigation data after you leave. Sure, no problem. To Therese's surprise, Marasiah announced, Master Ray, you will be accompanying them on the return to Coruscant. Azlyn blinked. I am, Highness. Yes. Be their guide to the capital. Give them any help they need. Use all your contacts, including with the Jedi. Therese understood they were talking about Shadow Vale. Azlyn shot a reluctant look at Ganner, then nodded. As you command, Majesty. I do, Marasiah said, quiet but firm. Stiffly, a little awkwardly, Azlyn stepped away and joined Ania's group beneath Free Agent's nose. Therese cleared his throat and asked, May I have a moment, Majesty? Marasiah gave him a regal nod. She was finding her inner royal again. Therese followed Azlyn back to the ship and gestured for Ania to separate herself from the others. I'll be short, Therese said. The woman you're going back to rescue is your mother. Correct. That's right. And your mother was once a Fel. Ania nodded. She said you knew each other. Not well, but yes. A long time ago? Before there was such a thing as Imperial Knights, we were apprentice Jedi together. And training along with them in the Jedi Academy on Bastion, Morgan Valter, Roan and Vitor Fel. Even Cole and Nat Skywalker had dropped by from time to time. All of them were gone now. That was why it had seemed imperative to say just a few words to Marin's daughter. She was the last one left. Ania asked, Is there anything you want me to tell her? Therese hadn't considered that. No answer came to mind. Just do your best to rescue her. I'm sure the Force will be with you. It wasn't the sort of thing a man set off in nowadays, but here he believed it was true. Thank you, Ania nodded. Therese felt a small relief to have that said. He stepped back to Marasiah and Ganner and Admiral Bay, who watched them in expectant silence. I believe, Marasiah said, we are ready to get started. Bay gestured for the exit on the far wall. Then if you'll follow me, Empress, we have a lot to talk about. The soldiers fell out first, and then Bay. Marasiah followed, then Treese and Ganner. Before they exited the hangar, he turned one last look on Free Agent and saw they were already board in the ship. They, too, had urgent work to do. Chapter 32. Things felt different on this side of the gate. Jeriah couldn't describe it, he didn't have words for any of this, but there was a difference. It was almost like he was seeing everything through dirted glass and hearing through plugged-up ears. Things seemed less vivid here, less real, though as he looked around at the faces gathered in the cavern with him, they were all so familiar. Cade was hunched on a stool, brow furrowed in thought as Delia hung off one shoulder. Khat Lah sat beside Elorum, and Kyra stood next to Jo. Darth Talon and Eli Horn stood against the wall, together but apart. Even R2-D2 and C-3PO were here. Lobaka's absence was gaping, but something else was missing too. The Force, that strange unwanted gift, was still with Jeriah, but it was a lot weaker here than on the other side of the gate. Sometimes he could even pretend he'd never been touched with the Force at all. He should have been glad of that, but he wasn't. The world seemed suddenly deprived of depth. The first thing we should do is contact Ania, Kyra said. Jeriah heard with clear ears, yet felt like he was straining. We need to find out what's happening on her end, and tell her what's up with ours. Agreed, said Jo, then added, we should also try and contact the Jedi. They deserve to know what happened to Master Lobaka. What do we tell them? Jeriah asked. Nobody had an easy answer to that. Cade, who might have understood things best, was staring off into nothing, lost in thoughts. It wasn't like after Tython, when the "though your thing" had seriously messed up his mind. Cade was seeing clearly now, and whatever he saw had him thinking hard. Jo said, there's only one way in the galaxy for the Jedi and Imperial Knights to get the Force back. It's right here. The only way we know of, Talon said. The "though you're on Tython" showed you one way. There may yet be others. One's plenty. Jeriah tapped his chest. That gate don't just give Jedi back their powers. It gives it to anybody. Even Murglax like me who don't want it. Have you thought about the implications of that yet? A few eyes darted to Cade, who looked like he was thinking on them hard, but he volunteered nothing. Eli said, if you start bringing Jedi and Imperial Knights here and sending them through the gate, word's going to get out. More people will come. You will be swamped with visitors more than you can control. He looked at Elorum. They'll all want the same thing. Most of them shouldn't get it. Jeriah wasn't normally prone to agree with Sith apprentices, but he said, the kid's got a point. This ain't some magic potion that gives you midichlorians back. This is something else entirely. Khat Lah exhaled. I agree this is a very difficult problem. The keepers of the Whills have guarded the hypergate for millennia. Naturally, they should be the ones to decide its access. The keepers have already begun to conference, Elorum rasped. This is a very difficult decision. We have had visitors throughout the centuries, of course, but they have always been rare, and we have sworn them to secrecy. And, Kyra said, that hypergate hasn't actually worked for, what, 10,000 years? 14. The Qua bobbed his long neck. But we also understand the need is greater than ever before. Eli stirred, like he wanted to say something. A few people watched him, expectant, but the young man kept his jaw shut. I think the Jedi Council, at least, deserves to know what we found, Jo said. As for the Imperial Knights, from what it sounds like, I don't think we should contact them until the political situation changes. We're not gonna tell the Jedi what's what unless we get the okay from the keepers. Jeriah tilted a head toward Elorum. Right? Of course, said Khat Lah. But we should still check with Ania, Jo said. Maybe she can even get a message to the Jedi about Lobaka. It was a modest plan, but small nods went around the room, agreeing it was a place to start. Delia took a hand of Cade's shoulder. I guess I should start giving Mynock some pre-flight checks. Jeriah, Cade, you want to come with me? Something familiar should clear both your minds up. Sounds good to me. Jerry stood up and started for the door slowly, eyes on Cade. His friend stared into the wall for a little while longer before finally rising. Sure, he said distantly. Sounds fun. From the cavern's corner, R2-D2 tweeted and C-3PO raised metal arms. Oh, excuse me, Master Cade, but there's something we think you'd like to hear. Cade sighed. Sure. What's it about, 3PO? Well, Master Cade, it has to do with the Journal of the Whills, which you tasked me to review and translate while you had passed through the hypergate. Cade blinked. It was clear he'd forgotten all about that. Find anything interesting? Oh, many interesting things. The journal, you see, is essentially a massive oral history of galactic history, as relayed by those who have visited Khat Lah over the millennia. As the last visitor to this place came nearly 2 centuries ago, R2, and I have a lot to fill in, but naturally, we were up to the task. In fact, Cade held up a hand. I know all that. Just get the point. Please? Of course, Master Cade. Most notably, references to a chosen one, or a similar prophecy, appeared in 113 separate entries in the portions of the journal we've reviewed, which too far stands at approximately 60%. Fascinating. What else? Most interestingly, Master Cade, the first appearance also seemed to be the most relevant to your situation, as I understand it. Cade picked his head up. He hadn't told them much about what had happened to him in the eruption, but he said that his awareness had been stretched beyond this plane to connect with the cosmic force and the ascended Whills who, as a collective awareness, directed its flow and, in limited ways, affected the lives of mortal beings in the living force. None of which made any sense to Jerry, but 3PO might have a better perspective. Can you read me what it says? Cade asks, verbatim. Verbatim. Well, of course, Master Cade. I've saved it in my memory circuits. C-3PO made a throat-clearing noise, followed by chattering and hisses in the ancient Qua language. Jerry rolled his eyes. The translation, 3PO. Then why did you request a verbatim recital? C-3PO shook his head. Well, the translation, according to my language matrix, reads as follows. When darkness inflicted on the Force is too strong, the Force may create a being who can bring balance. This being will be mortal, but ethereal. Light, but dark. Limited, but infinite. They will fill the wound and become a bridge across the heavens. C-3PO tilted his head. The reference to heavens is somewhat subjective, as the Qua term used in the original text denotes a location, not just beyond standard physical but temporal as well. A bridge across forever would have been another suitable translation, though nothing in basic gives full approximation. Given your description of the events beyond the gate, I believe I am closer to understanding. What do you understand? Well, Master Cade, the passage seems to imply that you, and every Skywalker before you, was a potential bridge connecting the layers of the Force as you describe. Of course, these prophecies are always vague, and the origin of these earliest journal entries is quite specious. Nonetheless, I found it interesting that the Chosen One references could go back so far, and still maintain the relevance they do. Don't you think that's interesting, Master Cade? Very. Thanks, 3PO. He glanced at Jerry and Delia. Come on, let's start running checks on my knock. Give me something straightforward to think about. Sounds good to me, Patissa, Jerry said. As they stared for the cavern exit, he glanced at Jo and Kyra. Want to help? Gladly, Jo said, and together the 5 of them started through the tunnels and back to the ship, where things could at last be simple. It went without saying that Sith were not invited to leave Khat Lah. Eli wasn't expecting the offer and wouldn't have taken it anyway. Talon wasn't expecting it either, but Eli could tell she was frustrated with desire. They walked back to the cavern where they'd been kept under guard. It seemed like forever since Eli had been there. According to Talon, he and his companions had been gone for less than a standard week. He guessed the time passed on that other world had been closer to a month. Everything he'd been through made it feel even longer. As they walked up the cliffside path to the cave, she asked him, "What will you do now, Eli?" He was surprised to be called by his first name. Normally she only called him apprentice. Even without the Force, she must have sensed the change in him. I have no idea, he lied. You can go anywhere. Do anything. Her voice creaked with envy. It would be shameful to waste the power you've been given. Strange to hear her say words so close to Kira's. I don't intend to waste them. I know exactly how rare these gifts are, and I'll find something worth doing with them. That much, at least, was true. As they stopped on the cliff ledge and looked down at the inert gate, only loosely guarded by a handful of Yuuzhan Vong, he asked, "What do you plan to do?" Talon stared at the gate with longing. It was clear what she wanted, and equally clear she'd never get it. She bled despair into the Force, and he wondered why she hadn't forced Minik to destroy her during her escape attempt. Maybe Talon herself didn't know. I will remain here for a time, Talon whispered. There are things I must contemplate. Without saying more, she turned and walked back down the slope. He watched as she stepped onto the canyon floor, sat down, and stared into the empty gate as if begging for it to yield its power. He never thought he'd see her so broken. Collecting himself, Eli stepped into the cavern. The Yuuzhan Vong guards seemed to have given up trying to monitor them. The place was empty except for the pack Eli had brought back through the gate. He sat on a stone ledge, fished through the back, and drew out the black, smooth-sided holocron. He hadn't told Talon about this and didn't want her to see it. He touched the thing gently with the Force and watched as Darth Trey's image resolved before him. So you come to me again? She sounded faintly pleased. Have you conquered your apathy and found the strength to act? I think I have. Strange he could speak to this digital ghost of a long-dead Sith like he could to no one else. She alone seemed to understand. I'd like to know, what would you do in a galaxy without the Force? Trey's image was still, and Eli wondered if this was a question the holocron had never been programmed to answer. But she said, if I were free of the Force, it would be a moment of self-discovery like none other. Perhaps it would destroy me, for knowledge is deadlier than any blade unless you have the will and strength to wield it. No matter what, I would face it proudly, with the thrill of being more free and alive than I ever have before. But what about the galaxy? I can't be free of the Force, but I can still use it and do what I have to do. You speak as though you were the last being in existence who could touch the Force. I'm not, but I might as well be. It seems you are in a situation even I cannot understand, Trey said thoughtfully. You are a fortunate young man. I would be excited to stand in your place now. Eli realized he was excited. Anxious and terrified, but also instilled with purpose. He couldn't remember ever feeling this certain. Maybe it is. He allowed a tiny smile. But again, if you were the last person in the galaxy who could touch the Force, what would you do? Trey's holocron contemplated again. At last she said, I would stand back. I would see this liberated galaxy, and I would watch for whatever ruptures might emerge. The Force is as persistent as it is insidious, and even though you think it gone now, it may always return to ensnare beings in its empty promises. In all times of great change there comes violence, struggle, agony. They are the fires that forge us into stronger people. Once honed, I would use my powers to make the greatest good for the greatest number. Again she put words to his swirling thoughts, settling them and giving him new direction. Thank you, he said. It would be a heavy responsibility. I envy your current freedom, what not the burden to come. Talon and Kyra whispered in his ear. I can't waste the powers I have. Trey raised her chin, though not enough to show the darkness beneath her hood. You are a rare creature. It has been a pleasure to speak with you through the veil of years. Likewise, Eli said, but I think I have to go now. Very well. If you seek any more guidance, summon me again. Eli nodded and placed the holocron on the ledge. Without his touch, Trey's image shimmered and died. He took deep breaths, stared at the black pyramid, and wondered if he'd even use it again. Then he heard the smack of boots on the stone behind him. Eli tensed and said, I'm sorry, Master. I should have told you. But when he turned to the cavern entrance, there was no Twi'lek staring at him. It was only Kyra, and her expression showed not surprise but bitter disappointment. I knew, she told him. Did you expect me to think it just fell out of my bag? Eli remained seated on the stone ledge, an arm's length from the holocron, seemingly frozen in shock. Very slowly, he said, I expected you to confront me about it before. Maybe I should have. Kyra remained in the cavern's archway entrance, one hand on the rough frame. You didn't seem like you were going dark, though. I'm not. I've been in the dark already. It's a lonely place, and I don't want to go back. Then why did you keep that? Why did you keep it? Why did you even have it? Where did this come from? Does Skywalker, or? She sighed. I picked that up a long time ago. I didn't even know what it was at first. And then, when I lost the Force, it didn't really matter, so I just kept it. Without telling Skywalker or Jo. They still don't know. I didn't hide it from them because I was afraid. She realized it for a lie as she said it. You were curious and you wanted to hear what it had to say. Eli scooped the thing up and held it to his chest. So did I. Neither of us did anything wrong. I want to believe that. She wanted to say more, that she'd come to depend on him over there, trust him and empathize with him, and she wanted to believe they could keep moving down righteous paths, even if they were separate ones. The words caught in her throat. Seeing him possessively clutch that Sith holocron dispelled kind illusions. She wished she stepped in just a minute earlier and heard some of his conversation with Darth Trey's digital ghost. All she'd gotten were the parting words. I can't waste the powers I have, he said. And you are a rare creature. It has been a pleasure to speak with you through the veil of years. It hinted at so much more. When the holocron had been stolen from her, Kyra had only begun to riddle out the purpose of Darth Trey. Eli seemed to have found it. What are you even doing here? He snapped. Aren't you supposed to be flying off to talk with your friend? I will be. I came here first because I wanted to give you this. She reached into her back pocket and held out the long metal cylinder of Eli's lightsaber. She let it hang at her side, and though she didn't feel Eli tug for it in the Force, she gripped it extra tight. He looked at it in disbelief. You were going to give it back? Well, they've confiscated Talon's, which used to be Jo's, but he doesn't want to use it until he gets the Force back, and Skywalker has his own. They said I could keep yours, but I thought you deserved it back. Now I'm not sure. Eli's eyes locked on that saber. He wasn't sure either. Eventually, he stood up and held out the holocron. You want this back? Take it. I don't want it back. I want to get rid of it. So you haven't learned anything useful from it? He said it with a slight mocking smile. In truth, she had learned from it. If it weren't for Darth Trey, Kyra might not have been able to find the strength within, what in turn summoned strength without. She might have even been killed back there. I learned some things, she admitted, but I know better than to stupidly follow every bit of so-called wisdom I get from a Sith. I thought you'd learned that lesson too. She'd hardly a typical Sith. I know that. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to do whatever she says. I'm my own person. I make my own choices. I'm glad to hear it. I do too. He lowered his hand, but the holocron stayed in the air before him, suspended by the Force. Destroy it. She blinked. What? I said you can destroy it. Then we'll both be rid of it. Isn't that what you wanted? Kyra froze. She was hesitating now, despite what she'd said. Kyra, he said softly, what did you do with your ghost? She blinked. The holocron still hovered between them? What do you mean? I told you what happened to mine on that planet. What happened to yours? Nothing, she admitted. They were still watching me when we went back through the gate. I left them behind. In her mind's eye, she could see those twin silhouettes on the horizon and knew they would never leave her. Disappointed? Eli whispered, I thought so. Suddenly, the lightsaber flew from her grip. It slapped into Eli's palm, and the red blade flared out. Kyra frantically tried to summon the Force, to raise a wall and push back against him before he could lunge at her. Eli lashed out once, a horizontal strike. It cut the holocron in two, and the pyramid fell to the cavern floor. Kyra stared at the device's smoking entrails and the sparks that quickly showered to nothing at their feet. Eli shut off the lightsaber. When she looked up, he tossed it and she caught it with one hand. It's best for both of us that way, he told her. She hoped, maybe even believed, it was true. Your lightsaber. Keep it, he said. It's not mine anymore. You might want to change the color, though. Jo can tell you how to switch the crystal. Kyra looked down at the weapon. Jo had told her most knights built their own lightsaber and invested it with part of themselves. Even if she carried this the rest of her life, she doubted this would ever truly be hers. She didn't thank him. She sensed his didn't want gratitude. From what faintly she could glean of him in the Force, he seemed relieved. She still understood little. Eli felt resolved to act, but she couldn't imagine to what end. He seemed like he was giving up everything. What will you do now? She asked. Eli looked at the broken holocron. It will take a while to explain, and I think you have a ride to catch. In all this, she'd forgotten her excitement to speak with Ania again. Clutching his lightsaber tight, she said, when I come back, you will tell me. Yes. I want a promise. He looked up and held her gaze. I promise, Kyra. I'll explain it all. She searched his dark eyes and the Force and found no more answers. I'll hold you to that. He simply nodded. Kyra hooked the lightsaber to her belt. It felt strange being there. She had such a long way to go before she'd feel worthy of it. There was nothing else she could do here, not now. She gave Eli one nod back, then hurried from the cave. Chapter 33. From the conference room aboard the Alliance, one could see the vast spread of the Star Destroyer's hull, white decorated with gold. Beyond that, ships from the rogue fleet drifted against the stars, among them several massive Mon Calamari battlecruisers. It was a potent fighting force, but as they talked it seemed smaller and smaller to Marasiah. We've been keeping a steady eye on the news reports of the trial, Alliance's Captain Ona Antilles explained. The prosecution has just completed presenting evidence. They've made a case that Stasi and the senators worked together with Black Sun and the Sith to set the Empress up for execution. Once at Bavinair, and again by bombing her apartment on Coruscant. Most of the evidence is forensic, though they also point to financial transactions with Black Sun-aligned banks. It's an absolute fabrication, based on lies and coincidence, Senator Darrell said. I had nothing to do with any of that. I hadn't even spoken to Ain since the end of the war. The name of her husband's assassin sparked irritation in Marasiah. Before her uncle's coup, which seemed a lifetime ago, the senator was the one she'd had suspicions about. That she'd sent Ganner and Aslan to investigate him had saved them and her too. Darrell's parking garage encounter with Eshker Nine and the recording on Nine's binoculars still needed explanation. The latter might have been forged, but the former had surely happened. If she was going to put her trust in these people, and it looked like she had to, Marasiah needed to be sure. Folding her hands on the conference table, she looked to Darrell. Senator, I need to know. Have you ever had clandestine meetings with Admiral Stasi? The Chagrian stiffened, clearly resentful of the implication but wavering on how to respond. The others watched and waited until he admitted, yes. I was a soldier. He was my commander. There are certain bonds there. We did maintain some unofficial contact, but we never did anything to undermine the integrity of the Federation. And why did Darth Havoc or Eshker Nine confront you in the parking garage of the senatorial apartment? Darrell's eyes flicked to Ganner, who'd asked him these same questions just hours before the coup. As I told your investigators before, it was a chance encounter. The Sith was trying to sneak into the building. I don't know where specifically. I confronted him and he ran. The words didn't ring true to Marasiah, and she fought the urge to call him out in front of Bay and Antilles. She couldn't afford to alienate these people, and she could sense they trusted Darrell implicitly. This left her at an unhappy impasse. As she struggled to respond, Ganner volunteered. When Master Ray and I went to Vorzit V to investigate Black Sun, we found strong implications of Sith complicity, but we didn't learn the specifics. We weren't able to bring back hard evidence either. We know Ains was employed by a Black Sun front company, and that's how they recruited him to act at Bavinair. Exactly, Darrell said. There's absolutely no reason I should have been involved with Bovenire. All the pieces were there already. Marasiah sensed that here, at least, he was telling the truth. It was his encounter with Nyan that he was obfuscating about, and she had no idea why. Treesen said, Chalk is trying hard to connect the attacks at Bovenire and Coruscant together. Normally assassins prefer using similar personnel and similar tactics. The shooting and the bombing were different in every way. That's an argument for a defense attorney, Captain Antilles said. And in any case, we know the bombing was staged. We have proof right here. She gestured to Marasiah, then looked to Bay. Frankly, Admiral, I don't see why we are not making a full broadcast right now. We would be if the whole Senate wasn't decrying us as terrorists, the Weequay said sourly. We have to think carefully. We need to act before the trial completes and the verdict is handed down, Daryl said. Chalk hasn't taken anything off the table, not even execution. I tried to counsel against it, Marasiah said softly. My uncle came to me several times for advice. Just remembering made her think of their last conversation, the rage that had overtaken her, and the tang of the stun blast as it had dropped her mid-lunge. If we do make an announcement, Bay said, some may claim the Empress has allied with terrorists. They'll start doubting her story. There will be fractures in both the Imperial and Alliance portions of the Senate. He spread his hands. Frankly, none of us know what's going to happen. It could easily lead to another civil war, which is exactly what I've been trying to avoid. Marasiah could sense how achingly Bay wished his mentor Stasi were here, but he wasn't, and that was the whole problem. She asked, what about Admiral Slosser? Where is the rest of the Alliance fleet? Off in the Outer Rim, cleaning up after the Nagai and the SS Iruak, Bay said. Chalk sent nearly all of the Alliance ships there to finish the job Stasi started. He put them far from Coruscant, and if Slosser had objected he'd have been painted as a traitor who was unwilling to fight the good fight against the invaders. It was a very simple, effective move. My uncle is good at those, Marasiah said dryly. Maybe better than any of us know, said Daryl. Has it occurred to anyone else that the attack on Coruscant may have been staged? There were a lot of crossfires in the sky, said Marasiah. Many of those were destroyed. Who were the pilots? I can't believe even my uncle could pull a fraud on that scale. He'd have to have found dozens of pilots willing to fly suicide missions. We've analyzed some gun camera footage from Rogue Squadron, they said. There weren't many crossfires in the sky by the time they got to the surface, but the markings on those other ships seemed to place them as belonging to a unit that was based with Admiral Stasi's fleet during the war, then reassigned to the Corps. So they could have acted on their own, Ganner said, when they saw Mon Elusia show up over Coruscant. Daryl shook his head. It's possible Chalk may have lured them into attacking earlier. Mon Elusia was just in the wrong place at the wrong time? You mean the attack was always supposed to happen? Asked Treese. It's possible. Daryl shrugged. But it makes sense, doesn't it? We're pariahs now. I'm sure the magistrates are more likely to rule against Stasi and the others. That attack gave Chalk everything he wanted, and fools we are, we helped him sell it. Marasiah could sense the senator's conviction. He certainly believed his words. The Force wasn't raising alarms about Daryl except when it came to his confrontation with Nyan. Everything else about him seemed honest and she couldn't make sense of it. Glum silence went around the room. Captain Antilles finally said, the facts are the facts. It's not an ideal situation, but we have to act somehow. Very true, Bay smiled wearily. You'll make a good admiral someday, Ona, but for now the Empress and I make final decisions. Of course, Antilles nodded. The Weequay looked to Marasiah. What do you say, Majesty? Will we announce ourselves together and see what breaks? I'd like to be a little more prepared before then. She thought a moment. You said Admiral Slosser is occupied, but he still has a major fighting force. That can make or break what we do next. You should try to find out his reaction to what's happened. Should we tell him you are alive? Asked Antilles. If you think he can be trusted with the knowledge. Slosser's a good soldier, Bay said. He follows orders and obeys the rules, but he also knows when to break them, like when he funneled his troops to Stasi after the war. He can also keep secrets. We can try and contact him. We'll send a runner a few jumps away, so they can't trace the call's location. That sounds good, Ganner nodded. Rogue Squadron. Bay snorted. Believe it or not, there are other snub fighter squads in this fleet. But the moment Ange hears of this, I'm sure she'll volunteer. Fondness was plain in his voice. Thank you, Admiral, Marasiah said. If we can get assurances from Slosser, then we can act. Everyone looked pleased to have some plan, despite all the uncertainty. In truth, Marasiah was less worried about Slosser and more about Daryl. Something about the senator still nagged, and she bought herself time to try and learn what. After the meeting was over, she and her two knights stepped into the corridor. To Ganner she said, I want you to look into Daryl a little more. The Force is telling me he's not being truthful about Eshker 9. About Pavinire, yes, but not his encounter with 9. Ganner looked perplexed but said, I'll do what I can. Should I speak with him again? Privately, please. She thought a moment. Daryl's wife joined him here. Correct. I heard she was with him on Mon Illusia actually, Tree said. Brave or foolish woman, following him into a combat zone. They say she lost her arm during the fight and is currently in Alliance's sickbay awaiting a new one. Then it should be easy to question her. Ganner, talk to her about that night before you speak with her husband. Yes, Empress. And speaking of sickbay, Tree said, I would like to give you a medical checkup. I'm fine, she said. My feet are healing. My other hurt was minor. Have you checked for bone fractures on your hands? She looked at her knuckles. The skin was still pink and fresh after applying back to salve aboard free agent. She let Treese think she'd hurt them during the escape. Better that than tell him she'd pounded her fist to bleeding against the wall of her prison. With a sigh, she decided to appease him. All right, I will go down to sick bay and have an exam. You can try asking Daryl's wife a few questions yourself, Ganner suggested. You'd see the truth better than any of us. Marasiah wished that was true. I'll have a few words with her, she said. Let's ask Captain Antilles to show us the way. Alliance's medical wing was as well equipped as any warship Trace Send had ever been on, and he dully wondered how much of the medical machinery had been aboard when Stasi stole it from Crate and how much came later. There were 3 full-body scanners, capsules full of blood and synthesized plasma for 4 dozen different species, 10 back-to-tanks, and an attached machinery shop that custom-built prosthetic limbs. Ganner and the Empress arrived at the medical wing under guard. Apparently Bay and Antilles weren't ready for the whole fleet to know about Marasiah's existence yet, despite all they suffered to get her back. As the Empress was reluctantly led away to be examined, Treese and Ganner gained permission to see the other parts of the ward. A number of prisoners with serious injuries had been shuttled over from Mon Illusia's strained sick bay, but there was only one young, one-armed Chagrian woman among them. Ganner and Treese spotted her from the other side of the room. She lay in her bed looking quite miserable, and when her eyes met theirs across the room they held. Ganner and Treese turned away instead of coming closer. It felt impolite to interrogate a woman in a hospital bed, especially one currently being measured by a medical droid for a replacement arm. Marasiah completed her body scan in less than half a standard hour. When Treese and Ganner rejoined her in the ward's sealed section, she had just put Ania Solo's undersized outfit back on. If you don't mind the suggestion, Treese said, can't you ask the medics for something better fitting? These fit well enough. She tugged the hem of the blouse down. Besides, the only clothes they have here in the hospital are too familiar. Treese glanced at a few hanging from a wall rack. Plain, lightweight, loose, white. He understood her point. Well, she looked between her knights. Perhaps you would like to be scanned, sampled, and prodded. Ganner blanched. Majesty, you were the one being held captive for weeks. The 2 of us. As I understand it, Master Krieg, you were in a near-fatal starship crash. I think that warrants at least a look over. Therese could tell she was enjoying this and decided to let her have it. She'd had no other mirth lately. With a hand on Ganner's shoulder and said, "Master Krieg, I think we should submit to an examination. For our own good." Ganner fought a frown but said, "I suppose we can." As if on cue, the stout Dralian who'd taken Marasiah back to be examined returned to the room. "Doctor," she said, "if my exam is clear, I think you should attend to my knights." The doctor's whiskered face twitched. "I'm sorry, Empress, but the results of your physical examination found something unusual." She paled. "Define unusual." The Dralian removed a remote control from his lab coat and tapped a button. A hollow projector mounted on the wall flared to life, and the half-size outline of a female form hovered among them. With another tap on the remote, a small portion of the outline lit white, along with the fainter glow of a human skeleton. The rectangular marker was located in Marasiah's lower back beneath the right ribcage. She immediately put a hand over that spot. "What have you found?" "Is that an implant of some kind?" asked Ganner. "The composition appears to be a mix of organic and synthetic elements," the Dralian said. "A cursory scan wouldn't have found it at all." Marasiah pulled up the tail of her shirt and twisted in a vain attempt to see her own back. Therese and the doctor leaned close. The skin there had no visible blemishes, but a patch looked slightly more pink than the rest. "Yes, this makes sense." The doctor prodded the spot with one small finger. "After the procedure to insert the implant, your captors would have salved it with Bacta to close the wound. The spot would have still been visible for a few days, but given its location on your body, it's understandable you missed it." Marasiah tugged the shirt down. "What is it? Can't your high-level scans tell me that?" "Our technicians are analyzing now," the doctor said. "Tell me, do you remember being rendered unconscious for a prolonged period of time?" Only once, she thought, when she'd given into rage, charged her uncle, and gotten a stun bolt in the chest. She'd woken up in her cell wearing the same white pajamas with no idea how much time had passed. It might have been hours or even days. "I think I know when it was implanted," she said, "but I don't know why. You must get it out of me at once." "I was going to suggest a procedure at the earliest possible time," said the doctor. "However, I can't guarantee we can remove it. The implant does not seem to be directly hooked into your blood vessels or endocrine system, but it may still be dangerous. It may contain poison, for instance. If they put this in me to hurt me if I escaped, or keep me from escaping, it didn't do its job." "Indeed, but the possibility must be considered." "What about a tracker?" Ganner said with a whisper. "When we came in on Starlight Champion to pick you up, a whole swarm of ties came on us. They knew you were escaping, and they seemed to know we were coming to help." Therese hadn't heard that part. He immediately began reviewing actions in his mind, wondering if he'd done anything that might have tipped off Chalk. But the doctor said, "Our scanner would have picked up any data being transmitted or received by the device. Right now it is most certainly inert." That was some relief anyway. The drawl quickly dashed it by adding, "That may change as soon as we attempt to remove the device." Marasiah scowled. "If my uncle implanted this thing in me, I'm sure he had a very awful reason to do it. Before we do anything else, we need to find out what it is." "I understand, but this will be a careful procedure. We will have to render you unconscious, then open a stasis field, then cut you open and examine the device before we make any decision." "I don't care what you have to do," Marasiah growled. "Just get this thing out of me as fast as you can." The Dralian blinked. "Of course, Empress, let me call my staff and prepare an operation room. It will take at least a half hour." The doctor hurried out of the room as fast as his stubby legs would carry him. Marasiah was bristling with anger, hands balled into fists. She looked desperately around the room like she wanted to hurt something. Therese tried to soothe. "Just be calm, Majesty. We'll get to the bottom of this. Master Krieg, please find Admiral Bay and tell him what's going on." "Right away." The younger knight snapped a bow and hurried from the medical ward. Then Therese was alone in the room with Marasiah. She paced tight circles, clenching and unclenching hands. "Empress, please," he said. "Try to stay calm. There was no way you could have expected this." She spun to face him. "Yes, I should have. This is exactly the kind of thing my uncle would have done." To be honest, he admitted, "I no longer have any idea what Hogrim is capable of." "I do." Her hands squeezed tight in stayed fists. "That man killed my father." Tree's first thought was that she was delusional. The stress of captivity and escape, followed by the discovery of this device inside her, had unmoored her from reality. Now she was grasping, he thought, for a way to absolve her poor husband of his regicide. She saw his disbelief. "He said it to me, Treese. He told me. He blamed my father for my mother's death. He collaborated with Morlish V during the war. That's how I was captured at Agama. And when he saw a chance to go with my father, he took it, knowing what would turn dark, knowing and Terry's would." Her shoulders trembled and Treese laid hands to steady them. Still working through his own shock, he said, "None of us knew what Hogrim was capable of. I didn't, and I've known him for 40 years. He deserves to suffer for everything he's done," Marasiah said. "I don't know how to guarantee that yet, but I will." Black anger choked her voice. He thought about admonishing her, but she already knew the dangers of the dark side. Because of her father and what her uncle had done to him. "We'll make sure the whole galaxy learns what Hogrim's done." He squeezed her shoulders. "And we will take him down together. You and me, and all the Imperial Knights. Because we are your knights." "Knights without the Force," she muttered. "Hogrim and his pawns don't have it either. What we do have is our training, our loyalty, and you. That's all we need." They were lofty words straining for truth, but Marasiah seemed a little encouraged. He calmed her as best he could, which wasn't much. Her revelation, which he now accepted, all doubts gone, unsettled Treese deeply, but somehow it also gave him strength. It erased his last doubts about abandoning Coruscant and collaborating with a bunch of mercenaries against the legal region. He was where he belonged. He was certain of it, and everything else could flow from there. Chapter 34. The black spread of the galactic edge had never seemed more welcoming, though Jiraiya knew it was less the void that felt good and more the familiar hum of mining systems all around him. He could almost believe his life hadn't been upended. Ania Solo, unfortunately, wasn't helping bring back normalcy. 5 people crowded in the cockpit to watch the woman's hollow image lit up over the comm console. Though it was clear she had a lot to say, she let them explain everything they'd been through first. Jo and Kyra did most of the talking, while Cade and Jiraiya stayed mostly silent on their experiences beyond the gate. Cade did, however, explain how Lobaka had sacrificed himself to pull him from the eruption. Ania's face, which wore a look of bafflement through most of the explanation, went downcast. "We're not going to contact the Jedi directly yet," Jo told her, "but do you think you can get a word to the council about Lobaka?" "I can try," Ania said, and her tone said it was a lot easier said than done. "Why don't you want to hail them? I'm sure they're dying to know if you were able to get the Force back." "Yeah, and if they find out the gate does work, Rahikala's gonna be the new galactic tourism hotspot," Cade said. "Every Jedi, Imp Knight, Wannabythe, and wannabe anything is going to come zeroing in on this place. You don't know that. The Jedi can't keep secrets. Maybe once, but are they really Jedi anymore?" He waved a hand before anyone could try to answer. "Besides, it's not us who decide who goes through. The keepers of the Whills make the choice. It is their gate." "Okay, I understand." Ania's holographic eyes shifted to Jo. "I hope they'll at least give you permission to go." He allowed a smile. "I've been talking to a few Yuuzhan Vong who are ready to take me through the gate. They'll be my guys on the other side until," he trailed off, like he was afraid to even say it. "Until you get the Force back." She smiled too, but it was hesitant. "I'm glad. Do you plan to go over right away?" "I did." "What's wrong?" Ania's smile disappeared. She took a breath and explained everything. Jiraiya had thought they'd been through a lot, but it seemed like Ania and company had been through even more. She explained how they'd put together a team, located the empress, enlisted Alliance help, and come up with an elaborate plan to steal her from her prison in Galactic City right as everyone was distracted by the guard Stassi's trial. Then she explained how it all had gone to hell. She still didn't know how a bunch of Alliance crossfires had ended up bombing Coruscant, but the news nets were all saying it was an attempt by radicals to free Stasi. The death toll was uncertain but well into the hundreds, maybe thousands. Alliance partisans in the Senate were scrambling to distance themselves from Admiral Bay's absent fleet. The trial was pressing on in defiance of what Regent Chalk had declared a nefarious assault on Federation unity. The upside was that Marasiah had escaped and was meeting with Bay now to decide how to proceed. The downside was that Ania's mother had been captured. "We're going back to Coruscant now," Ania said. "I have no idea where to look for her, but we're taking an Imperial Knight with us who might help. Aslan Ray." She looked to J.O. for recognition, but it was Cade who swallowed and said, "Yeah? I know her. You going to waltz in there with free agent. Sounds like you might be recognized." "I'm aware," Ania said dryly. "So this is the part where I ask for help. I don't want to impose when you've got so much else to do." "But you can really use us," Cade finished. "Your mom, she still got the Force. Never lost it." Jerry wasn't sure exactly how Ania and her mother were related to Cade. It sounded damn distant, but that Skywalker blood had a way of making ties that bind. Her face furrowed in thought. Kyra leaned over his chair and said, "One Force user would help a lot with that rescue. Two's even better." "Don't forget 3, Delia said, glancing at Jerry. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "I can barely feel the Griffin Force anymore. Gets weaker the further I get from that arch, I think." It was true, but he still felt it, and he bet it would stay with him even when they went to Coruscant. He could tell Cade wasn't pondering whether to help rescue Marin Skirata. He was thinking on how. Finally, he said, "It's a long way to Coruscant from here, but we'll let you know when we're inbound. You start working on a plan?" "We will," Ania nodded. "Thank you. Very much." She looked at J.O. as she said it. "The gate's not going anywhere," he told her. "Your mother's the priority." "Agreed," said Cade. "We can't rush in just yet. We got a couple things on Khat Lah to pick up. R2. Couple Sith. C-3PO. He paused. "Well, maybe we could leave 3PO. "We're not leaving him," Kyra insisted. "What Sith?" Ania asked. "Talon and her apprentice." "Eli's not her apprentice anymore," Kyra said. "He's not Sith either." "So you say, but the Murglak stabbed your Imp Misku here in the gut." Jerry pointed a thumb at J.O. "And his Shudder stabbed me. I ain't ready to trust either of them. Which makes me wonder if we shouldn't just leave on them stranded on Khat Lah. Less chance of them doing harm there." "Eli doesn't deserve that," Kyra insisted. "He's another Force user we can use. He's way better at it than me." Cade held up a hand. All right, we'll discuss this on the way back. Ania, we got your message. Anything else?" "Not for now. Let me know when you're inbound. We'll try to scout Coruscant as best we can while we're waiting. And thank you so much." "Not a problem," Kay said. "We'll talk soon." He reached over and shut off the transmission. Then, pushing up from the pilot's chair, he said, "Blue, Jerry, I yield helm to you. Get us back to the gate. J.O., Kyra, and me are gonna have a chat about what to do with our Sith friends." Eli was calmer than he thought he'd be. That was good. Though Mynock had left Khat Lah, the canyon and its cave warrens were filled with Yuuzhan Vong and Kwa who were variously learned in the Force and might feel his anxiety, if he had any to detect. The only deaf being on the planet was Talon. As Eli descended the slope to the canyon floor, he found her seated in front of the gate, staring up at it, silently imploring. If the Yuuzhan Vong and Kwa would feel anything in the Force, it would be her despair. She kept all of it from her face, though, and when she heard Eli approach, she turned on him with a blank expression. He dropped to a crouch beside her and said in a low voice, "There's something I'd like you to see." "What?" "Something I think the Keepers have been hiding from us. It's hard to explain." He felt hope aching, vulnerable tug at her heart. Please try. It's better just to show you. I left it in the cave. He tilted his head toward the cavern they'd been kept in. You'll see it when you get in. Just take a look. It's better if you take it in by yourself. He was rivaling the keepers with his cryptic answers, but that was only making Talon more keen. What he was about to do would hurt her deeply. She'd probably never forgive him. Still, he wanted to get her away from the gate. I will take a look, she said plainly, and rose to her feet. Thank you, Eli. Talon walked casually toward the slope. Eli glanced at her as he watched the arch. All she'd find in that cave was the wreckage of Darth Trey's holocron. She'd probably assumed someone else had destroyed it, and that would enough to keep her in the cavern for a few minutes as she tried to puzzle things out. A few minutes was all Eli needed. As Talon neared the Warren entrance, he fixed one last, long look on the Hypergate arch. It might have been the oldest standing structure left in the galaxy, fitting that it would also be the gateway to a place even older, where power unthinkable surged beneath the ground and life materialized from pure will. He briefly wondered if the Qua would allow Skywalker to bring his Jedi friends here. If the Keepers were smart, they'd have disabled both Mynock and the Sith scout ship the moment they set down on Khat. There was still Khat Lah's second flyer, tucked away someplace in the surrounding jungle, but nobody except the Yuuzhan Vong knew how to fly that. Yes, if they wanted their secret kept, they should have made sure of it. As it was, the Keepers were too generous. Even if they forbade Jedi to come, somebody would find them eventually, and then more people would come, and even if it took years, the Force would come back to the galaxy. The Jedi would rejuvenate. The Sith would be reborn. Because the Sith were always reborn, you could never get rid of the anger and hate and need that was part of every sentient being. The best you could do is take away the Force's power to act through it. Calmly, confidently, Eli turned from the gate. Talon was out of sight. The Yuuzhan Vong and Qua scattered around the canyon paid him little heed. Eli walked into a spot covered by shadows, then removed the fabricable gun he'd stolen from a supply crate brought down from Mynock. He aimed at the top of the layered canyon wall and let the cable shoot up as high as it would go. When it lodged firmly in the rock near the upper edge, he ordered the gun to retract. At the same time, he summoned the Force to speed his ascent and throw himself up, over, and onto the rim. Eli used the Force to land in a crouch. As soon as he rose, he ran. Calling on the Force for additional speed, he sprinted past the place where Mynock has been parked to the Sith scout ship. The others in the canyon would feel his exertion, but they wouldn't get to him in time. When Eli got to the ship, he used a tug of the Force to lower its ramp. Before going inside, he jumped and Force threw himself higher, onto the vessel's wing. Talon had told him how the forgotten tracking transponder had doomed her escape attempt, otherwise Eli would have probably forgotten it too. The device was clamped to the ship's wing and he fixed it in his sights and attention. He stretched out with the Force, got the briefing glimpse of its internal wiring and circuitry, and with the snap of two fingers sparked a flare of energy that fried them and rendered the tracker inert. Then he dropped to the ground and raced inside the ship. He'd given Kyra his lightsaber because he didn't want it anymore. He'd used that weapon as both Jedi and Sith, and was no longer either. He hoped to never wield one again. So far so good. He closed the landing ramp and warmed the engines, and nobody had come up to stop him. The first Yuuzhan Vong launched themselves over the canyon rim as Eli powered up the repulsors and pushed himself skyward, out of their reach. Instead of kicking in engines and shooting into the starless sky, he sloughed sideways to hover over the canyon. Directional thrusters nudged him a quarter way around so his cockpit looked down on the Hypergate just 200 meters below. A few Yuuzhan Vong were scurrying around the canyon floor, but they had no weapons to bring him down from this range. Eli turned on the lasers. He tilted cockpit and cannons down so they aimed directly at the top of the arch. He grabbed the firing controls and flexed his sweating palms around the control yoke. His heart was pounding. Now he was nervous, but there was no going back. Eli thumped the trigger. A chain of laser fire shot straight into the arch's peak. Red plasma tore through the stony outer walls and exploded. Smoke furrowed skyward, and stone and ancient machinery crashed down. Eli lowered his aim slightly and fired again, strafing left to right and tearing down the arch from either side. With the keystone gone, the impost collapsed inward. Rubble spilled across the canyon floor, filling with dust and smoke. In the forest, Eli felt panic below. He didn't think he'd killed anyone had and tried not to. Either way, he'd done what had to be done. He titled the ship skyward, and the ruined gate slid out of view. Finally, Eli put power to engines and stabbed up through Rahikala's atmosphere. As he shuddered through the upper layers, he banked and reoriented himself. The system's twin suns, spectral blue and white, flared small but bright against the black of the intergalactic void. He checked his scanners. No second flyer coming from below. No Mynock, not yet. He didn't want to be here when Skywalker and Kyra returned. He pointed the ship toward the broad milky disk that was the galaxy and began setting hyperspace coordinates. His hands were trembling so hard he could barely finish the task. It was done, Eli told himself, and he'd done what he had to do. But the job wasn't complete. As Talon had suggested, there might be other ways to bring back the Force, more ancient routes to timeless planets still volatile with raw power. He couldn't take care of all of them alone, but he had some ideas on where to start. If nothing else, he had a long, lonely ride back to the heart of the galaxy to make up a plan. When he had a course pressed in, Eli put a hand on the throttle and paused. Rahikala was far below him, out of view. So were the eerie twin stars. He'd been changed beyond measure here, and he'd never see any of them again. The thought brought him calm. When Eli pulled the throttle and flung himself into hyperspace, his hands had finally stopped shaking. When Mynock swung low over the canyon and found it choked with dust and smoke, Kyra knew exactly what had happened. The others were all squawking confusion, but she knew in an instant, and she knew it was her fault. They set Mynock down at the top of the cliff, right where they'd left it. When they saw the Sith scout ship was gone, the others started to understand. They quickly pushed the repulsor sled out of Mynock's berth and lowered themselves to the canyon floor, where the dust was starting to clear. She sensed several Qua were calling on the Force itself to rally great gusts of wind that swept down the canyon and scattered the dust. What was left of the hypergate became visible, and it was so little, just the stout base of either side of the arch, surrounded on all sides by crumbled stone and blackened, twisted remnants of machinery older than the Jedi themselves. The crash must have been thunderous, but the debris was mostly settled by now. The loudest sound in the canyon was a series of wails that sent shivers down Kira's spine. She realized with the start that it was some of the Qua droning on in grief or agony. She felt it from them in the Force, and she felt it from the man beside her. Jael was frozen in place, staring at the ruin with white eyes, and a Force twisted us with pain. Like a good Imperial knight, trained to follow orders and sacrifice his own interest for the greater good, Jael had put aside his aching desire to touch the Force. He'd let Kyra and Cade go through first. He just barely missed the blast of Force energy that had empowered Lobaka and Jiraiya instead. And he'd agreed to stay behind and keep watch over Talon while the others went through. All the while, Jael had waited with fragile patience in the belief that soon he'd get to go through the gate and return with the Force he craved. Now he'd never get it back. He looked like he was about to break down in tears. The others were different. Jeriah and Delia jogged toward the ruin to see if anyone was hurt. From Cade, Kyra felt more mixed emotions. He was shocked and angry, but also, she felt, relieved, and she didn't know why. When Cade started to the wreckage, she joined him. They spotted Khat Lah shouting orders to his warriors, who seemed slightly less stricken than the Qua. They also saw a solitary figure, all scarlet and black, wandering through the thinning haze as though lost in a daze. As soon as they got close, Cade reached out with the Force and spun Talon to face them. He barked, "Where's your boy toy? Shudda. How'd he do this?" Kyra gagged his arm. "Wait, it wasn't her, it was just Eli." When Cade's anger simmered, he saw it was true. Talon's face, normally stoic in his beauty, was wilted. In the Force she emanated the same catastrophic grief as Jael. Eli did this, all by himself. Cade spun on Kyra and grabbed her by the arms. What the cark was he thinking? He thought. Kyra stuttered. She couldn't collect her thoughts or get the words out. She should have seen it coming. During their long trek across that strange world, Eli had been growing more and more alienated from the Force. He started taking Darth Trey's talks to heart, but in a different way than Kyra had. And he straight up told her that he banished his ghosts by transposing his hatred for them onto the Force itself. All the time she'd been afraid he might go dark again, and she'd missed all the obvious signs. This is my fault, she croaked. I should have seen it. He almost told me, and I just. Damn it. Cade snarled. He released her and stalked in search of questions with answers. She staggered after him, because it was the only thing she could do. Cade found Khat Lah and called the Yuuzhan Vong's name. Cade Skywalker. You see what has happened. It was Eli Horn. Yeah, I get that. I'm trying to figure out why Buddy waved an arm at Kyra. Nobody seems to have an answer. I do not know, Khat Lah admitted. I have barely talked with him since we returned from the other side. I should have found the time. Oh, fear feck. Cade ran hands through his messy hair. This isn't time for a pity party. Eli's the one who carked things up, not you two. Forget why he did it. What can we do to help? The Yuuzhan Vong waved at the debris. You see what he has done. The gate is destroyed. We can never repair it. It was a miracle that we fixed it the first time. Cade growled again. There was no outlet for his frustration, and now way to fix what had been done. Yet despite it, Kyra still felt a little relief inside him. We gotta do something, he said finally. None of this would have happened if we hadn't brought him here. Khat Lah sighed. You yourself said to forget why. Right now, we must pick up pieces. It appears no one was seriously injured, but many have minor wounds. And the keepers must consider whether to remain on Marasiah or evacuate. Evacuate. Kyra frowned. Today Eli saw fit to destroy the gate. Tomorrow or the next day, perhaps he will bring allies to destroy the keepers and their journal. We cannot say. Kyra's instinct was to say that would never happen, but that was foolish. She trusted Eli too much already. She'd given him the benefit of too many doubts, and this was the result. Cade asked, what kind of allies? The Sith are all gone. I do not know. I am merely voicing options. Khat Lah looked at the some of the Qua who gathered near the rubble to wail their anguish. The keepers have guarded this gate for longer than any of us can conceive, for generations on generations. Now the gate is gone. They have failed their mission, and they have failed their ancestors. Cade nodded. He didn't say he understood, none of them could. Cautiously, Kyra touched his arm. What about Ania? She still needs our help. Cade said again. Khat Lah said, if you have other obligations, you should see to them. We can't just leave you like this. He eyed the grieving Qua again. This is the greatest disaster they have ever known, Cade Skywalker, and as you said, you brought Eli Horn here. These are powerful beings, and while they swear fealty to the light side of the Force, it is safer for you to be gone from here. Cade sucked in breath. What about you? The keepers know and trust me better than you, or they did. We still have our ship in the forest. If we need to, we can leave this place. Okay, he said. The other words caught in his throat. None of them meant anything after what had happened. Khat Lah knew it too, and he touched Cade's shoulder. Go, please. Go someplace where you can still bring help instead of disaster. Chapter 35. Stars swept fast outside her cockpit bubble as Anjdal realigned her crossfire for one last hyperspace jump. When her nav computer reported she'd hit proper telemetry, she stilled the stars, checked her scanners, and waited the 5 other rogues she'd brought with her to report they, too, had proper alignment. Once everyone had checked in, she fired her hyperdrive and jumped into the lightspeed whirl that would take her home. They'd been given, or more accurately volunteered, for a mission to contact Admiral Slosser, and for that Anj and half of Rogue Squadron had gone through as half-dozen lightspeed jumps of variable length to put them far away from Jorm Bay's fleet. Then, Assured that their transmission could not be traced and Alliance's location revealed, they set about the task of hailing the Sluicy Admiral on a special executive frequency given to them by Jorm. Once sending the hail, it had been a long wait in deep space, but eventually they made contact and Ange had been able to speak with Slosser directly. She'd explained all the crazy events of the past few days, including the Empress rescue and their version of the tragedy on Coruscant. Slosser had seemed baffled and incredulous before finally saying he'd take their story into account and asking what Jorm's next step would be. Ange was 99% sure she could trust Slosser, but for the 1% she kept things vague. She said Jorm and the Empress intended to put out a joint statement and asked Slosser how he'd respond when things got invariable messy. He said that most of his people, still stuck on the far side of the galaxy battling as Siruvi holdouts, refused to believe that some of their own would ravage Coruscant. He said they'd be happy to believe a different story and happy to help Jorm and the Empress when the time came. No further details were determined, but Ange decided that was the best she could have hoped for. Contact made and message delivered, she and her rogues began a long flight back to the Alliance. The last lightspeed jump was a short one, less than 10 minutes. She was getting to the end and looking forward to escaping her cramped cockpit when a jarring grip suddenly seized her ship. Hyperspace tumbled away, Ange's heart jumped. She knew what it was like to be torn from lightspeed by an artificial gravity well, but when stars appeared ahead of her, she saw nothing interdictor cruisers lying in wait. Her scanners, too, picked up nothing except the other 5 crossfires, though everything was marred by bursts of static. Lead, what the hell's is going on? Rogue 4 asked. What pulled us out of hyperspace? I'm not sure, Ange grimaced and swung her starfighter about, searching with bare eyes for the source of their problem. She picked up an object against the stars, bigger than a light point and colored faintly gray. On me, .075. I see something. The crossfires leaped forward, opening as foils and charging weapons. The object was getting bigger ahead, but her scanners were snowed over with interference, and she realized this device must not only have dragged them from hyperspace, it must have jammed sensors too. Ange was getting a sinking feeling as to what this was. When her crossfires got close, they pulled a tight circle around the object and saw it for what it was, a near sphere about the size of a light freighter, with small directional thrusters and electronic interference devices attached to a self-powered gravity well projector. Pulse mass mines, Ange told her pilots. It's a happen device. And what's it doing here? Asked Rogue 2. Ange didn't know and was pretty sure she'd hate the answer. We're not going anywhere until we take it out. Let's circle around for a pass. The crossfire shot well clear of the mine, then spun back for an attack run. The jamming was so strong it rendered their targeting computers useless. Ange was pretty sure that was the point, but after dropping speed, their eyes able to get a clear lock on it. Can't tell if that thing's shielded, Ange admitted. Let's pop 2 torps each on my mark. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Mark. 12 warheads streaked ahead toward the target. Some pilots peeled away, but Ange killed thrusters and used retroburners to decelerate further. Since sensors were busted, she needed to watch the impact with her own eyes. 12 glowing thrusters converged on the spherical mine. She caught the first set of explosions haloed by shield scatter, but the next burst tore open the sphere and spilled gnarled debris into space. That got a few rousing cheers from her pilots, but Ange was more intent on her sensors. With the mine gone, some clarity returned, but not all. There were other mines out there, and it seemed they were still stuck in an artificial gravity well, albeit one weaker than before. Don't celebrate yet. Everybody form on my wing, Ange commanded as she pulled clear of the destroyed happen device. There's still more of those mines out there. Maybe a lot more. Row 5 asked, how many do you think? Lead. Ange tried to reason it out and felt cold ice grip her stomach. These mines could only have been laid for one purpose, to block the escape of Admiral Bay's fleet from its current deep space hiding spot. From that location, Jorm could, hypothetically, jump in any direction, and to wall him in fully would take thousands of mines. I don't think I can count that high, Ange said grimly. They've thrown up a hyperspace blockade. They found us, and they're walling us in. The only response on her comm was horrified static. She continued, stand by. I'm going to try and contact the fleet. And switched frequencies, and hailed Alliance but got not reply. Her heart sunk further. If the fleet wasn't under attack already, it would be soon. Either way, a jamming field had clearly been raised to squelch all transmissions as surely as these mines would cut off hyperspace exits. She didn't know how they'd been found, but Chalk's fleets intended to finish them. She fought a panicked urge to run back to deeper space and said, come on, let's find a few more mines and take him out. As soon as we punch a hole in this wall, we're jumping back to the fleet. If we're lucky, we're not already too late. On her order, the 6 rogues scattered formation and began scouring the starfield for more mines. It didn't take long for Rogue 3 to spot another and call all fighters on the target, but that didn't give Ange much hope. She was pretty sure they were already long out of luck. When alarms sounded through Alliance's halls, Ganner's first reaction was disbelief. They couldn't be under attack. It had to be a drill or a malfunction of the ship's systems. As he grappled with the impossible, Treeson sprung to action. The older knight got on the medical center's internal comm and contacted the bridge, which confirmed that, yes, a number of star destroyers had just decanted from hyperspace at points surrounding the fleet. Ganner's mind still struggled to understand how this had happened. Trees clamped his shoulders and said, you have to stay here, Ganner. Watch over the Empress. Do anything to protect her. Do you understand? Ganner found himself nodding. Yes. Of course. I will. And with the flash of scarlet, Trees hurried from the med center to the bridge, leaving Ganner alone. Down here he felt helpless, trapped, and confused. Pacing tight circles outside the door to the operations room where Marasiah's implant was being removed, he tried to figure out how they'd been found. The implant itself was not a transmitter, so the doctor had said. He doubted anyone had slapped a tracer on Free Agent or any of the rogues during their escape from Coruscant. Maybe one had landed on Mon Illusion. Maybe it had happened some other way. Maybe one of those Mandalorians had betrayed them somehow. He'd never fully trusted them. The alarms blared on until Ganner almost got used to them. He knew nothing about the battle going on outside. He felt no shaking in the ship's deck, but the med center was deep inside Alliance's bowels and far from the impact of warheads and turbolasers. The battle might already be blazing outside. He slipped past the secure cordon protecting Marasiah and checked the other portions of the med center. Most of the beds were still empty, which meant the ship hadn't taken a lot of damage, not yet. Ganner was about to go back to the operations room when a hand clasped his arm so hard it hurt. He let out a shocked, pained yelp and saw Saray Darrow, on her feet beside him, shiny metal fingers squeezed tight on his bicep. I'm sorry, the young woman said, withdrawing the hand. She flexed the fingers. Metal's joints clicked audibly. If the medics were planning to apply blue synthskin, they hadn't gotten around to it yet. This is new? I'm still not sure how to control it. It's all right. Ganner flexed his sore arm. At least he still had his. Miss Darrow, the ship's under attack. I'm not sure about the specifics. Please go back to your bed. We're safe. If we're under attack, it's not safe anywhere. She was young, but she spoke with an older woman's severity. My husband's on the bridge. I need to go to him. From what I heard, you being on the bridge during the fight is how you ended up here. Please, leave that to soldiers. She rankled but didn't break for the exit. Instead, she glanced at the security cordon. Is the Empress in there? Ganner stared. The Empress? I don't. I know what we went all the way to Coruscant to get. The fingers on her new hand twitched. Is she in there? Yes, he admitted. She's undergoing a medical procedure. I think they're almost done. If you'll excuse me, I need to check on her. Frustration and helplessness scrunched Saray's face tight. Ganner understood her emotions completely, but he had better things to do than commiserate with the senator's wife. Stay here, please, he told her. I'll check on the Empress, then I'll come back out. She nodded acquiescence. Ganner left her behind and skipped through the cordon and back to the operation room's entrance, just in time for the short, furry, drawlish doctor to come through the door. Hurriedly he asked, "Is it done? Have you taken out the implant?" "Yes. The Empress is still under sedation and will take some time to recover." Ganner wasn't sure if they had any time at all. If they'd have to move the Empress while unconscious, he had no idea how to do it. "Do you know what the device is?" "We have some idea." The doctor gave a whistling sigh. "During the procedure, we detected a short energy burst from the implant. We had no way of interpreting the burst with our medical instruments, but it seems to match the output required for a long-range broadcast transmission." A tracer. Pieces fell into place. Ganner remembered the device Salk had fixed up that let them track both Send and Hologram chalk. In order to avoid the detection, the device issued a short burst every half hour instead of transmitting its location constantly. The implant in Marasiah must have functioned the same way but on a larger scale, with higher powered bursts and probably lower emission frequency. Either way, he understood now how they'd been tracked to this location, and he understood that the newly joined fight was well out of his hands. It was probably beyond saving entirely. Panic seized him and he struggled for self-control. There was only one place Ganner still had some agency. "When do you think the Empress will wake up?" The anesthetic normally takes several hours more to wear off, but given the circumstances, there are ways to hasten the process. "Do it," Ganner said, and the doctor hurried back to the operations room without argument. Once he was gone, Ganner went to the room's computer terminal and began scouring a map of the Alliance's sprawling interior. If they had to run, he needed to know where to. Protecting the Empress was his first duty as an Imperial Knight. Now it was his only one left. By the time Therese got to Alliance's bridge, the battle had already begun. As yet it hadn't reached the flagship itself. The mighty Star Destroyer was tucked at the center of the formation, and Moncal cruisers had pulled close to protect it at all points. Those cruisers had also launched their fighter wings, and Therese could see dozens of tiny ships swarming around Alliance's hull in anticipation of the coming assault. In the far distance he caught the first explosive sparks of a battle join, but he couldn't make out the attacking Star Destroyers with his naked eyes. When Therese looked at the tactical holo to get an understanding of the fight, his heart dropped to his stomach. There had to be 20 Star Destroyers and twice as many support ships forming a loose sphere around the Alliance fleet. Among them were a pair of interdictors with gravity wells online, trapping everyone in real space. It was a staggering fleet. Dumbly, Therese wondered how Hologram had gathered so many ships so quickly. In the face of a surprise attack, he expected the bridge to be a bedlam, but Bay's people were reacting like professionals. Though tense, they were all doing their jobs, prepping systems for a fight and plotting possible courses of action. Therese located Bay standing in the middle of it all, eerily calm as he contemplated the tactical holo. Therese sidled next to him and said, "I'm sorry, Admiral. If we weren't any was responsible for bringing these ships down on you." The Weequay held up a hand. "Save it. I need to concentrate on the battle, not recriminations. They have us boxed in very effectively," Therese said unnecessarily. "Better than you know. Rogue Squadron reports they've laid fields of Happen pulse mass generator mines 2 light years outside the battle zone." Therese had seen those devices in action before, a long time back. Though less defended than actual interdictor cruisers, they had much the same effect, and their jamming fields did a good job of messing with targeting sensors that could have otherwise picked them off easily. He recalled Hologram's meetings with Happen representatives followed Marasiah's faux funeral. Suddenly those made much more sense. "Ange and her pilots carved us an escape vector, right here." Bay pointed to a red X hovering on the edge of the tactical holo. "That can get us through that drag field, but we still need to handle the other interdictors." The attacking fleet had spread its 2 drag ships wide to maximize the interdiction field. One sat at the north pole of the battle, the other to the south. Neither was anywhere close to the exit vector that would free them from this tightening cage. Therese glanced out the viewport at far-off explosions, then back at the holo. "Did they hail us and order a surrender?" "No," Bay shook his head. "They dropped from hyperspace. move to targeting range, and immediately open fire. They've also thrown up a jamming field, high intensity. We can barely communicate with our own ships, let alone theirs. It all made horrifying sense. The pilots and crewmen in those ships all believed they were attacking the murderous terrorists who'd ravaged Coruscant. Hogrum would have ordered them to block all transmissions from the enemy to prevent them from learning the truth, that they were attacking their own empress. It was cruel and ruthless, simple and effective. Compounded with Marasiah's fresh revelations that sickened him. He'd known Hogrum for 40 years, 2/3 of his life. The man had been distant, sometimes cold and often inscrutable, but he never imagined he could orchestrate such atrocity. If the attacking fleet really had been ordered to wipe out the Alliance ships, the death toll would be staggering. The Empress, Hogrum's niece, only child of his beloved Elia, would be among them. Therese could almost fathom the rest of it, but not that murder. As Bay took reports, Therese stared at the holo and struggled to react. He wanted to throw Marasiah, awake or not, onto a ship and rush her out of here, but there was no place to run to as long as those drag ships were working. For now, the safest place in the battle zone was Alliance's med center, but that wouldn't last forever. All right, Bay snapped for the whole bridge to hear. It's time to go on the offensive. I want Captain Hollix to take his battle group up to the North Pole and begin an attack on that drag ship. Tell Captain Grevark to feint at the one to the south. Mon Elusia holds beneath us and backs up Grevark. The tactical crew hurried to convey his commands. All the hesitation and doubt that had choked the Admiral before seemed disappeared. Bay was a warrior at least, and now he had his war. He wasn't happy, but he was determined. Grim clarity had given him strength. Order given, the Weequay hurried to the comm station, calling, "Get me a secure line with Captain Erringer. I have a special job for him." Within minutes, Alliance ships stared shifting position and launching desperate offensives. They were outgunned more than 2-1, but Hogrum had left them with no chance but to fight ferociously. Therese watched through the viewport as space around them lit brighter than ever with explosions. The first missiles, launched from ties on a bombing run, impacted on Alliance's forward shields and sent faint tremors through the command deck. Therese knew it was just the first raindrop of a storm. Chapter 36. It was a reunion, but it didn't feel much like one. When Free Agent and Mynock met up in deep space, they immediately joined airlocks. After Ania passed through and went into Mynock's crew lounge, she found familiar faces all changed. Jo looked like a man lost in deep grief. She'd heard about the hypergate's destruction, but the reality didn't hit her until she saw him. Cade Skywalker looked distracted, and it was rubbing off on Delia. She couldn't tell what was up with Jerry SN, but something sure was. Kyra might have changed the most. Her eyes had been drained of the old wonder than Ania remembered. The only ones who really seemed unchanged were the droids. The biggest surprise, though, was Darth Talon. The Twi'lek woman had no weapons on her person but no binders either. She just sulked against the back wall, watching them as they talked, saying nothing. When Ania asked Cade in a whisper why they had Talon aboard, he shrugged and said, "Somebody's got to take her." They all needed a lot of catch-up, but there was no time for it. They had a rescue to plan. Our Mando friends had been scouting Galactic City, trying to pick up any signs of where they might have taken my mother, Ania told them. She'd been protective of Marin's identity in the past, but the time for that was over. They say the airspace over the government district is locked down pretty tight, which you'd expect after the attacks, but civilian ships can still pass through as long as they stay in assigned traffic lanes. Hondo's been taking his Black Justice through the loops and mapping security patrols. "That's well and good," said Cade, "but do they have any idea where Chalk's got your mom?" "Not specifically," Aslan said. "I gave them a list of 5 facilities where I know his intel people store prisoners. She could be in any of those, or someplace else entirely." "Then I guess that's what you need me for. See if I can figure out which one." "That's the short of it," Ania said. "I'm hoping you can take Mynock in loops through Galactic City, do some force magic, and pinpoint which building she's in. Maybe even communicate with her and tell her we're coming to help if the Force can do that for you." "It might," This ma of yours, you said she had Jedi training, right? That's right. She used the Force to track Hogwarts chalk, and that led us to the Empress. Now that we have 2 Force users, she shrugged. Well, I'm sure you can accomplish more. Not just 2. Cade looked across the room. You want to come along and lend a hand, Chica? Absolutely, Kyra said. She ran a palm down the lightsaber attached to her belt. It wasn't J.O.'s. Ania had never seen it before, and didn't know how she got it. Good to know. Cade shifted eyes to Jerry. You can help out too, you know. Not like you can, Jerry said, but I figure me, and Blue, and Pilot Minnick while you're doing all your meditating. Knew I could count on you guys. Jerry asked out anyway. Ania knew she was missing something but didn't have time to guess. She said, that's a good basic plan. After the way we busted out, I don't want to take free agent back to Coruscant again. That means it's staying in deep space, emergency use only. I'm hoping Mynock and Hondo's ship will be enough to cover our escape. She looked at the people who'd come with her from free agent. Obviously, I'm going with Mynock. Salk, I know you're still a little rattled from the head injury. Can you man the ship while we're away? Don't worry, Ania can handle it. Good. Gee, I know it's your ship, but I have a debt to Solos, the droid said calmly. Your mother is included in that category. There is no telling how much help she'll require. Of course I will come with you to Coruscant. I figured you'd say that. Ania smiled softly. And Aslan, I'm guessing you're going to come too. The Empress charged me with rescuing her mother. Of course I'll come. The scarred woman shifted gaze to Cade. Looks like you're stuck with me for a little while. He looked away, uncharacteristically awkward. We'll make it work. You tried to contact any of your buddies on Coruscant. I don't think I have many buddies left, Aslan admitted. At least, not in the Knights. We don't know who we can trust anymore. What about the Jedi? You got friends there, don't you? Rassi Toom. Shadow. Master Toom doesn't know about any of this. At least, we haven't told him. As for Shadow, now Aslan looked awkward. I don't know. He helped us on our first attempt to rescue the Empress, but he didn't escape with us. And I've been trying to contact him since, but he's not responding. Doesn't sound like Shadow. He's always been the dependable one. I don't know the specifics, but I think he's been through a lot. Cade. Yeah, well, who hasn't? If we can't depend on Shadow, fine. We got good help already. He looked around the packed crew lounge. And a full boat. You okay leaving just one person on free agent? I'll stay too, J.O. said. Ania couldn't hide her surprise. He saw that and added, Salk could always use a co-pilot. You never know if we might get into trouble. Besides, it's been a while since I've been aboard. It made sense and nobody argued, but his decision still stung Ania. She'd assumed that, once she finished chasing after her mother, and J.O. finished chasing the Force, they'd end up in the same place as they started, on the same mismatched but trust-bound team. But that had been stupid. She should have known as well as anybody that things didn't magically go back to the way they were. Pushing her disquiet aside, Ania looked to Darth Talon, a black and red statue on the far wall. What about her? Don't you want to lock her up somewhere? I was thinking about that, Kay said. Or maybe we could do a prison swap. Your mom for the Sith Shudder. I'm sure Chalk knows how to deal with him. I'm pretty sure he killed Darth Havoc, Aslan said darkly. Maybe with his own saber. Talon didn't seem fazed by the death threats. She didn't seem to care about anything. In a very dull voice she said, You can do with me what you wish. Good. Cade told the crowd, I like her better when she's not feisty. Somehow, Ania sensed that wasn't true. If Talon's staying here, then let's get ready to split up, she said. The sooner we get there, the faster we find her and get her out. She didn't want to add that mother might be dead already. Cade didn't say anything about feeling some disturbance in the Force, but she gathered he'd been busy. As the group broke and began switching places, Ania stepped slowly to Jerry Asin, who watched it all with an almost Talon-like detachment. She asked him, Are you going to be good to fly? Me? Sure. Blue will be handling the stick anyway. I'll do guns. Absently, he added, I like guns. I get that, Ania said as she watched Jo and Salk head back toward the airlock. A G-37 stomped after them to retrieve supplies. She caught Azlyn sharing a long look with Cade before she, too, ducked back into free agent. Didn't realize Cade knew Azlyn Ray, Ania muttered. Jerry S. snorted. Knew. She used to be his Munichika, long time back. Really? Ania blinked. Well, it's a small galaxy. Ain't it just? Weird one, too. Your Mishkupataga's in a funk, by the way. He's not my, whatever. But I noticed. I gotta say, I feel for the guy. He didn't do anything wrong, but everything still went bad for him. Which is worse than Poodoo being your fault, in a way. I'll keep that in mind. Cheer him up if you can, after we get your ma back. First things first. Right? First things first. Ania had a few things to pick up from free agent, too. She dug back into the ship, gathered her weapons, then headed back to the airlock. A G-37 and Azlyn had already just through. Jo was there at the threshold, watching them pass. Thanks for minding the ship, Ania told him. Don't mention it. They were avoiding each other's eyes. Does it feel good to be back home? He looked around the cramped chamber. I don't know. Maybe. Give me time to figure it out. Right? Ania hesitated. The space between them was short but seemed huge. Instead of leaning in for a hug, she extended a hand. Jo shook it firmly but once, and then she slipped through the airlock and sealed it behind her. Within minutes, the ships had separated and Mynak was on an inbound course of Coruscant, where her mother awaited. First things first. Marin had done her best. She'd strung her captors along with the hint of more information. When her Cubaz interrogator had come to her with scraps of data on the transit department building, she'd played along, giving him a mostly accurate summary of what she'd seen before. Then her captors left her alone for a while. They'd moved her into a tiny cell with a bunk. Standard days passed and her only visitors were droids passing meals through the slot in the door. It reinforced her impression that her captors didn't care much about their sole prisoner, which only worried her more. With so little to do, Marin tried to spend more time in the Force. She'd lay stomach up on her bed, close her eyes, feign sleep for the holocam, and spread her awareness outward. She'd feel all the half-bored minds in the surrounding building and the vague presence of Coruscant's billions beyond. Sometimes she thought she sensed Hagram Chalk's half-remembered self, but she wasn't sure. What she did know for certain was that of Galactic City's sprawling population, not a one of them could use the Force. She thought she was used to that. It had been a very long time since she was in the company of Jedi. Still, she felt lonely and small. And then, one evening when her cell's overhead lights had been dimmed for sleep, she felt someone touch her back. It was such a novel sensation she barely recognized it at first. Marin took a long time to respond. She probed outward and felt one firm Force presence, not immediately near but somewhere among Galactic City swarms. The presence emanated harsh wisdom and strong will. It knew exactly who she was and had been searching for her. To Marin's surprise, she sensed a second presence also. It was weaker, fainter, but just as determined to save her. It almost felt like a Padawan's Force signature. Neither of them was Marasiah Fel. She was sure of that. In addition to hope, Marin felt stirrings of wonder. Maybe Cade Skywalker had succeeded on his mad, strange quest to unlock the Force. Lying on her bed, she concentrated, trying to tell the searchers where she was. She projected images of her cell and the hard corridors beyond and hoped they understood. She had nothing more to tell them, as she didn't know where in Galactic City she was being held. They told her they figured it out and were inbound. She told them to be careful. She was under heavy guard and well inside a secure facility. They told her to be patient. They figure it out. She tried to ask them for their names, but the Force bond weakened as her rescuers concentrated on devising the plan. Nonetheless, Marin felt warmed inside. Just when she started to lose faith in her future, it had come back to her. The Force had delivered it. Her feelings toward her inborn power had vacillated for many years, but now, After so many decades, she was glad to have it and would never turn her back on it again. Satisfied, Marin stayed on the bed, half attuned to the Force, half resting, and waited for the next signal from her saviors. That lasted an hour, 2 at most. Then the door to her cell clanked noisily open, jerking her out of near sleep. Lights in the hallway beyond were as bright and stark as ever, and she squinted as she struggled to sit upright. The silhouette in front of her resolved into her Cubaz interrogator. "Good evening, Miss Gitzok," the Cubaz said. "I hope I didn't ruin your slumber. Why are you here? What time is it?" She didn't have to feign grogginess. "It is late, I'm sorry to say, but this was the only time the Regent was available to speak with you." That chased tiredness away. "Hogrum Chalk wants to talk with me. You've stolen something very important from him. He's been following your interrogation closely, though he's not had time to supervise it until now. Cleaning up that attack by Alliance terrorists, you understand. But he's opened up a few hours in his schedule to talk to you personally." She tried to put on the gruff Mando act. "Does Chalk always interrogate prisoners himself, or should I feel honored?" "Oh, you should definitely be honored. Mind you, Regent Chalk was our intelligence director before that, and a capable spy. He knows how to get information from people. Better than you." That didn't rile him. "Please, Miss Gitzok, on your feet. You don't want to keep the Regent waiting." Marin rose slowly. As the Cubaz led her out to the hall, where 2 stormtrooper guards were waiting, she reached out with the Force. She found the minds that had touched her earlier and tried to tell them she was on the move. Then she reached out to find Chalk's presence. He was nowhere nearby. She was certain of that. As the stormtroopers slapped stun cuffs on her wrists and nudged her down the long blank hall, she asked the Cubaz, "How far away is your boss? Do I get to see his office?" "No, Miss Gitzok will handle your interrogation in this building," he assured. It was a lie. Chalk wasn't here, and she wasn't going to be an interrogation. Through the Force, she could read the Cubaz's intentions clearly. She was about to be taken to a bleak white-walled room, put up against a wall, and shot in dead of night. She tried to make herself useful to her captors while slowly understanding they had no use for her at all. Now they would get rid of her, just like they'd silence anyone else who knew Marasiah was alive. She tried to hide her panic and reach out into the Force. She told her would-be rescuers that she was under threat and she needed help now. They got that and told her to hold tight and stay alive. She'd do her best. For now she was on her own, and Marin scoured the surrounding halls with the Force. At this late hour, most of the building was emptied. Aside from the Cubaz and her 2 troopers, she felt 2 alert minds nearby, both awaiting on the floor 2 levels beneath them. That was probably where they'd execute her. To get there, they'd have to take a lift. The Cubaz led her down a sharp corner, and the tube entrance loomed ahead of them. Marin calculated options fast. They were in the heart of the vast building, and the lift was her fastest way to an exit. The double doors slid apart, and the compact lift car was open and waiting. As she stepped into it, her eyes darted up. One security camera directly overhead. Marin, the stormtroopers, and the Cubaz all stepped inside. The doors slid shut. The Cubaz stabbed a button, ordering them from level 25 down to level 27. Like most bottomless Coruscanti buildings, stories were counted from the top down. 2 levels wasn't a lot of time to move. Marin did it fast. As soon as the doors hissed shut and the lift dropped, she called on the Force to blur the camera, then knocked both stormtroopers hard. As their armor cracked against the wall, she spun on the Cubaz. He was reaching for the controls to the stun cuffs, but she snapped an elbow in his breathing mask first. The Cubaz retched and gasped for air. She called on the Force again and plucked his holdout pistol from his hip holster. The weapon smacked in her bound-together hands as the troopers rebounded. She positioned herself behind the Cubaz to use him as a body shield, and Force smacked the troopers back again. 2 laser bolts dropped them. The Cubaz's pistol was already set to stun, so she shifted her grip and pumped 1 more blue blast into her interrogator's chest. It took all of 5 seconds. Marin was panting with exertion as the lift doors opened on the long, empty corridor ahead. She considered for a moment, then took the stun cuff controls from the Q-Bass's hand and released herself. Then she tossed aside the holdout pistol and lifted a military-grade blaster rifle from each trooper. Finally, Marin used the force to shove all 3 bodies out into the hall. Then she tapped the lift controls and flung herself upward toward the next challenge. As Mynock banked over the government district and accelerated toward their destination, a stout, modest skyscraper affiliated with the Federation Security Bureau, Kyra felt herself drawn into a mind not her own. It was a strange experience, though she'd felt everything the Force had to offer on the other side of the gate, but this was different. Kyra was still fully herself, but faint emotions nagged the edge of her awareness, emotions that were clearly foreign. She felt fear, adrenaline rush, and weird thrill from Marin Skirata. It all came on her at once, and she understood that the old woman had been thrown into a fight. Then the feeling ebbed, but Kyra knew it would come back. Peering over Delia and Jiraiya as they steered Mynock, she whispered, "Did you feel that?" Cade and Ania were crammed beside her. The former said, "Yeah, I got something. She's in the thick of it." "What does that mean?" Ania looked between them, clearly frustrated at being locked out. "It means she trying to bust out on her own," Cade said. "Might have been she had no choice. I dunno. But she's in that building." Ania stabbed a finger at the window. The southeast corner of the government district had restricted airspace and increased speeder patrols. No surprise, given that the towers there were operated by the Federation's intelligence and security agencies. "Yeah, she's there. No idea how close she is to escape, though, which means we're gonna have to bust in." "Great," Ania growled, but Kyra could tell she felt neither fear nor hesitation. "Time to get moving. Call Hondo." "Coming right up." Jerry's fingers tapped the console. "Black Justice, you there?" "We read you," a Mandalorian voice scratched over the speaker. "We see you inbound." Ania leaned over Jerry's shoulder. "It's time to insert. We'll need you to distract them." "I know, Sayerica, we went over the plane. Tell us when to go in." Ania looked to Cade. Cade said, "Charge in when you're ready. We'll be right behind you." "Oh yeah? See you around, you crazy shabuyer." The comm clicked off. Delia, gripping the throttle tight, asked, "Was that a compliment?" "In this context, yes," Ania said. "We'd better get down there fast." "Agreed," Kay said. As Kyra joined them toward the exit, she looked back out the viewport. In the darkness of night, it was easy to see the flare of Black Justice's thrusters as it dove toward the FSB building. Even more apparent was the hail of laser fire spewed. That got the attention of the patrolling airspeeders like nothing else. The Mandalorian vessel juked and jumped to avoid retaliatory fire, then streaked away from the security zone, taking a half-dozen chasing speeders with it. "Okay, path's clear," Delia shouted. "I'm bringing her in. Jerry, get the guns." "I always got the guns." His eyes flicked past his shoulder to Kyra. "Better get down to the ramp, little Pataka." She realized Ania and Cade had already gone ahead. Mynock accelerated and began rough maneuvers of his own, and Kyra found herself bouncing off bulkheads as she hurried down the corridor and down the stairs through the crew lounge all the way to Mynock's main hold. The ship kept trying to throw her off her feet, and she made her way to the landing ramp. The broad doors were closed, but Cade and Ania were standing right in front of them, as well as Azlyn Ray and AG-37. R2-D2 was plugged into the ramp controls and released an eager whistle as Kyra joined them. "Good. Crew's all here." Cade flicked on his comlink. "Ready when you are, Blue." A few jerks later, Mynock decelerated. Kyra grabbed right to the wall as the ship surged beneath her, adjusting altitude. With one more whistle, R2-D2 began lowering the ramp. The heavy metal door swung out and down, and wind rushed their faces. Mynock had sat down on a landing pad, broad and empty except for one security airspeeder and a handful of confused officers staring at the new arrival. They didn't stare long. AG-37 bounded down first, flicked both rifle-bearing arms out, and fired off 5 precise shots. By the time Kyra, Ania, Aslan and Cade joined him on the deck. The scampering officers were all prone on the deck. A G-37 swung his top photoreceptor on the humans. Landing zone secure. Expect reinforcements. We must move quickly. Yeah, right? Cade hefted a double-barrel blaster rifle in one hand, his lightsaber in the other. Kyra felt him reach into the Force with strength and ease she could only envy, and he said, I think I got her. Let's go. Alarms were blaring now. Marin had progressed slowly through the facility, trying to blur every camera she spotted and taking out guards only if she couldn't distract them with the Force. She must have missed something because the sirens were wailing, the sleepy facility was stirring, and she was about to have a lot more company. Some of that company announced itself with a hail of laser fire over her head. Marin got a split-second warning through the Force and ducked. Then she turned around and saw 3 security officers charging down the hall behind her. She flicked out a short kinetic wave that hit them in the legs and sent them toppling over each other. She didn't waste seconds pumping stun blasts into them. Instead, she ran. Marin had gotten a chance to review a building schematic shortly after escaping her executioners. She'd found the right level to access the main landing pads but still had to get through several long halls and a main, well-guarded foyer. Her rescuers were close, she could sense both of them in the Force and, she thought, maybe Ania too. Scampering, body bent low, stolen rifle in either hand, Marin passed down 2 more corridors. She found the door she needed and found it locked, but a hard tug with the Force was enough to slide it partway open. As soon as she slid through, she regretted it. A half-dozen stormtroopers were there, waiting for her with rifles lifted. The ones she fought with already had been using lethal bolts instead of stun blasts, and she doubted these would be different. It looked like she'd met her firing squad after all. Marin didn't lower her blasters. She felt her rescuers close and tried to drag the standoff a little longer. Let me through, she called, with a touch of Force suggestion. Drop the weapons, the lead trooper barked. Do it now. I'm not a threat to you. She directed intention to the stormtrooper beside the leader. That soldier's gun wavered and he said aloud, Boss, I don't think she'll hurt us. She's an escapee. The leader snapped. Shoot to kill. Boss, I don't think that a good idea. Staying it, private. You're getting marks for insubordination. Everyone fire on my mark. 3, 2. That was when the door behind them cracked open and a tiny metal cylinder rolled into the room. Marin squeezed her eyes shut and ducked right as the flashbang went off. Her eyes were burned red and her ears rang. She barely heard the laser fire that filled the room. She didn't dare shoot her rifles, and when a firm hand took her shoulder, she let herself be pulled ahead. Marin stumbled over one prone body. Boots hit hard stormtrooper armor, and she almost fell. She tried to use the Force to clear her ears and vision. When she opened her eyes, the world was extra bright and vivid, and she was in a hallway instead of the room with the troopers. Her shoulder got another tug, and a face bent close to hers. Ania. Her daughter broke and grinned and said, Nice job saving yourself. Now let's get our ride. More blaster fire came from up ahead. Ania tugged Marin forward and together they came up behind a set of 4 figures shooting them in the hallway. One was her daughter's towering assassin droid protector. Another was a long-haired young woman. Her lightsaber was red and the movements she used to deflect incoming laser blasts were haphazard and sloppy, but the Force flowed into her and out of her. Marin realized this was another of Ania's companions. She also marked Aslan Ray by the back of her red head and the bulk of her breathing apparatus. And finally, in the lead, was a man she'd never seen before. Stray laser fire poked holes in his long coat and singed the curls of messy blonde hair, but he didn't flinch. With one hand, he pumped shots from his double-barrel blaster rifle. With the other, he wielded a lightsaber like an expert, nimbly batting back shots. The man was all concentration and untamed will, and she knew this must be Cade Skywalker. Cade led the charge, but a G-37 was right behind him. The tall assassin droid's aim could make a Force user envious as he dropped stormtrooper after stormtrooper, clearing a path for them. The 6 of them clambered over piled bodies and rushed through the next door. Suddenly, they were in the building's large entry foyer, and laser fire immediately fell on them from multiple directions. Cade and AG-37 did their best to ward off shots while the 4 women darted for cover. The closest one was the base of an ornamental fountain on the right side of the lobby. Laser fire sizzled and smoked through leaping water over their heads as Cade and AG-37 rushed to join them. Cade ducked low beside Ania, while AG-37 retracted legs into torso and tried to bend his long body forward. It was an awkward, untenable posture that prevented him from shooting back, but Cade and Ania peeked over the fountain's rim and returned shots. Marin peeked over too to get a quick look. Stormtroopers and officers had taken positions behind the security desk in the center of the room and behind the other fountain on the left side. More guarded the broad glass entrance doors through which a red old freighter could be seen waiting. The moment they tried to move from the fountain, they'd take shots from at least 2 directions. Marin calculated their options quickly and found no good ones. "Hey, Metalman, you got more flashbangs?" Cade asked. "I have one more, but its efficacy is limited in an open space like this," AG-37 replied. He was ducking as much as possible, but a few shots pinged off his back. "We need to just pick a direction and run for it." The young woman, breathless with fear, clasped her red saber tight. "I agree," Marin said, and pointed to the balcony that ran over their heads. "Once they get troops up there, we'll lose our cover." "Great." Cade scowled and peeked over the rim again. Ducking beneath a round of laser fire, he said, "Can you lob that flashbang over the security desk? That'll take out some of them." "I can try," said AG-37, "but it will take me 0.65 seconds to stand, calculate the trajectory, and launch. I will take damage in that time. Then I'll cover you. Stand up on 3. Okay." "Not okay," Aslan said, and waved her blaster at the balcony. Over the high scream of laser fire, they could hear the low pounding of feet. They were out of time. "Go now," Marin barked and lifted both blasters to fire on the balcony. Cade and AG-37 sprung upright. The man slashed his lightsaber, protecting the droid as he lobbed his last flash grenade. Even as Cade protected him from one side, the soldiers on the balcony began pouring fire down, denting the droid's metal frame with a barrage of laser fire. The grenade went off, blinding the ones at the security desk for a few precious seconds. Everyone rose and ran, but Marin knew it wouldn't be enough. Fire was coming at them from 3 angles: the other fountain, the balcony, and the main doors. They'd never be able to defend themselves. They'd be lucky if any of them made it. They had to try anyway. Marin and Ania vaulted over the fountain's rim and started to run. As soon as they did, the broad front doors exploded inward, shattering glass across the security officer stationed there and distracting the other gunmen. Suddenly, another form swept into the lobby. The woman was a constant swirl of red and black Sith tattoos, Marin realized, and laser fire pumped continuously from either fist. Some of the shooters directed fire to the newcomer. Laser blasts pounded the Twi'lek's black armored vest, staggering her, but she didn't stop. "Go, go, go," Cade shouted as he barreled past Marin. AG-37, sparks flying from the damage he'd taken, pounded after him. Marin, Ania, and the other 2 women followed. The Twi'lek held at the smashed open door, firing resolutely at the balcony's gunners, even as more blasts scorched her bare shoulders and legs. AG-37 was the first through the shattered threshold. The landing ramp was extended and waiting for them, and one dreadlocked man was on the slope, waving them forward. Aslan and the girl raced ahead, and Ania grabbed her mother's arm, pulling her forward. As she hurried across the landing pad, Marin looked over her shoulder to see Cade and the Twi'lek, the Sith, backing together out of the battle-scorched lobby. Then they, too, turned and ran for exit. "Not that I don't appreciate the rescue," Cade said as they sprinted for the ramp, "but where the hells did that come from?" Talon didn't answer right away. She jumped onto the metal slope. Cade landed right behind her. AG-37 and Jariah Sin fired over their heads, forcing the Persian stormtroopers to back off. As soon as everyone was on the ramp, it started to pull upward and Mynock lifted off. Talon and Cade were both dumped onto the deck of the main hold as the ship started violent acceleration skyward. As everyone panted for breath and checked their wounds, she formulated her answer. That successful fight had given Talon her first feeling of triumph in months, maybe since she'd lost the Force. It was more than worth risking her life for. But there was more than that. Talon turned her eyes on the newcomer. It was an old woman with a lined back and gray hair pulled into a fraying bun. There was no obvious familiar resemblance to Cade Skywalker or Ania Solo, but her bond with them existed where it counted. "You are a Skywalker," she said. Not a question. The old woman inclined her head slightly. "I never thought of myself as one, but apparently I am. Then you hold the key to recovering the Force within you. Your rescue was necessary." The old woman looked to Cade, who was struggled to his feet as his ship jerked and trembled. "We got a lot of catching up to do, Miss whatever your name is." "Call me Marin," she said. "Just Marin." An angry voice came over the host comm. "Jerry, get your butt up here and man the guns." "Got it," the man said, and scrambled for the cockpit. Cade followed, but Talon was right behind him. She hadn't done all this to be shot out of the sky. When he got to the cockpit, Jerry dropped immediately into the co-pilot's chair and took weapon control. Mynock shuddered faintly as he began popping off shots, and several whipped past the cockpit in reply. As Cade strapped himself into the seat behind the pilot, he asked, "What are we looking at?" "Bunch of ties trying to intercept." Delia gritted her teeth as she threw the ship into tight evasive maneuvers. Overhead stars slipped back and forth in the viewport. They probably buffed up security since the last ship busted out of here with the prisoner. Lucky us. "Where's the bucket boys?" "Not far behind us. They're giving some cover fire." "How long until we can get to lightspeed?" "I don't know. Got a heading." "No, just get us out of here." "Sounds good to me." The ship shook violently from the impact on its shields. Talon half sat and half fell into the seat beside Cade's. He gave her a look that wavered between annoyance and confusion. He was trying to figure out what to make of her after her last stunt, but had more pressing concerns. Delia Blue was, to her credit, a good pilot, and she tossed Mynock through a series of evasive maneuvers. Jerry S.N. was an equally good gunner, and even as the ship bounced around, he managed to clear off most of the ties pursuing them. As they got to the edge of the gravity well, a last batch of fighters tried to intercept them from the right flank, but Black Justice pulled ahead. The Mandalorian ship's heavy shields and heavier weapons easily broke the tie's charge, giving them the precious clearance they needed to jump to hyperspace. Starlines became a bright white. Delia exhaled and slumped in her seat. "Am I good or what?" "The best, Mishku." Kay stood up, mussed her blue hair, and kissed her forehead. "Find some place to drop us out of lightspeed safely. Jerry, you call the bucket boys and figure out a rendezvous point. Oh, and thank M for saving our butts. I'm gonna check on the new cargo." As he started for the exit, he gave Talon another of those weird, wondering looks. She stared blankly back. Her reasons for charging in there had been simple, she thought. She'd done what she had because it was the only thing left she could do. If Skywalker couldn't understand, that was his problem. Before he left the cockpit, Jiraiya said, "Hey, looks like we picked up a message." "Message from who?" asked Delia. "Looks like free agent." Jerry tapped the comm console. The message was voice only, and JOS Sam sounded tense with urgency. "Mynock, I hope you get this, and I hope you get off Coruscant in one piece. We've just gotten a message from Anjdal of Rogue Squadron, who I guess you've been working with." "Lovely lady," Jerry muttered fondly. "She says the Alliance fleet under Admiral Bay had been besieged by Hagram Chalk's forces. They're walled in by a set of happen gravity well mines, but Dahl has blown a hole in the wall. She's trying to get people out from the siege, but she needs help." Jail swallowed audibly. "It sounds like they're being set up for the slaughter. The Empress is with that fleet. We should help any way we can. Dahl sent coordinates where we can slip through the minefield. When you get this message, please let me know." His voice clicked off. Delia sighed and lumped deeper in her seat. "I'm getting damn sick of rescue missions. We should start charging for this. Sounds good to me. Jerry Ash shook his head and looked to Cade. What do you think, Patissa? Out of the fryer, into the fire. Story of my Karkin life, Cade said. But you heard the man. Let's get going. Chapter 37. In her dream, Marasiah was lost in a maze of corridors. She didn't recognize the building, but something in its stark splendor brought to mind the bastion palace of her childhood. The pathway wound sharp corners and sometimes broke into branches, and no matter which route she tried, she was always walled in by hard stone. There were no doors, not even locked ones. Eventually, there seemed no point in wandering, and she simply stopped where she was. That was when alarms woke her. Empty hallways faded to black, which in turn was replaced by blurry white. When vision cleared, she realized she was lying on her stomach, head braced past the operating table's edge and staring at clean floor tile. Feet skirted around her and she heard voices, muffled, incomprehensible, but she sensed panic. With effort, Marasiah found her arms, found strength, and pushed herself off the table. As she struggled to sit upright, a medical droid's hollow voice said, "Please do not strain yourself, mistress. There is no reason to hurry." She wasn't sure about that. As soon as Marasiah threw her legs over the table's edge and sat upright, the Dralian doctor scurried to her side. "Empress, please be calm. What's going on? Why are there alarms?" He took a deep breath. "We are under attack, Majesty. The entire fleet has been surrounded by Star Destroyers." "What?" She jumped off the table. As her bare feet smacked the floor, a sharp pain stabbed through her lower back. She lurched against the table and remembered the operation she'd been through. "We have sealed the insertion and applied Bacta, but your muscles and skin will take time to fully mend," the doctor cautioned. "What is going on? How are we under attack?" The droll's little mouth stuttered. He knew what to say but was afraid to get it out. From behind her, a familiar voice said, "You were implanted with a tracking device. That's how they found us." Marasiah spun. Ganner looked baleful in the operating table's bright lights. Her hand went to the small of her back, where fingers touched lightly over the sensitive wound. "I'm so sorry," Ganner said. "We had no idea. The device, it was sophisticated and designed to escape detection." Marasiah grew dizzy. Her legs buckled and Ganner was immediately beside her, holding her up by both shoulders. She never imagined she could be so utterly outplayed. Bile surged in her empty stomach and she felt ready to vomit. She swallowed the burn and forced herself to look at him. "Get me a comm," she whispered. "I need to talk to my uncle or whoever's commanding that fleet. I'll tell them I surrender." Ganner shook his head. "Master sends up on the bridge now. He says we can't make any contact with the fleet. They're aggressively jamming all our signals. They've also thrown up a blockade of Hap and Pulse mass mines to prevent our escape." He swallowed hard. "I think they've pinned us down for a slaughter." She almost fainted again. Her mind screamed denial. No. There was to be a way. My uncle, I'll give myself up. I'll let him kill me. "Empress, I think he means to kill all of us." Marasiah looked down at the clothes she'd had the surgery in. Loose, lightweight. White pajamas, like the ones she'd been imprisoned in. She thought she's escaped, but she'd taken her cage with her, and she dragged hundreds of thousands of brave Alliance soldiers into it without even knowing. She squeezed Ganner's arm like it was the last sure thing in the universe. "You should have never come for me. You should have left me in the jail forever." His pain bled into the Force. He wanted to argue with her but couldn't. "Ganner, what do we do?" Her voice was small, weak, not like an empress at all. "We'll call Master Send on the bridge. They're trying to punch through the interdiction field. If we can just knock out one of their drag ships, some of us might get away." The medical center rocked slightly around them. The first sign Alliance had come under heavy fire. Ganner pressed. "We can get you to a ship. Punch you through the gap even if Alliance can't make it through. We will get you out of here, Majesty. I swear it." Conviction burned in his eyes and scraped his throat. Marasiah only nodded. Ganner wanted her to live more than she did herself. Emerald laser fire was falling into Alliance's forward shields, and ripples of energy scattered periodically obscured the view from the bridge. Worse were the arcs of concussion missiles from the smaller Star Destroyer directly above them, which was firing with all ventral launchers and overwhelming the particle shields. Warheads slipped past the screen and impacted far down the hull, tearing fiery holes in the flagship's bow even as it pushed toward a second destroyer that had turned its broadside to intercept their forward charge. The attacking ships had fallen on them with a vengeful frenzy, and stuck on the bridge, Tree Sin had felt the ache of helplessness every time one of Bay's corvettes or frigates disappeared in a burst of flame. The dire situation was getting worse by the minute, but the Admiral himself seemed almost calm as he strode up and down the bridge, giving commands to increasingly frantic crew. Trees admired his apparent composure. The Alliance fleet had essentially split into halves, one attacking the interdictor cruiser at the north end of the battle zone, with the smaller group attacking the one to the south. Alliance and a small collection of support ships were separate from either group and vectoring toward a jump point that would supposedly carry them through the wall of happened mines laid outside the battle zone. Alliance was the most powerful ship in this brawl, but it was currently being pounded by two Pelion-class Star Destroyers with more on the way. Even if they did break past their immediate attackers, it would do no good if that interdiction field remained. Treese watched on the holo as the marker for another Mon Cal ship winked out high above them. The Imperials were throwing almost everything into the defense of the drag ships. The lead Alliance vessel attacking the North Point had been savaged, pounded, and was now adrift in space. Its support ships were still attacking, but a half-dozen big destroyers had formed a protective wall around the interdictor. Things were faring only a little better on the south end of the fight. Though the brawl there wasn't as fierce, a pair of destroyers were holding back the cruiser Enduring Pride. Meanwhile, Mon and Luja, already badly damaged from the fight at Coruscant, had lurched to join the battle, but instead of risking a direct fight it was in no shape to win, it had emptied its bays of all smaller ships. Not just starfighters, but shuttles and every manned or support craft had been jettisoned into space. The only thing it hadn't cast away was the escape pods, and those only because they lacked weapons. The fight at the South Pole seemed in no better shape than the North's, and Treese had no idea how Bay hoped to salvage any of it. Nonetheless, the Admiral stalked the bridge, showing off strength, even if he didn't feel it. As he watched the tactical holo, he felt the buzz of her personal comlink. Only Ganner and Miragia had access to it, and he quickly stepped off the bridge and turned it on. "This is Sende," he said. "Report." "It's me, Master Sende." Marasiah's voice was heavy, killing his joy at hearing it. "I'm glad to hear you're awake." "You shouldn't be. The implant was a tracer." "I know. Ganner told me." "He used me?" Her voice went thick with bile. "I've led all these people to their deaths. All of them." Before she cracked further, Ganner said, "We still have a chance to get out of this, Empress. Please be patient." It was as much a plea as assurance. "I'll tell the Admiral you're awake and ask his advice," Tree said. "Empress, are you ready to evacuate the ship if need be?" "I can move," she said. "I've been studying the ship's schematics," Ganner added. "There are several private docking bays on this ship, and if the Admiral will direct us to them." "I think the Admiral is still hoping to get all the ship through the fight intact," Tree said, though as another shudder rocked the ship, he struggled to think of how. "Stand by. I'll talk to him immediately." He pocketed the comlink and walked back onto the bridge. Bay was at the tactical station, giving orders while Senator Darrow watched the holo anxiously. Before Treese could all his attention, the Admiral hurried toward the comm station. "Admiral, sir." Treese trotted after him. "Good news. The Empress is awake and awaiting instructions." The Weequay glanced over his shoulder. "I wasn't aware she took them. This is your ship." He stepped close and lowered his voice. "Should we prepare to evacuate?" His leathery face wrinkled. "I'm hoping to avoid that, but she should be ready. I was about to order all non-combat staff to begin preparations." "I understand. But that drag field." Bay held up a hand. "Just watch, Master Sende. You're about to understand." He turned to the comm station and said, get me a priority link with Captain Erringer. Now. A few seconds later, the holo-image of a fierce-looking Shistavan appeared before him. Mon Elusia's captain snapped a quick salute. Your orders, Admiral. Have you completed evacuation? All ships have launched. Our bays are totally empty. We have staff standing by inside the escape pods. Don't launch them yet. You'll give our intentions away. Brake at maximum speed for that interdictor. Captain Grevark will run interference for you the best he can. Once you think you have a clear shot at the drag ship, you can launch the escape pods. Given the Imperial's moves, I can't promise anyone inside them will survive. It will give them some chance, Erringer said. Yes. Launch them at your discretion. I intend to. I'll stay on the bridge and see this through to the end. Treese understood what they planned, and what Erringer meant. They nodded firmly. We'll never forget what you've done here, Captain. I hope you last to remember it. The Shistavan snapped another salute. They returned it. Their two men's gazes held through the flickering transmission, and then the holo winked out. They relaxed his salute, sighed, and turned to Treese. You know what's about to happen? We have one shot at escape, and I will press forward as hard as I can. I see now. Thank you, Admiral, for giving us a fighting chance. I've done what I could. Now go down to sick bay, retrieve your empress, and get her ready to move. He glanced at the tactical station and raised his voice. You too, Senator? You're not doing any good up here. Darrell seemed to rankle. I don't want to run from a fight. This isn't yours to win. Get down to sick bay and protect your wife. The senator nodded reluctantly and started for the exit. Treese fell stride matching stride beside him. The Admiral's right, he said. We're most useful elsewhere. I know. Darrell growled frustration. Stay with me, Master Sende. I know the quickest way to the med center. This ship was my home for a long time, you know. His voice was tinged with sadness and uncertainty. He was wondering if his home would become his grave. Row 2's crossfire twisted around a volley of laser fire, then straightened long enough for Ange to drop behind the TIE Predator shooting at him and deliver hot light of her own. The TIE attempted to wrestle away, but a single proton torpedo caught it from behind, punched through faltering shields, and turned it to spiraling flame. Thanks, Lead, Row 2 called. I owe you again. Plenty of chances to repay, Ange called. Start hunting. She tried to keep up some banter, but it was hard. After making an emergency call to free agent and breaking a small hole in the minefield, the rogues had jumped in to find a brutal battle already joined. The massive fleet of Star Destroyers seemed intent on total slaughter, like they were trying to silence anyone who had any clue that the Empress had survived. That would explain why the Imperial ships were putting out a broad jamming field and refusing to respond to hails from the Alliance ships, even offers of surrender. Ange had no idea Hogram Chalk could be this ruthless. Admiral Bay was busy trying to find and escape from this massacre, and he spared only a few words of instruction for his old wingmate. But that was enough. Though there was a huge brawl to defeat the interdictor cruiser holding at the battle zone's North Pole, Joram had assured her that the Southern Pole was where the fight would really be decided. Though Alliance was making a violent push toward the exit vector even now, he told Ange to protect Mon Elusia at all costs. The mighty Mon Cal cruiser had been savaged by the fight over Coruscant and had avoided most of the battle so far, preferring instead to empty all its hangar bays. Ange failed to see a method to the madness until Captain Erringer's ship made a lurching pivot, then fired engines to full and threw its big, battered body toward the South Point interdictor. The two Star Destroyers defending the drag ship were currently entangled with Captain Grevark's Enduring Pride. The Alliance warship had engaged its counterparts so heavily that they didn't even notice Mon Elusia's charge until it was past their firing range. The drag ship still had other defenders. TIE starting swarming Mon Elusia, pecking away at unshielded portions of its hull. The rogues joined dozens of other Alliance fighters trying to keep the big ship clear. It was drawing into firing range now, and the interdictor had turned its broadside to pummel Mon Elusia's already torn up nose. As Ange chased down two TIE neutralizers on a bombing run, she saw a chain of explosions rip through the hull, spilling debris into space. The ship wouldn't last long, and by now everybody had figured out that Captain Erringer was on a suicide run. Ange picked out one neutralizer and pooped a torpedo through his shields. Rogue 2, right on her wing, launched a second warhead that destroyed the other bomber. They'd just bought Mon and Luja a few seconds more life. Ange hoped to count it. She called Rogues 3 and 4 to join 2 on her wing miraculously. They'd all survived, then spun her crossfire around for another pass. As the Mon Cal cruiser came into view, she saw the interdictor looming right ahead of it, firing frantically as it tried to brake and run. Those gravity wells drew a lot of power, making the ship slower than vessels of comparable size, with less armor and weapons. Mon Illusia was half aflame, and from that angle it looked like the bridge's blister might have already been hit, but the Mon Cal cruiser plunged ahead. Ange watched as escape pods began shooting out of its hull. She didn't know if the weight awaiting those crew was death or something even worse, but she told her pilots, all rogues, protect the pods. Shoot down any imps that gets close. Her pilots did just that, dropping behind Mon Illusia as it made its final surge. Ange felt a sick twist as she saw a few pods take green laser blasts and burst into flame. The riders are shooting them down. Rogue 4 snarled. They're blowing up escape pods. Not if we can help it, Ange said. Take them down. The rogues threw themselves into a counterattack, chasing down and destroying any TIE that dared get near the pods. She'd only seen fighting this savage during the last days of the war against Cade, when the Sith fleets knew the tide was turning, and were trying to do as much damage as possible before losing. This was worse. Chalk's forces had the upper hand, knew it, and were mercilessly squashing every opponent, even those who couldn't defend themselves. Ange destroyed another TIE Predator with a flush of satisfaction when she heard Rogue 3 gasp, "Look." She knew exactly where to gaze. Ange twisted her fighter and peered through the viewport as Mon Illusia rammed the interdictor cruiser at best speed. Even with large chunks of superstructure burned away, it still easily outmassed the drag ship, and like a battering ram, it seemed to snap the wedge-shaped vessel in half. The resulting explosion was blinding, but Ange squinted through to watch the fireball chase up Mon Illusia from nose to stern. Flames burned out slowly as massive chunks of debris drifted through space. The drag ship's pointed nose, a slice of its bridge tower, Mon Illusia's rear half. Everything forward of the bridge had been shattered, and everything behind it was dark except for flames eating up residual atmosphere. It was a staggering sight. A few pilots cheered. Most were quietly reverent. Then a call came from Alliance. It was Admiral Bay himself. "Ange," he called. "Do you hear me, Rogue Leader?" "Loud and clear, Rogue Leader," she replied. "Drag ships down." "We see that. Your exit vector's open, but it might not last long. They'll move the other drag ship deeper into the battle zone to compensate. Captain Hallux will hold them as long as he can, but his ships can barely fight." "Understood. Are you making a run for it?" "We're pressing now. Take charge of all fighters from Mon Illusia and join us. I'll tell Grevark to bug out too if he can." Ange twisted her fighter and spotted Enduring Pride squeezed between two destroyers. She doubted it would last long. "Sir, Mon Illusia pumped out a lot of escape pods. The imps are destroying them." "I'm sorry, Ange, but Alliance takes priority. We still have the Empress aboard." She understood. "We're on our way. Good luck, Rogue Leader." "You too, Rogue Leader." She cut her connected and relayed Jorm's order to all nearby ships. Despite signs of reluctance, they obeyed and formed up behind her, a massive wave of nearly 50 snub fighters on course for Alliance. It was clear the flagship needed help. Two Imperial destroyers were pounding it as it tried to slip past. The destroyer directly beneath it had taken heavy damage, but the one above was hitting it with a thick rain of green turbolaser fire. There wasn't much even 50 crossfires could do against that, but they could at least keep the other parts of Alliance clear from TIE attacks. "Okay, rogues on me. We're cutting after Alliance," she ordered. "I want all squads from Mon Illusia too." A bright flare cut her off. Alliance was still dozens of kilometers away, but she could see, with clear eyes, as a volley of missiles joined the turbolaser rain and broke through the flagship's dorsal shields. Geysers of flame erupted in the middle of his spine. The attacking destroyer kept pounding away, and Ange could only watch as a second missile barrage fell onto Alliance's command tower. All shields had failed. There was nothing to defend the bridge, and it vanished in fireball. Ange gasped. A few other pilots cursed, but she couldn't even find those words. More laser fire fell on Alliance, and his engine sputtered and died. The great flagship of the Galactic Alliance Navy, the one they sacrificed so much to gain, began to drift through space. Its interior lights started winking out, but new lights, firelights, sprung up in its place. All through this fight, Ange had clung to the desperate, stupid, necessary belief that they'd come out of this close call like they'd come out of so many before. That bravado and belief would keep the Alliance dream alive. It wasn't true, and her mind just couldn't accept it. Boss, Rogue 3 said, that exit vector's still open, but not for long. The other drag ships moving to cover it. As Ange watched, escape pods began to flee from Alliance's hull. Shuttlecraft jumped out of its hangars. She managed to say, all rogues, broadcast exit coordinates to those ships. Tell them where to run. Are we running lead? Rogue 6 asked nervously. Part of her wanted to. Part of her wanted to fight and die bravely like Joram and Erringer, Grevarch, and Antilles and Hallux and so many more. Protect those shuttles, she evaded, and pushed her crossfire ahead. By the time they reached Alliance, the big Imperial destroyer had stopped bombarding. Its corpse was pulling up to deal with the remains of Hallux's task force. There were still ties aplenty, destroying helpless escape pods and chasing shuttles. It twisted Ange's gut, but there was nothing they could do for the pods, and she ordered all pilots to protect the fleeing shuttles. The small ships began winking to lightspeed through the hole the rogues had carved. They were fleeing to get away, not to reach any one destination. What was left of Joram's renegade fleet was scatter and be hunted, having been successful cast in the public's eye as a band of terrorists who bombarded Galactic City. Ange couldn't imagine what Admiral Slosser would do, what he could do. Whether the Empress was on one of those shuttles didn't matter. They'd lost. More shuttles escaped. Mon Elusia's flight leader hailed her, urgently saying that the second drag ship was moving into position and their window was closing. Should they flee? She wanted to tell him it didn't matter if they flee. They'd lost. But when she thought on poor Joram, she thought on how he'd bravely defied surrender orders at Bakura. And that made her think of Gar Stasi, who'd fled Comus with his tiny scrap of fleet when the rest of the Alliance Navy surrendered or died. Joram had fled with a smaller fleet than Stasi, and what she had now was smaller than any of them. But it was something. Not big enough to win a war or even a skirmish, but enough to keep the truth alive. And the truth of this awful day had to be told, somehow. Mouth dry, Anne switched her comm to its broadest frequency and said, all ships, if you can, jump to hyperspace now. I'll see you on the other side. And without a word in response, the last shuttles and snub fighters oriented toward the exit vector and slipped into hyperspace, one after another after another. Ange was the last of them. She looked at her sensors and saw all they'd left behind, the dying body of Alliance, the wreckage of Mon Elusia, the doomed escape pods, and strewn debris of the Galactic Alliance's last proud fleet. With tears in her eyes, she fired her hyperdrive and spiraled away from it all. They'd barely gotten out of the med ward when Alliance shook so violently it threw them off their feet and dashed medical equipment across the floor behind them. Ganner was right next to the Empress, and even as his shoulder slammed into the bulkhead, he grabbed Marasiah to keep her upright. The hallway outside the med ward had become crowded with people. Not only Ganner and the Empress, but the doctors and the walking wounding, including Senator Darrell's wife, had gathered things as quickly as they could to get to an evacuation ship. Many of them, Marasiah and Sare included, were still dressed in loose white shifts. After the ship shuddered, they tried to press on, though the group shambled so slowly through the corridor. Ganner was tempted to grab the Empress and rush ahead. They got barely 50 meters when the ship trembled again, throwing them not walls. This time a long groan sounded above them, muffled by layers of decks but still awful. Then the lights flickered, shuddered back on for 5 seconds, and died. The pure black hall was filled with sounds of panic. Ganner found his lightsaber, held it out to where he hoped no one was standing, and turned it on. The white blade provided some illumination but nothing as good as a glow lamp. Behind him, 2 doctors flicked on their own focus light beams that projected onto the hallway ahead. "You two, come up front," Ganner waved them. "Get up here. Show us the way." One of the doctors, a human no older than Ganner, said, "We don't know how badly the ship's been hit. We need to check with the bridge." "If they can hear us," someone in the back muttered. The doctor brought out his comlink with his free hand. He cycled through several channels but got no response. "This is bad." The man paled. "I'm getting nothing. I think internal comms are down." Ganner had a solution for that. He pulled out his personal link and tried to hail Treeson directly. For a long moment there was no response, and he saw Marasiah tense with fear. Then the older knight's voice, weary but welcome, said, "Master Krieg, what's your status?" "Not good. We're still by the med center. Central comms are down. Lights are down. I'm not sure about life support. Where are you?" Trees hesitated, then said, "Hold on. My companion knows better than I do." The comlink shifted audibly to another palm, and a deep voice said, "We are in Section C, Deck 27. The medical ward is in Section H, Deck 18. Porat." Sare brightened at his voice and shifted close to Ganner. "Porat, what happened? Did you leave the bridge?" "Yes. I think the bridge has been destroyed." The darkness of the hall became even more grim. Ganner asked, "Is the ship still under attack?" "I think so. We're still hearing tremors from the higher decks. Power is down here too. It may be out all over the ship. I don't know how much time we have." "We need to do something," Ganner said. He hadn't come this far, done this much, to suffocate in the dark. "How can we get to that private docking bay you were talking about?" "There's a bay in Section E, Deck 5, Subsection Greg. I know a way we can get there." "But you," Daryl sucked in breath, thinking hard. "I may know a way. Keep going until you get to Section F, then find the turbolift shaft and ride it to Deck 8. From there, you can take an auxiliary passage to Section E and the hangar." "What if power's down in Section F too?" "I don't know." His voice dropped. "If the main reactors are down, some subsidiary reactors may kick in. But those might drain energy from internal gravity. So we may less drop down that tube than float down." "Precisely. Let us know when you reach that section." "Understood. We'll talk again." Ganner turned off the comm and looked the mass of frightened people behind him, half visible in the dark. He glanced at Marasiah, who seemed to be staring into the black, lost and not helpful at all. To his surprise, it was Sare who raised her voice. "We need to get all the way to Section F. I'm sure the doctors know the way. We have a clear path, but we have to move quickly before life support shuts down. We can do this, but we have to move." She could orate almost as well as her husband. She started ahead first. The doctors with glow lamps followed her, and the rest of the crowd surged behind them. Ganner started, noticed Marasiah was still stuck in place, then gently reached out and took her arm. He gave her a tug, and she started forward, unhurried, like one condemned. In their haste to escape Alliance, Treese and Darrow found themselves swept into a chaotic stream. The ship's crew was frantic to escape, and they crammed into the dark halls, pushing and half trampling each other as they tried to reach the hangar and the escape pods. Some people were shouting the escape pods weren't safe, and that the Imperials were shooting them as they drifted helpless in space, but the rest refused to believe it and pushed on. All the while, the upper decks shuddered as turbulent fire pounded the Star Destroyer's dorsal side, and vibrations trembled through bulkheads all the way to their position near the craft's underbelly. The impact seemed less frequent to Treese, but he couldn't be sure of that or anything as he was shoved and jostled by the crowd. His only guidance was Senator Darrow's too tall, proud Chagrian horns, which rose so high they nearly scraped the ceiling. When they reached Section D, power was on, the halls were brighter, and the barely audibly hum of the climate control units in the ceiling reminded Tris of what he'd been missing. With good air, the scene felt more stable, and he had an easier time as the senator led him unerringly through the halls, slipping away from the big crowds trying to make their way to the hangar. Tris was starting to doubt whether there'd be any ships left by the time they met the Empress there. Abruptly, Darrow made a sideways turn, and Tris followed. The Nook, set off from the main hall and flow of people, contained nothing except a computer access terminal. Darrow was already working his keypad and leaning close to the two-dimensional screen. Tris peered past his shoulder as the senator brought up a schematic of Alliance. The map was only a partial one. Large chunks of the superstructure had been blocked of an alarming, solid red, with no further detail available. Most of those decks were concentrated on the ship's top side, and included the entire command section. Are those parts gone? He asked Darrow. The central computers lost all communication with them. Even backup power is gone. We have to assume those sections have either been destroyed or open to the void. Darrow zoomed in on the destroyer's underside. Tapping the screen, he said, "We're at this point. The medical center is here and the hangar is here." Tris didn't like the blacked-out zone between the hangar and the medical bay. What does that mean? Power's down. And internal gravity. And life support is out for all of sections F and G. Then they're in the middle of it now, Tris said, and took out his comm. Right now the computer says those sections are secure. That means bulkheads and environmental integrity are holding, but there's no telling what. The ship rocked violently, knocking Tris into Darrow and Darrow into a wall. The lights flickered and stayed on, but a deep groaning sound reverberated through the hall. Vibration crept up Tris' feet and rattled his jaw. The horrible movement lasted a full minute before stopping. Tris looked up at the lights. Still on. That's good, isn't it? No, it's not. Darrow's voice had gone cold. He pointed to the computer display, which had updated the destroyer schematic. A great red wound had been opened in the lower portion of Section D, and those decks had been blocked out with pure red. The section they were in was flashing yellow and red. What does that mean? Asked Tris. There's been a major hull breach. Parts of this section are venting atmosphere. But it's just the lower decks. Darrow shook his head. This ship is designed to seal off one section at a time. There are heavy bulkheads between each one that lower in case of catastrophic decompression. Other doors and decks seal too, but he tapped the divider between Section D and their destination and Section E. What's left of the ship's computer recognized that decompression in this section is lowered bulkheads and sealed us off from Section E. Are you sure this is accurate? You said yourself everything's unreliable. I know, Darrow snarled. I don't want it to be true. Sare and the Empress might get to the hangar, assuming there's still any ships left to take. We can't. Our best bet is to find the escape pods. They're shooting down the escape pods. The senator flinched. You don't know that. Tris knew it. Grimly, horribly, he knew it, because he could see it all. The Hagrum Chalk who'd betrayed his emperor to Morlish Veed and quietly plotted Rome's downfall was capable of anything. He could fake his own niece's murder and depose her. He could bait Alliance diehards into attacking Stassi's trial. He could plant a tracker inside Marasiah and follow her back to Bay's renegade fleet. He could entrap that fleet, surround it, and slaughter every last helpless man and woman who might reveal any of his machinations, including his own niece. Tris had known that man for 40 years, and never known him at all. The realization crushed him inside, but it made his decision simpler too. The escape pods aren't an option, he said. We need to guide the Empress and your wife to a real escape. Agreed. Agreed, said Darrow. He knew what it might cost them. Despite whatever hidden secret had caused Marasiah to distrust him, he was a brave man. Are there more computer terminals like this one the way to Section E? I believe I can find some. Good. We may need to check one again. For now, we'll make our way to that sealed bulkhead and hope we still have air left by the time we get there. Treese patted his lightsaber. You lead the way? I'll call our friends. Let's get moving. Lights and power were down. Artificial gravity was down. Life support was probably down too. Sari was starting to feel lightheaded, but she wasn't sure if it was oxygen deprivation of stress. The one good of it all was that it was relatively easy to pass through the lift tube to Deck 8 in Section F once Ganner carved through the tube-sealed door with his lightsaber. She'd forgotten how handy those were. They could push their weightless bodies through the passage. Before getting this far, they'd gotten another call from Porat. He said they were in Section D and making progress to Section E, that the power here was online, and that Section E seemed to remain underpowered too. She detected an undercurrent of stress to his voice that belied his confidence, but she trusted him implicitly. The trembling through the ship seemed to have stopped, and she wondered if Chalk's destroyers hadn't pulled away from Alliance's corpse to finish off still-living prey. As they drifted through the tube, one of the doctors flashed his glow lamp on the deck, numbers dented in relief against the frame of each sealed doorway. As his light shined on the number 10, he announced, "Just 2 more decks to go." Good. Ganner breathed. Once we get out, we should call our friends and check their progress. Agreed, Sari said. She clutched the knight's com tight in her fist. It was her last, only link to her husband. They should be in Section E by now. Behind them, in the dark, the empress said, if there were ships in that hangar, they've probably been taken by now. Ganner tilted his lightsaber toward the voice. Dim white light showed Marasiah Fel's blank face. We don't know that. The senator said it was a secure deck. And people will abandon ship any way they can. And they go for a ship before they go for an escape pod. The ship is their own chance at freedom. It was logical, and probably correct, but not what they needed to hear right now. Sari was surprised. Even when training as a Sith, she'd been told the Imperial Princess had strong will and commanding presence. The woman before her seemed shrunken and lost, not regal at all. We'll deal with that when we get there, Ganner said as they drifted to Deck 8's door. If worst comes to worst, we can always take escape pods. That will just get us captured, said Sari. At least they have working oxygen refreshers. Ganner looked around the dark tube. Can't you feel it? Air's getting a little thinner. I don't think there's a hull breach in this section though. Otherwise we'd be even worse off. Another thing they didn't need to hear now. Sari grabbed hold of the tube's side with her new metal arm and swung herself toward the door. We're here, Master Krieg. Put that lightsaber to work. The knight nodded and tipped his lightsaber to the sealed metal. Before he could plunge it through, the 2 doors grinded apart, revealing the black corridor beyond. Sari looked back to the Empress and realized she'd used the Force. Impatiently, Marasiah Fel said, let's go. We don't have time to waste. The reinforced, vacuum-sealed door at the end of the hallway was like a promise fulfilled. As Treese and Darrow started for it, the overhead light shuddered and the door strobed white and black. The oxygen was thinning in the section. He was sure of it. Power was unreliable, and he'd had to use his lightsaber to cleave through a few doors, including the one right behind him, which probably helped thin it further. But the heavy door ceiling of Section E was the end of that. They'd checked the last working computer terminal they found several decks back, and it had reported Section E was still fully sealed and fully operable. Beyond that door was fresh oxygen, and, if the Force was with them, their friends and a ship. Right now, Treese was settled for good air. His steps were stumbling as he shouldered past Darrow and made for the end of the hall. Concentrating to make sure he did it right, he took his lightsaber off his belt, thumbed the ignition trigger, and pointed the pure white blade forward. Its modest glow chased back the flickering dark and filled him with new hope. He braced one hand against the armored door and angled his blade to stab straight through it. Before plunging, he looked back at Darrow. Ready? Do it, the senator said. Treese did it. He plunged his superheated blade into the melted, liquefying it and tracing a molten circle big enough to crawl through. When he finally completed the circle and withdrew his saber, he heard the whistle of air through the minute cracks. It was like sweet music, and he took a step back, half expecting, and even hoping the greater pressure from the other side would push the cutout portion of the door free. Apparently, it was too heavy for that, so Therese waved Darrow forward. Together, bracing themselves against opposite walls, the men reared back and kicked one foot each into the circle, tearing the metal free and knocking it into the corridor beyond. The other side was total black, save the light from their end that flickered through. That was when Therese realized they were in trouble, but the full terror didn't take him until he realized the air from their side was gushing to fill the gap in the one beyond. The computer had been wrong. Section E had lost power, hull integrity, and oxygen. From the fast howl of the wind as it rushed out of their corridor, most of it must have already been open to the vacuum. Therese and Darrow both turned to run, but the end of the hallway was so distant and Therese had carved through that door too. The door passed that one must have been 50 meters away, and the air was thinning fast. They'd never make it. Darrow tried anyway. He staggered away from the hole they carved, sucking wind in his face, one deliberate step after another, until he pitched to his knees exhausted, too weak to go on. Fearful but lightheaded, Therese felt that he would have picked a number of other people to die with. But nobody had ever promised him a choice. His chest tightened as he gasped for air he didn't have. Therese fell back to the wall and let himself slump. Death crowded him, but he remembered duty. The Empress. He had to warn Marasiah. He found his comlink and thumbed it on. Ganner. Saya? Are you there? Master Sende. It was the senator's wife. Is Porat with you? He's here? Therese looked down the hall. Darrow had surrendered. He was on hands and knees, crawling back, lured by the sound of his wife. Where are you now? Have you reached Section E? There is no Section E. I'm so sorry. What do you mean? Ganner's voice said. Where are you now? Section E. There's no air here. The whole section's no good. Master Sende, you have to get out of there. It's too late, Ganner. Where are you? Section F. We were almost at Section E, but stay there. There's no gravity here. No power. All we have is the air that's left. His voice faltered and became small. He had no idea what to do. We can still get in the escape pods, Sari said. All of you can. Porat. If you get moving. Stay out of the pods, Therese warned. They're being fired on. That's insane, an unfamiliar voice said. It's a war crime. It's exactly what my uncle would do, another one croaked. Were it not for the words, Therese wouldn't have recognized it as Marasiah. His vision was starting to darken and blur. Speaking was hard. Darrow had crawled up next to him. He'd want to talk to his wife before the end, but Therese had words of his own to say. Saya, I'm so sorry, he gasped. I tried. Protect you. I know, Master Sende. You were like family to me. I know. You are family. Marasiah tried so hard to assure, but her voice trembled. Master Sende, thank you for everything. The words gave him some warmth. Good to end it there, he thought dimly. Imperial Knights put too much value on restraint. Sometimes truth needed to be said. Sometimes you needed to hear it. He let his hand fall to his side. The comlink clicked against the deck, and Darrow reached out and took it. Sorry, the senator rasped. Can you hear me? I can't hear you, Porat. Her voice was choked. It's all right. SHHH. I'm so proud of you, and no matter what you've done in the past. Porat, the woman you are now, I love. Darrow struggled to get out every word. Maybe there was more. Therese couldn't tell. The howl of wind had ceased and the hallway had emptied of air. His chest had stopped heaving for salvation that wouldn't come. His body felt heavy and light at the same time. He couldn't move any of it. He let his head loll to one side and let his eyes flutter shut, like he was being carried away to a long-expected sleep. Floating in the dark hallway, lit by a pair of stark glow lamps and the reflected white of Ganner's lightsaber, Marasiah watched with curious detachment as Sari Darrow's body curled tight, knees retracted to chest, hands clasped in front of her lips as she shouted her husband's name into the dead comlink. The rest of those in the hall, the doctors, The patients, even Ganner, averted their eyes. Marasiah was the only one who watched Sarai retch and shout in grief. There was no point in looking away. She could feel it all in the force. Sarai's pain was a strange counterpoint to the hollowness Marasiah felt inside. Tree Sin's death should have meant something. The man had been her father's closest confidant, her best teacher, the knight's moral compass. He'd been far, far better to her than her blood family had ever been. It was a tragedy, but the day was full of them. They were countless, and all of them were because of her. Marasiah didn't so much reach for the force as she allowed herself to drift into it. She looked beyond the bright flare of Sarai's grief and found Ganner, the doctors, and the walking wounded, all stricken with fear and confusion. She felt further, spreading her awareness across this mighty and dying warship. So much of it had been torn apart and vented to space. Vacuum-tight bulkheads only sealed if power was working, and most of the ship was in the dark now. Some were trapped in compartments steadily losing air, gasping for breath and clawing at doors that wouldn't open, struggling as they fell into relentless final sleep. Others were already dead, cooling corpses drifting in dark and airless corridors. Theirs was one of the few oxygenated pockets and left in even that wouldn't last long. The cold sterile vacuum was coming for them, extending icy touch bulkhead by bulkhead. She looked outside Alliance and found the battle's last fires gradually, irreversibly burning out. Imperial warships glided through space, packed with crew feeling weary satisfaction for having destroyed the terrorists. She saw TIE fighters still flying clean up and felt their twinges of conscience as they dove down on helpless escape pods, erased by angry need to avenge their murdered empress. She felt last moments of panic and fear from those trapped inside as the pods burst. One after another, they died. And she felt, saw, heard, knew that a flight of TIEs were swooping toward Alliance. Their pilots were priming cannons to strafe the unshielded hull, tear its dead metal apart, and spill the last secure pockets of the ship into the vacuum. They were ready to end this and go home. Marasiah knew what they were going to do, and in the slow time of the Force she stopped and wondered if she should even care. No reason to stay alive presented itself. None. Bit by bit she'd been stripped of her power, her possessions, her family, all the people she'd loved. Finally she'd lost her most precious delusion of self-control and learned true helplessness. The universe had shown her the meaning of defeat, and there seemed nothing to do except surrender and die. And in the slow time Marasiah contracted in the Force, back onto the emptiness that was herself. And she remembered she was not alone in this corridor. The doctors and wounded all craved to survive. Still, Sarai was blazed with grief, a painful emotion, but she felt so alive. And then there was Ganner, who'd been stripped of everything, even the Force, even the will to live. And here he was now, blazing as well with a singular purpose. Just like Tree Sin, just like Antares, he would do anything to protect his empress. It meant far more to him than his own life. She didn't deserve that. None of them should have died for her. From her emptiness inside came something hot and angry. She'd failed so many of them, but she didn't want to fail anymore. She pulled the Force into her, empowered it with that rebellious anger, and drew out its strength. The TIEs were swooping in for their strafing run. She felt them, felt the atom-rending heat of their plasma bolts, and felt Alliance's buckled hull so near to breaking. With her will she grabbed those layered durasteel plates, held them, became them. She infused her strength into them, and when the TIE's laser blast hit she couldn't stop the blasts or contain their scorching damage, but she pushed to counteract the kinetic force that should have torn the hull apart and spilled the whole section into the vacuum. The last blast tore black gouges in the outermost layer of the hill, spilling ash into space and signaling to those TIE pilots that they'd made a successful run. But the inner layers, the ones that kept Section E precariously sealed against the cold death of space, held. Marasiah felt the TIE soar away and knew that she'd done it. Another few hours of life, days if they were lucky. She'd done what she could. Just this one time, no one else would die because of her. Anger died away, and without that to fuel her she became hollow. Her body tipped to drift limp and weightless in the corridor. Her fire was burned out, and there was only emptiness again. Chapter 38. The number of vessels that escaped after we lost the first interdictor were negligible, the admiral said. I would estimate several dozen starfighters, but no more than 15 small shuttlecraft. Their entire fighting force has been destroyed, and they will no longer be a threat. I don't hesitate to call this mission a resounding success. The blue tint of Edward Fennell's hollow image was a sharp contrast to the sundown orange of the sky outside Hogram Chalk's office window. Hogram stood in front of his desk, looking at Fennell as Galactic City left daylight behind him. Where did those shuttles launch from? He asked. The Alliance, sir. But I strongly doubt any of the command staff survived. We were able to destroy the bridge with an early volley, and the ship went into a drift. The few shuttles escaped shortly thereafter. Then we re-established the interdiction field and closed off their exit point. No more ships escaped, though many tried. And you destroyed them? Of course, sir. Those were your orders. After a tiny pause, Fennell said, we destroyed the escape pods too. Per your orders. Good, Hogram said. When sending a fleet to surround and destroy Joram Bay's rogue task force, he'd known the slaughter would have to be total. Rough Yage was probably his most capable admiral, but the man's conscience occasionally got the better of him. Fennell was different. The man was ruthless and, just as important, fanatically loyal to the reigning Fel monarch. Hogram wasn't planning on declaring himself emperor, not yet anyway, but he'd known Fennell wouldn't disappoint his regent. His only worry was the handful of shuttles that had escaped. Fennell hadn't known that Marasiah had been aboard Alliance. If he had, he probably would have refused to fire. So would all of the other officers and pilots in that battle. They believed they were avenging their murdered empress. They had to keep believing it, even as they killed her. For their sakes, and for the sake of the Galactic Federation. A tiny part of Hogram wished his niece had escaped. Unlike his work against Roan Fel, ordering Marasiah's death had given him no pleasure. With her died the last spark of Elia. He hadn't slept well since giving the order, and probably wouldn't for many more days, but it was the price that had to be paid. What is the current state of your fleet? He asked Fennell. Have you begun dismantling the pulse mass generators? We've started to deactivate and retrieve them, yes. 4 were destroyed, as I said, but the rest will be returned to the Happens in good condition. I'm glad. Hogram had to call in favors with old, barely remembered relatives to get so many interdictor mines. He was glad they'd come through. Without the pulse mass generators, many more Alliance ships would have escaped. Are the rest of your ships still at the combat zone? Yes, but a number need post-battle repairs. With your permission, I'd like to send them to the yards at Fonder and Rendii for refitting. Granted. How much of the Alliance fleet remains? Only dead hulls, sir. Leave a few ships behind to tear up the wreckage. Also, recover debris from the escape pods. I don't expect outsiders to find the battle site, but if they do, they shouldn't find anything that draws them to questionable conclusions. I understand. Good. Is there anything else, sir? For now, no. I'll be putting out an announcement soon. The people deserve to know that the terrorists who assaulted Coruscant have been dealt with. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear it. And the trial, sir, is nearing completion. I'm deliberating whether to release the news before or after the magistrates reach their decision. I'm sure your choice will be wise, Fennell said, and Hogram could tell he meant it. His most loyal admiral snapped a salute. Hogram favored him with a nod, then killed the holo. The transmission was over. Galactic City gleamed like gold beyond his window. Hogram breathed in and out, air rasped faintly through his respirator. Exhaustion took him, and he barely made it to the chair. His chair, and Marasiah's just weeks ago. He remembered all their argument they'd had in this office. Her good intentions and resolve not to become her father had all proved her noble spirit, something that had reminded him of Elia. But the galaxy needed more than that. She'd let Alliance terrorists and Sith schemers kill her husband and plot to bring down her rule. The entire Federation would have fallen to anarchy, and the legacy she was born to carry, of the Fel dynasty, and the Empire would have been ruined. Still, she'd not deserve to die. That stain would remain on Hogwarm the rest of his life. He looked at his worn hands and wondered if he'd lived long enough already. He tried to summon confidence. Everything had gone so well, better than he'd ever anticipated in his plans. Since before the trial, his agents had worked hard priming that cell of Alliance diehards, working his members up for that suicidal attack on the Justice Center. He'd initially planned for the attack to happen while the prosecution was making arguments, but the sudden appearance of Senator Darrow in orbit had forced him to move the timeframe forward. The effect had been spectacular. Just hours ago, T.M. Brighton, Senate Speaker and Arch Alliance partisan, had come to Hogwarm privately and said he'd make sure his supporters accepted the outcome of the trial, whatever it was. Other things had been fortuitous. When Ganner Krieg and Aslan Ray had gone missing, he suspected them of planning to rescue Marasiah. When one of his bodyguards had found a tiny tracking device on his armor, Hogwarm had learned two things. 1. A plan was afoot. 2. Krieg and Ray had help from inside the Imperial Knights. That it had been Tree Sin was no real surprise. In his way, the man had loved Marasiah more than Hogwarm had. Sin fleeing with the Empress to base fleet was only mildly unexpected. In any case, that warning had been reason enough for Hogwarm to implant a similar tracking device inside Marasiah. He hadn't put it there expecting her to lead him to bay, but she had. Dimly, Hogwarm wondered if the Silent Force was favoring him. He hoped not, as he'd told Marasiah he'd had enough of the Force. The galaxy was better off without it. The fact that it might not be wholly gone gave him disquiet. They'd only captured one of Marasiah's rescuers, an old Mandalorian woman who'd been hired by Krieg and Ray. Hogwarm had been too busy orchestrating Bay's destruction to interrogate her personally, and the reports he'd read had indicated nothing special about her. But the woman's escape raised questions. Very little of it had been caught on camera. The cascade of security failures was unexplained. Likewise, her rescue ship had known exactly where to swoop, and despite her location being a well-kept secret. Most discomforting of all, that rescue ship had been a Scarlet-hulled Helix-class freighter. Eyewitness reports and tight gun camera footage matched it with the Mynock, chosen vehicle of Cade Skywalker. Hogwarm knew about Skywalker's mission. He'd gone on a mad bantha chase after a supposed Yuuzhan Vong Jedi, in the hopes that might show a way to regain the Force. The very idea was ridiculous, and he'd never taken it seriously. But if that had been Skywalker, then the galaxy had at least one Force-powered meddler still out there. He didn't like that at all. Worse, it may not be just one. Eyewitnesses to the Mandalorian woman's escape described actions that only a trained Force user should have been able to accomplish. Maybe Cade Skywalker had found a way to share his powers after all. Or maybe there was another Skywalker. It had been 45 years since he'd seen Roan's first cousin, a Fel by birth but by choice some strange mix of Jedi and Mandalorian. On Roan's order, he'd tracked her later and found Ania Solo living a civilian life, hauling cargo and keeping out of galactic affairs. After the Sith Imperial War, she'd seemingly disappeared. The daughter, Ania, had turned up to alternately aid and aggravate Marasiah, but the mother's fate was unknown. Perhaps there was another Skywalker out there after all. That was trouble he'd have to deal with in time. The entrails of the Alliance at Section F were a black maze of bulkheads and sealed-tight portals. There was no power, no light, no gravity, and no life support. There seemed to be no breaches either. This small portion of the dead ship had apparently retained hull integrity if nothing else. Instead of slipping away into the void, the breathable atmosphere was instead converted to carbon dioxide breath by the handful of survivors trapped inside. There was no way to purify the air and no way to replenish it. Every second of life was a second stolen from the future. It was a bleak place to die in, and Sari found herself wishing she'd joined with Porat in his last moments. Quick asphyxiation was preferable to slow, and they'd have been together besides. Without Ganner Krieg's lightsaber, they'd be utterly trapped. The night carved through portals, gifting them with fresh air pockets as they passed through new hallways and into unused chambers. Every so often they found other survivors, usually in ones or twos. Once they found a chamber packed with 7 engineers choking on their last slivers of oxygen. Sorry hadn't been happy to save them. With 7 more bodies, they were drinking up oxygen all the faster. The small piece of Sith still inside her said they should have let those 7 die to prolong their own lives. The small part was getting larger. She had no force to draw on, no dark side to fuel her anger, but Porat's death had left a bitter wound. She recalled their last moments together, again and again. More, she recalled their first moments after she'd revealed her whole truth to him. She remembered his shock, but also his forgiveness. He'd given her more than she deserved, and she hadn't been able to repay him. Someone had to be held accountable. Hogrum Chalk was the architect of all this. She gathered that from what Ganner Krieg explained as they drifted through the dark. Since losing the Force, she tried to separate herself from Sith teachings, but she was starting to think, once more, that revenge was a very fine motivator. It wasn't right that someone might could bring such horrors. Someone else had to make him pay, and Sari very much wished she could do it herself. Some things didn't deserve to be forgiven. Some things required revenge. If only she could give it. Neither Sari nor Ganner knew much about this warship's internal layout, but one of the doctors led their increasingly large herd to a food storage unit. Even with power down, the chamber was well refrigerated, and everyone groped through the dark and claimed something to eat. There wasn't much point to filling your stomach when you were doomed to die, but everyone seemed to find comfort in the ritual. Everyone, Sari noticed, except Marasiah Fel. As they picked up more survivors, they made no effort to point out the group's famous member. None of the newcomers seemed to recognize her at all, partially for the poor light, but also because there was nothing of an empress about that woman. She drifted along in her loose white hospital shift, pushing off walls to keep moving but saying nothing. She mostly hovered behind Ganner, following his lead in silence. When they found the food storage area and started eating, Marasiah didn't join. Her body curled as she floated in the outside corridor, knees bending to chest, hands drifting limp in front of her face. She could have been dead, but when Sari flashed her light on her, she saw open eyes, and the rise and fall of breath. Her brown hair was a messy sprawl, weightless around her head. The dyed white stripe, mark of the Fel monarchs, bent forward to drift in front of her face. With an extra pack of rations in hand, Ganner pushed toward her. "You need to have some food, Majesty. It will keep your strength up." Marasiah didn't respond, didn't budge. Her eyes were set on the white locks in front of her. Sari joined Ganner in moving toward her. "You need to eat something," he pressed. "Please, Majesty. We all need you with us." Marasiah's eyes fluttered. Then, with no warning, she grabbed the white hair with both hands and violently pulled. Her whole body retched in a pain. Animal moan escaped clenched teeth as she tore a fistful of hair from her scalp. "What's she doing?" Sari gasped. "Make her stop." Ganner lunged forward. Marasiah twisted, grabbed more white hair, and pulled. By the time Ganner reached her and pinned her arms to her side, she'd ripped out nearly all the dyed white strands. The gap in her hairline was welling with red and a few specks of blood floating free in the 0G. She struggled in Ganner's arms for a few seconds, then wilted. Her body shuddered, but she made no sound. One of the doctors pushed out of the storage room. "What happened? Is she hurt?" Ganner didn't know what to say. Sari asked the doctor, "Do you have any dermal patches? Any bacta slips?" One of the others might." "Get one?" The doctor floated back into the storage room. Sari hovered in the middle with the doorway on one side, Ganner and the Empress on the other. She belonged to neither group and knew it. Since leaving the Sith and losing the Force, only Porat had known her secret. Only Porat had known her at all. In the short time she had left alive, nobody would ever know her again. The knowledge filled her with fresh anger. Someone had to be held accountable. Someone had to pay. If she'd had the Force, she could have at least re-embraced that dark side power and gained some strength. Instead, she had nothing, and soon she would be nothing. At least it wouldn't be long, Sari thought as she watched at the battered knight cradling his broken Empress. Marin had prepared herself for just about anything on their flight to Admiral Bay's no longer hidden fleet. The situation, from the little she'd been told, sounded dire. When it was announced they were nearing their destination, crowded into Mining's cockpit along with Ania, Aslan, Cade Skywalker, and his 2 crewmates. Tension was high, everyone was braced to jump into a ferocious combat zone. What they got instead was a graveyard. Dead gray warships tumbled slowly through space, some Imperial but mostly Alliance. Marin's eyes marked pieces of Mon Calamari cruisers and mighty Star Destroyers, engine clusters from Corvettes, twisted solar panels from TIE fighters, and blown-off S-foils. The debris stretched on for thousands of kilometers. Minot drifted deeper into the battle zone, Free Agent close behind it. Hondocar and Black Justice, expecting a bloody fight they weren't getting paid for, had recused themselves from this mission. Marin didn't hold it against them. Even Cade and his crew, who seemed normally quick with the smart remark, watched the ruin float by in reverent silence. Ania was the one to whisper, "It was a massacre." Cade's eyes tracked the wreckage of a TIE fighter. Maybe. But base people gave some back. Not enough, Aslan said. Can we find the Alliance? It was Bay's flagship. We dropped the Empress off there. We know the Alliance, Delia said. We flew off his deck a lot at the end of the last war. What we thought was the last war. If this was a war, it's already done, said Jeriah, and he was right. Marin imagined Bay's entire fleet had been destroyed here. The question was whether the Imperials had taken Marasiah and others prisoner, or whether they just slaughtered them indiscriminately. As they scoured the debris, Marin thought she saw fast-moving light from distant thrust trails, and Jeriah, eyes on his scanner, said, "Check that. There's still some live ships out here. I'm betting it's the cleanup crew." With all this mess, it's a little easier to hide, Delia said as she worked Minot in slow curves around the debris. She kept it close to larger chunks to evade detection. Give Jo and Sok a warning, Ania said. Make sure they know to stay hidden. Sure thing, Jeriah said, and sent a quick warning through the comm. They worked their way deeper and deeper into the debris field. Marin spotted only occasional flights of TIE fighters, but those weren't lightspeed capable. There had to be at least one carrier, or frigate out here, watching over the graveyard. There she is, Delia whispered as the gnarled ruin of a Star Destroyer filled the viewport. It was bigger than the standard Pelion-class ships, and its flanks had been marked by gold Alliance crests, now pocked and torn by impact craters. The upper portion of the ship was chewed up and blackened, the command tower completely gone. The lower half fared somewhat better, but the nose was badly chewed up. Deep impact tears ran down the other parts of its hull. There were no running lights. Marin's gut told her the entire ship had been emptied to the vacuum. Still, they had to check. As Minot and Free Agent soared, and they decreased engine power and used repulsors to maneuver close to the sprawling wreck. It would make them a little harder for patrolling TIEs to spot. Marin ignored the danger and tried to search for life in the ruin. She closed her eyes, steadied breathing, and reached out. She sensed Cade was reaching too. Amidst so much vacuum-cold void, even the faintest life was like a beacon. Marin sensed one cluster in the ventral part of the ship, approximately midway down its length. She didn't know how many people, but they were weak, hungry, tired, scared, and teetering on the abyss of despair. As she felt one mind, she knew for certain. It was Marasiah Fel's. She was certain of that, but not like she'd known it during their short time together on Coruscant. Her distinctive conscience was focused, but weak. She might have been badly injured. I feel her, Marin muttered. Aslan pounced on that. The Empress. Is she alive? I feel her too, Cade said. She feels. What? Aslan pressed. In trouble, he finished. They're probably running out of air and freezing to death. We have to tell them to find an airlock or something where we can pick him up. We, Marin repeated. You mean you? And I. Maybe. Aslan's hand dove to her pocket and came out with a comlink. Ganner or Master Sind might be with her. Imperial Knights have special comms for long-range communication. I don't know if it will work. We need to get as close to the Empress as we can. I can't get us close, but I'll need directions. Delia glanced over her shoulder at Cade. Don't worry about it. He tapped her shoulder. I'll take the helm. When Ganner's comlink buzzed, he thought he was imaging it. Without gravity and light, with the oxygen getting thin, everything was becoming unmoored from reality. That was the only way to describe what had happened to the Empress. They bandaged the part of her scalp where she'd torn her hair out, but she was barely moving under her own power. Ganner and two of the doctors took turns pushing her weightless, curled-up body down the halls as they searched for pockets of fresh air. The comlink buzzed and buzzed, but he didn't believe it was real until the drawlish doctor beside him asked, "Are you going to get that?" Ganner blinked. "Get what?" "Your comm. Who the devil could be calling you?" Ganner fumbled for it, turned it on, and brought it to his lips. "This is Ganner Krieg. Is this someone?" "Ganner. It's me, Aslan." Her voice was sweeter than any new air pocket. "Are you all right? Are the Empress and Master Sind alive?" I'm fine, Aslan. I'm alive anyway. So is the Empress. Not Master Sinde. He was killed. But I have Saya. Where are you?" "We've got 2 ships out here. You need to find an airlock. How many of you are there?" He tried to count the crowd packed into the black hall, and knew he'd fail. "I don't know. A few dozen." "Aslan, how did you find us?" "We got Ania's mother out," she said, which was all the explanation needed. "We've picked up a few more friends too. Can you find an airlock? A hatch? Even a viewport you can carve your way out through?" Ganner looked to the nearest doctor. The drawl's snout twitched awkwardly. "I haven't been on the ship long, but I'm sure we have someone who can get us to something." "Then find one," he said firmly, and the doctor floated off to find help. To Aslan he said, "We'll get there as fast as we can. Just hold tight." "Great. May the Force be with you, Ganner." Her cheer was like music, and as he shut off the comm, Ganner believed that, for once, it truly was. But when he looked at Marasiah, floating still apart from the crowd's new frenzy, he doubted once more. Thanks to a combination of comlinks and Force powers, they were able to figure out where to pick up Alliance's small package of survivors. There were 2 airlocks close by and apparently intact, and Mynock and Free Agent each nestled up to one. Jiraiya and Delia sat tight as everyone else went down for the rescue. He kept checking his scanners for signs of nearby TIE patrols, but, with the massive, dead Star Destroyer blocking half their range, sensors only did so much. "They'd better get him out quickly," Delia said. She was back in the pilot seat, pink knuckles wrapped around the throttle. "They'll them as fast as they can." Delia shifted anxiously in her seat. It wasn't fast enough. They'd had to lower their shields to dock with Alliance, and Jiraiya felt dangerously naked. He checked his scanners again. Still nothing. He heard the sound of footsteps and chatter as people moved into the crew long, down the hall from the cockpit and close to the airlock. Jiraiya tapped the comm button on and called down to the airlock vestibule. "How are we doing down there?" His response was one of R2-D2's whistles. It sounded vaguely encouraging, but he couldn't parse the details. He was about to close the link when he got a bad feeling. It came out of nowhere. He checked his sensors, and they looked clear, minus the sea of cold debris. But something bad was coming, he was sure of that. It wasn't just nerves, it was knowledge. It was that damn Force coming back to nag him. It had mostly left him alone after they cleared Rahakala, but a little bit of it was still here, and he'd never be rid of it. The Force told him a TIE patrol was coming in fast. He swung to the weapons console and took control over the laser turrets. Delia asked what he'd seen, but he didn't answer. He didn't see, he knew. Jiraiya twisted Mynek's main laser direct and lifted his firing arc just above the vast spread of Alliance's hull. His thumb twitched over the trigger. Not yet, not yet. Now. Jiraiya sent out a hail of laser blasts that shot straight and parallel to the destroyer's gnarled plane. They whipped into the distance and dwindled, then intersected with a pair of TIE Predators just as they rounded Alliance's hull and came into view. They vanished into fireballs before they knew what hit them. Jiraiya's whole body was tingling with adrenaline and something more. Delia marveled. "Stang, how did you do that?" "How do you think?" He threw her a look. If these force powers helped him shoot things better, maybe they weren't so bad after all? Are we clear? Jerry checked his sensors. Nothing but debris. The force wasn't nagging him at the moment either. I think we're good for now, but those other imps probably saw the boom. Even if they didn't, they'll send more scouts soon. He turned back to the comm node, still transmitting, and said, "Guys, we're gonna have company. Tell me we're ready to wrap this up." "Wrapping up now," said the tall, messy-haired blonde man as he pressed his body against the wall to let the last few survivors stagger into the ship's halls. As she brushed past him, Sari realized, with a start, that he looked like Cade Skywalker, Darth Crate's killer and nemesis. She was starting to wonder if oxygen loss was bringing hallucinations. The breath of fresh, recycled air hit them like a wall when they came aboard. Actual gravity was stunning too, and some survivors struggled for their first walking steps. Nonetheless, pure oxygen gave them all new spirit, and many broke into giddy smiles at having survived. Sari had too much grief for that, but she felt quiet marvel for being alive. Everyone looked better except the Empress, who was a shambling mess. Ganner held her by one shoulder, and the doctor who staunched the bleeding on her face held the other, though dried blood still matted on her forehead. Several more people were there to guide the newcomers through the halls and into a messy crew lawn with sofas and table. Sari marked Azlyn Ray among them, as well as Ania Solo. There was also an older woman with gray hair and a younger one, maybe still in her teens. When Sari saw the lightsaber dangling from her belt, she almost stumbled. In front of her, Ganner handed the Empress off to Ania and the old woman, who shuffled her out of the cramped lounge to someplace private. Sari sidled next to Ganner as Azlyn said, "I can't believe we got out all right. I thought Marasiah might have been injured. She's all right, isn't she?" Ganner's face wavered. His eyes went dark and sad, and he shook his head. Suddenly, the man who looked like Cade Skywalker shouted, "Incoming ties. We gotta move. Everybody hold on to something." As soon as he said it, the ship started rocking. Through layered bulkheads, they heard an awful scraping sounds as they wrenched free of Alliance's airlock. Sudden movement threw half the survivors into Whills, and Sari was saved that only because she fell into Ganner instead. The ship jerked, swooped, and shuddered. "Are we taking fire?" asked Sari, but nobody answered. Ganner and Azlyn were trying to usher people out of the overpacked crew lawn and into the halls, where they'd at least have something to brace against. Sari allowed herself to be carried with the flow. The ship continued to jerk and jostle, and several times it seemed to take laser fire against its shields, but then she felt it lurch into hyperspace, and then everything was still. The other survivors sensed it too. Some exhaled in relief. A few broke out into giddy laughs, amazed at life. Survival settled into Sari as a new state of being. Even as she'd given herself up for dead back on Alliance, she craved a chance to avenge Porat and all the others killed here. It had seemed a vain dream then, but now it was possible. More than possible. It was something she could take into her own hands. Possibilities dazed her. She slinked further from the crowd to a lonely corner where she could think. As she tried to still her mind, she looked further down the hall and saw a single figure. One Twi'lek woman, bare face and limbs turned into a canvas of red and black tattoos. Sari's jaw dropped. She had to be seeing things. She smacked herself hard, but Darth Talon was still there. The Twi'lek's eyes had gone a little wide in surprise, the only hint of emotion on that beautiful stoic face. Even when she'd been her father's apprentice, few of the one Sith had known who and what Sari was. Darth Talon was one of them? Very likely, she was the last living person in the galaxy who knew Sari was the daughter of Darth Wirelock. The two women stared at each other from across the distance of the hall, so close to the clamor of the crowd but utterly apart from it. Sari wanted to do so many things at once: call out, plead for Talon to keep silent, charge her now, and snap her neck to make sure never talked. But she was too shocked to do any of that. In the end, Talon responded with the tiniest of nods. Then she turned a corner and stepped out of view. Sari stared at the blank wall for a long moment, wondering if she'd been hallucinating after all. Then she rushed to the end, turned the corner, looked down the corridor Talon had disappeared down, and saw only emptiness. Sari retreated to the crew lounge. The blonde-haired man was shouting instructions to the survivors, and as he stared at him she became certain he was the Cade Skywalker who'd menaced the Sith and destroyed Darth Krayt. First Talon, then Skywalker, and Marasiah Fel for certain, all on this ship. Sari knew that either she'd gone mad or the galaxy had, perhaps both. There was no other explanation. Chapter 39. When the Jedi departed Coruscant, they did it quietly this time. There was no battle at their temple, no fire in the sky. They simply loaded up all their ships and flew away, leaving a hollow shell behind. The Jedi had locked themselves away in their temple since the attack on Coruscant. Security footage placed the ship that had rescued Marasiah as having stopped at their facility shortly beforehand. Hogrum had requested explanation. They said nothing. They were something else he'd have to deal with now that more important affairs were wrapping up. They made no public statement, even after leaving, but as soon as they were gone, a message from Cade Kruk, and the Jedi Council was hand-delivered by a Twi'lek named Shadow Vale. Hogrum was familiar with him, for his role at Bakura, his exploits as a Jedi, and his familial connection to his aide. Marasiah's aide. Hogrum still hadn't decided whether he wanted to keep a straw Vale at his side. He had bigger concerns. Maybe soon he could get down to smaller ones. Astral ushered her brother into the Regent's office, and after a lingering look left them there. Shadow was dressed in a plain tunic, not Jedi robes, and he had no lightsaber at his waist. Hogrum decided to take that as a good omen. At least one Jedi had finally started to accept the reality that his blessed force had vanished along with their order's relevance. "Thank you for seeing me, Regent," Shadow said. He clasped a single datapad to his chest. "Are you here to relay a message from the Jedi Council, Master Vale?" "I am." He licked his lower lip nervously but didn't hand the datapad over. Though the Jedi are no longer part of the government, they're still Federation citizens, Hogrum said gruffly. "I hope they haven't done anything treasonous. For their sakes." "That's not for me to say, sir." "I am. No longer aligned with the Jedi." Hogrum didn't need the Force to tell something was awry with the Twi'lek. Still holding the datapad tight, he was staring at the Regent with a hollow expression but probing eyes. Hogrum tried to pry. "You're no longer a Jedi, yet they've entrusted their last message to you. Is that correct?" "I volunteered, sir. Someone had to stay behind." He didn't try asking where they'd gone. He had a feeling Shadow didn't know. He didn't understand what was going on in the ex-Jedi's mind and didn't care. He needed to know if the Council was going to be a threat. He held his hand across the desk, beckoning for the datapad. Finally, Shadow handed it over. Taking it in both hands, not yet looking at the screen, Hogrum asked, "What will you do now, Master Vale? Will you remain on Coruscant?" "I hope not," Shadow said, slightly choked. Those haunted eyes lingered on him for a moment more, then broke away. "If that's all, sir, I'd like to go now." Hogrum leaned back, regarding him. His instincts told him that Shadow Vale was no threat to anyone, except perhaps himself. He would carefully inquire with the Strawl about this later. For now he needed to know the Council's intent. "Go," Hogrum said, nodding to the door. Shadow went. He slipped through without a word, leaving the office empty and quiet. If he exchanged anything with his sister, Hogrum heard none of it. Putting the Val siblings from his mind, he turned his attention to the Jedi's farewell. It was a polite and circumspect thing, as he'd expected from Cade Kruk, but the message was clear. The Jedi Order had no part to play on Coruscant anymore, and were withdrawing. The statement implied that they disapproved of Chalk's activities, and vague language hinted that they even knew what he'd done with Marasiah. But they had no proof, and accused him of nothing publicly. That fact reigned above all, and it filled Hogrum with relief. His agents were also hunting the scant ships that had escaped Bay's fleet, and he was increasingly confident that Marasiah was not among them. Other agents would watch Admiral Slosser's Alliance forces closely to make sure they stayed loyal. The self-removal of the Jedi was, he thought, a welcome thing. They were one less complication to deal with. More important than the Jedi's leaving, however, was the end of Gar Stassi's trial. After the heinous attack by Alliance radicals, the few survivors had their own trials coming up. The judges had no choice but to accept hard evidence and public will. Stassi, Kaiga, and Nellerin were found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. On Hagrim's urging, their sentence was to be life imprisonment instead of execution. He'd chosen that for a few reasons. Marasiah had urged him to show mercy so the general public and remaining Alliance senators would be better disposed to him. It was a good reason, and one of his main ones, but there were other causes to keep them alive. Dead they were martyrs, now they lingered at the edge of public imagination in a state of disgrace. Only a handful of Alliance diehards would support them now. Some would plot to free them from the maximum security prisons they'd be placed in. They were perfect bait to draw out radicals, and Hagrim's agents would be watching. Everything had worked out so perfectly. He wondered once more if the Force really was helping him, even if he didn't want it to. He hoped not. He wanted to think of this victory as one of his own making. The day after the Jedi's departure was unusually calm. It seemed all storms had passed, leaving the Galactic Federation and his place atop it stronger than ever. And then, midday Galactic City time, a straw brought him a most unusual report. A starship had dropped into Coruscant's atmosphere, flown right into secure government airspace, and surrendered itself to authorities. The pilot claimed that he was the last survivor of the one Sith, and that he wanted an audience with the Regent. Sith did not get to make requests. Hagrim's people had arrested the young man and taken him to a secure facility. They'd run full-body scans on his person and found nothing unusual. Technicians were analyzing his ship's computer and extracting navigational data. From their reports, it seemed like he'd already erased much of it. They tried to put the man through interrogation. Though they refrained from using the truly hard techniques, he was impressively resistant to their suggestions. He had a secret he was guarding, and he'd only tell it to the Regent. That evening, after reviewing all the reports and recordings, Hagrim decided to fulfill Eli Horn's request. The interrogators had placed the young man in a Durkrete-walled room and strapped his limbs to a chair. There were a few bruises on his face from when questioning had gotten rough, but there was spirit in his eyes when Hagrim walked into the room. The young man was not bowed. On the contrary, he looked like someone who'd gotten exactly what he wanted. "I am not in the habit of entertaining Sith guests," Hagrim said. "The last time he captured one, I killed him myself." "I'm not a Sith," the young man said. "You claim to be?" "No. I told your people I was one Sith. But I'm not anymore. The one Sith are dead, and even if they weren't, I'd want no part of them." "Then what do you want?" Eli Horn lifted his head to stare Hagrim in the eye. "I want your help." He found himself impressed by the young man's brazenness. "You're in no position to ask for it." "I know. But this will benefit us both." "You presume much. I still know little about you. You've done an impressive job of confounding my interrogators." "I know." Eli smiled tiredly. "Do you want to know how?" "I very much would." His expression relaxed. Suddenly, Hagrim found himself being lifted off his feet. They kicked him midair for a few seconds before he was gently lowered down. The Force. This young man had the Force. And that changed everything. "I can feel it," Eli Horn muttered. "You're afraid?" Hagrim was. If they found a way to get the Force back, if Skywalker's mad quest had borne fruit, then the Jedi's flight meant something totally different from what he thought. They could all be getting the Force back right now, and if they knew what he'd done to Marasiah, his entire reign was in jeopardy. "Don't worry," the young man smiled. "The Force isn't coming back. Not if I get your help." "Explain," Hagrim demanded. Eli explained. The story was long and strange. If it weren't for the display a moment ago, Hagrim would never have believed it. Instead, he had no choice but to accept. There was a world that inflicted Force powers on anyone who touched it, regardless of their midi-chlorian count. In theory, every sentient in the galaxy might touch the Force now. The idea made Hagrim's heart quail. The Force corrupted as much as it empowered. Granting the Force to everyone would mean anarchy and destruction. At worst, it could create a war of light versus dark that would dwarf any skirmish between Jedi and Sith. Don't worry, Eli assured him. You don't have to worry about that planet anymore. I destroyed the hypergate. Hogrum regarded him carefully. Why? Because the Force is dangerous. It seduces you. It promises to give you everything, but in the end it works itself through you. It tears you between light and dark when all you want to be is a man. Eli swallowed. I wish I didn't have the Force, but I do. I can't get rid of it, but I can make sure nobody else has to suffer because of it. So I destroyed the gate. And then I flew here to talk to you. Hogrum very much wanted to know why, but he said, my engineers have examined your starship. They found some pieces of navigational data have been erased and can't be recovered. You're hiding the location of the gateway. That's right. There's nothing there anymore. You don't need to bother it. Then why delete its location? That implies you don't trust me. I don't. Eli smiled bitterly. And you don't trust me. There's no reason you should. But we need each other, and that's more important than trust. The brazenness was stunning, but Hogrum had no rebuttal. Why did you delete the location? There are still some beings there. Without their gate, they're harmless. They deserve to be left alone. You're protecting the people you betrayed. Yes. It's not regret. I was a Sith, and I killed too many people for no reason at all. I'm trying to break that habit. Hogrum wasn't sure if he believed Eli, but belief was as irrelevant as trust. You say we need each other. You'd best explain that. I destroyed the gate to that ancient world. That planet's locked away at the heart of the galaxy and should be impassable. But there are other planets like it, planets in the deep core that are millions of years old and rich with raw Force power like nothing you can imagine. They could have the same effect of restoring the Force. He started to understand. You want my resources to find and destroy those worlds. I doubt you could destroy them. But you could interdict them, prevent people from finding them. There are still searchers out there. Cade Skywalker still has the Force, and some of his companions have it too. They'll be looking for another way to get the Force back. I'm sure of it. And for that we need each other. Eli presumed much, but he had the Force. Hogrum was used to having more information than anyone in the room, and this young man's presence disturbed him. But as Eli had said, they did need each other. Quietly he asked, why did you come to me? How do you know I won't find one of these planets and send all my knights there to regain the Force? Or that I won't send legions of stormtroopers and create a Force-powered army like the galaxy's never seen? I don't know, but I believe. I know what you've done and I can see you in the Force. Eli's eyes narrowed like he was staring into Hogrum's soul. You're a bulwark against chaos. You want order above everything. And you hate the Force because you can never control it. You think the galaxy would be better off without it and you were glad when it disappeared. Hogrum shuddered. After a life among Force users, he'd learned to block his thoughts. Even after losing his powers, his discipline has succeeded in walling off Marasiah. But this man, perhaps because of innate skill, or because he saw Hogrum with fresh eyes, and no personal connection, understood him perfectly. Hogrum stared at that face, smooth despite his bruises, so young but frighteningly wise. Yes, he was scared of Eli Horn, but the man was right. Hogrum needed him. They needed each other. You came to me, he said. I presume you have something specific in mind. I do, Eli nodded. Skywalker and his companions will start looking for more Force-powered planets. And I know where they'll start. I kept that part in my nav computer. And you want to take me there? A grateful, tired smile spread on his face. Yes. To stop them, we're going to need power only you can command. The fourth moon of the gas giant Yavin, remarkable only for historical reasons. Nowadays it had no sentient population, and was located far from any space lanes, so there was nothing to recommend a visit. Its once great temples, built by an ancient Sith empire and appropriated by the reborn Jedi as a praxium, had been mostly crushed by the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. More than a century on, The moon's wild jungle had done the rest. Great creeper vines had crawled up thick wall fragments and tugged them down brick by brick. Tall grass flourished as the heart of the oldest temple fell open to the sun. Desolate and forgotten, yet rich with significance, it was as good a place as any for this unlikely congregation. No large ships had set down between the ruined temples, in the grassy fields as yet unclaimed by the advancing jungle. The ones that had were a motley mix, rugged freighters like Minok and free agent mixed with 2 Alliance model military shuttles and a few crossfire escorts. A single green-hulled Jedi shuttle rested in the grass, but most remarkable was the ship beside it. The wide-winged craft possessed a smooth green hull and no traditional engines to speak of. It was the sort that would have drawn stares at any port, and even then nobody would have marked it as an organic flyer based on Yuuzhan Vong technology from Zanima II. They'd come from all over, and being fugitive was their one thing in common. Beings from every group converged in Minok's crew lounge for a one-of-a-kind conference. The ship had been emptied of its former passengers, who joined the rest of Alliance's survivors. In their place was a more select company. Cade Skywalker commanded attention, but so did Jedi Grandmaster Cade. A Yuuzhan Vong named Khat Lah sat among them, drawing stare. Ania Solo drew fewer eyes. Marasiah Fel was present along with her 2 surviving knights, but she was hardly the woman known galaxy-wide on holo broadcasts. Her hair had been rearranged to cover the portion torn away, but the lack of white highlight was glaring. A handful of survivors from Alliance were also present, including the pilot Anjdal. Sarai was surprised to be among them, and not just because of the August company. She was amazed to be free at all. Darth Talon wasn't present at this meeting, but Sarai knew she was aboard, and was real. Skywalker himself had confirmed it without explaining. That meant she wasn't mad, but the galaxy certainly was. She couldn't figure out why Talon hadn't turned her in. The Twi'lek knew who she was and what she'd been. Sarai was certain of it. Every one Sith knew Talon had been Crate's most fanatic servant. Her whole reason for being had been to serve him. That Talon would never have let the daughter of her master's betrayer go free. Gradually, Sarai came to the only possible conclusion. Losing the Force, and everything that had followed, must have fundamentally changed Talon as well. The meeting began with catch-up. Anjdal did most of the talking, explaining what the Alliance fleet had tried and failed to do. Sarai felt compelled to speak on Porat's behalf and emphatically assured the others that they'd had no part in the attack on Coruscant. They'd intended no violence. Everything had been a distraction to ensure the Empress rescue. Marasiah didn't look grateful for the aid. In a dull voice she said, "Even though this is all true, the rest of the galaxy believes otherwise. Even the ones who should be our allies." She looked to Cade. "You did a brave thing leaving Coruscant, Master Jedi, but I think it was foolish. You've made an enemy of my uncle, and others will view you with suspicion." "Let them." The old Whiffet spread his claws. "We did nothing hold up on Coruscant. Chalk did not want our assistance, and we had little to give. Besides, we could not side with him in good conscience when we found out what he did to you." "Then will you help us?" Sarai asked. In the mad galaxy, it almost made sense that an ex-Sith should side with ex-Jedi. "That depends. What do you wish to do?" Sarai knew what she intended. Chalk had to be fought. His government had to be brought down. She didn't care what violence it would bring. He needed to be brought to justice, for the sake of Porat and so many others. But she deferred to Anjdal. The pilot said, "We can't just surrender. We'd be killed, like everyone else from the fleet. Before the battle we told Admiral Slosser about the Empress, and what we intended. It's not safe to contact him now, but he knows the truth." "You can't expect him to start a civil war for you," Ganner Creek said. "Not when all those Alliance senators are siding with Chalk." "Nobody wants a war, and nobody's in a position to make one," Ann said. Joram, Admiral Bay knew that. He had a full fleet at his disposal but did everything to resolve this without fighting. "And look where that got him," Marasiah said bitterly. It was a hard point to argue. Sarai gave the only response she could. "We can't let Chalk get away with it. It isn't right." Cade shook his shaggy head. If you wish to wage a guerrilla war against an empire, it has been done before. And we Jedi have helped you. If some of our order wish to join your cause, I won't stop them. But there is other work for us to do. Such as? Asked Ange. The Whiffet looked to the Yuuzhan Vong. He had no tattoos or scars, but his sloping forehead and thin lips still recalled the monsters from horror stories. In smooth, barely accented basic Khat Lah said, the Force is not totally silent. We briefly opened a door that allows some of us to regain the Force. That door is now closed, but others may remain. If the Jedi wish to help us search, they're more than welcome. We will have to cast a wide net. Sari frowned. Does that mean you can use the Force? How is that possible? Yuuzhan Vong don't even have midichlorians. That was a little more knowledge than expected from a senator's wife, and it got her a few looks, but Khat Lah said, the midichlorians were merely a link to the Force, a conduit, but it flows through all life. Properly empowered and attuned, any being could use it. Sari didn't like the sound of that. Liberation from the Force had saved her from the dark side. It had shown her love and light she never expected. Though part of her wanted any weapon to strike at chalk with, another part of her feared getting the Force back. She was terrified of becoming the person she'd been. So let me get this straight, Ganner said. You're going to spread across the galaxy, looking for this door that can open the Force to you? There are ancient worlds where the Force is stronger than anything you can imagine, Khat Lah said. Most are locked away at the very heart of the galaxy. I only hope we can still reach them. So while the rest of us are trying to fight chalk, you'll be wandering around, looking for secrets. Secrets that may change everything, said K-Kruk. Don't you want the Force back, Master Krieg? Of course I do, Ganner said, but Sari could hear reservation. As I said, I will not hold Jedi to any task. Those who wish to fight chalk can fight. Those who want to search can search. Those who wish to leave the Jedi entirely can do so as well. I know one who has already done so. His eyes turned to Aslan, who frowned. Who are you talking about? You know Shadow Vale? Aslan's jaw dropped. Ganner sighed. Skywalker, who'd been mostly quiet until now, said, What? Shadow just quit. He's the straightest arrow I've ever seen. You've got it wrong. I wish it were so, but something has changed in Master Veo, K-Kruk said. Something has changed in us all. As Skywalker and the Knights tried to grapple with that, Anne said, I'm sorry about your friend, but there's nothing we can do about that now. Master K-Kruk, our invitation's open to any Jedi, but is not open for long. We're going to have to scatter, go into hiding, and plot our next step. We won't be easy to find then, so if any of your Jedi want to commit, they'll have to do it before we leave this place. I understand. I will tell them. Thank you. And shifted eyes to the Empress. Majesty, we'll do everything we can to keep you safe. You're our proof chalk's a liar. When the time's right, we'll make sure the whole galaxy knows your story. And then? No, Marasiah said. Everyone stared. Aslan started, Majesty. I am not your Majesty. I am not your Empress. She ran a hand over her forehead, bearing the bandaged patch on her scalp. Yes, you are, Ganner insisted. Chalk is the pretender. You're our rightful ruler. Everyone knows that. He waved a hand at Ange, begging support. The pilot said, He's right, Majesty. We need you to lead us. And how many of your people are already dead because of me? Ange didn't answer. The answer was too high for anyone to count. Marasiah jerked to her feet. I'll tell you what you should do. You should flee to the Outer Rim, throw away your weapons, and live far away from Chalk and everything he's done. You should forget. We can't forget our dead, Sari snapped. If you insist on fighting, he'll destroy you. Her bitter gaze passed around the room. For your own sakes, don't. You're lucky to have your lives. Don't throw them away. We won't be. We'll be doing what's right. You can do what you wish, but you won't be doing it for my sake. I won't let you. Ganner rose and took her arm. Empress, please. I'm not your Empress. It came out as a sob, and she jerked her arm free. I'm not taking part in any of this. I won't let you die for me. Any of you? She lurched for the exit. Ganner grabbed for her again, but an invisible force push shoved him back, knocking him and Aslan both onto the couch. As they disentangled themselves, everyone stared at the door through which Marasiah had left. With a long sigh, Cade Skywalker said, "You two leave her for now. Let us try and handle it." His eyes caught Ania's, and the two of them followed Marasiah out of the room. The silence in the chamber was awkward and grim. "Sorry," asked Ange, "what do we do now? What happens if she doesn't fight with us?" The pilot lowered her head. "We've gone it alone before. And you'll do it again. It's either that or lie down and do nothing. Admit defeat." Ange blinked, her eyes dry. "I lost a lot of friends back there. I can't forget that." "Neither can I," Sari said. She'd only lost one person, but that person had been everything. She saw tentative strength in Ange's eyes, and was glad for it. For the first time since Porat's death, she didn't feel alone. As soon as the meeting was over, Ganner and Aslan went looking for Marasiah. They couldn't find her aboard Minok, and Delia Blue said she'd gone outside. Morning mist rose thick from Yavin 4's jungles, obscuring the tree line and dampening the earth. Even the nearby parked ships were draped in fog, and it was difficult to recognize somebody 3 meters away. They searched and didn't find the Empress. The best they got was Cade Skywalker. "You can't stop looking," he told them. "It ain't gonna do any good. We have to find her and convince her to help," Aslan insisted. "Those rebels are going to need her. If not as an actual leader, then at least as a symbol they can rally around." "A symbol of what?" "Chuba, you've seen her. Does she look like an empress now?" "No," Ganner admitted. "But she is one, and once she remembers that." "You don't get it. You think she was empress cause she was born to be one. By that logic, I should be the Grand Karkin Jedi Master like my dad. She was empress because she chose to be. Because she thought it was her purpose." Cade sighed and stared into the mist. "You all know where that got her?" Weakly, Aslan asked, "So what's she going to do?" "Hell if I know. Hell if she knows. You can tell she's not right in the head now." "We have to do something to help," Ganner said. "We have to remind her what her purpose is. You Karkin Imp Knights, always trying to save people, you're as bad as Jedi." Cade said again. "Take it from somebody who ran from his destiny for a long time. She'll either find hers or she won't. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. Just let her be." In the worst moments aboard Alliance, Ganner had fallen back on his most basic oath. He failed to protect the integrity of the throne, his master Sinde, even his best friend, but he still saved his empress. But he saw that hadn't. He saved Marasiah, whoever that woman was now. Ganner understood and felt hollow inside. It was that yawning emptiness, the kind he'd been fighting so hard since losing the Force. He fought with anger and with duty, but it was still there, waiting to swallow him, and for a dizzying moment he wondered if he should let it. "The question you guys should ask is what you're gonna do now," Cade said softly. "And again, the only people who can answer it are you." With that he wandered off and disappeared into the mist. Ganner and Aslan stared into the grassy earth and themselves. It was a long time before Aslan spoke. "I think I might go with the Jedi," she said. "You mean with Kikruk and Master Tuum and the others trying to get the Force back? They'll need all the searchers they could get." "Oh," he said. "You sound surprised." "It's not surprise. I just thought," he struggled for words. "You've been handling it so well, Aslan. Losing the Force." She blinked. "You really think that?" "You have? Better than me?" He looked at his hands. "I feel like I'm on the verge of coming apart. I thought all these different things could hold me together, but they can't." She put a gentle hand on his arm. A long time ago, her simple touch thrilled him with hope of something more. A part of him still felt that way for Aslan, but after all they'd been through, those hopes felt like childish dreams. It hurt to dwell on them. And Ganner realized then that, despite the strength Aslan had given him since they'd lost the Force, he couldn't rely on her anymore. He had to find his own strength or fall into the void. He certainly couldn't join the Jedi in chasing the Force. That was just another way of torturing himself with false hope. As Skywalker had said, the only direction came from within. He lowered his hands and stared into the grass. That's good, Aslan. You should go with Master Tuum and the rest. What are you going to do, Ganner? He thought on the frenzy and desperation of Alliance's last hours, of the suffering and death he'd been unable to stop, of the engine of slaughter Hogrum Chalk had created. It isn't right, he whispered. All those dead, we can't forget them. You're talking about joining the rebels. If they'll take ex-Jedi, they can take ex-Knights. Is that what we are now? Ex-Imperial Knights. Ganner stared into the jungle mists and said, yes. There's no Empress left to serve. It was a curse and a liberation. It was like losing the Force all over again. Maybe this time, Ganner thought, he could handle it right. Once Talon might have been proud to stand among the ruins left by Exar Kun and Naga Sato. Right now she felt nothing. As she walked along the forest's edge, watching the clustered ships and temple ruins, she felt like she was nothing. She made no effort to hide herself. As she moved about half-veiled by the morning mist, she drew some glances from Alliance and Jedi personnel, but none moved to seize her. Maybe they didn't believe their eyes. Maybe they didn't know her. Maybe they just didn't care. It felt like the bottom of a long slide toward irrelevance that had begun after Darth Krayt's death. There didn't seem any further she could go. While no one watched, she went up to the base of one ruined temple wall and attempted to climb it. She scampered carefully over the surrounding rubble, and when she reached the wall, she used gaps between ancient brick as foot and handholds. She didn't have the Force, but she at least had her body, and that was enough to pull and push her to the wall's jagged peak. When she stood atop it, she was breathing hard and sweating. Adrenaline rushed through her body. She almost felt alive. But she wasn't. The Sith were gone, and so was the Force. She tried so hard to cling to both those things, only to fail time and again. Eli's betrayal and destruction of the Hypergate had been the last disaster, but she hadn't realized its full impact until she saw Saray, Darth Wyerlock's daughter, standing aboard Mynock with the other refugees from Alliance. Her father was a traitor, and his sins must be paid to the child. Darth Krayt himself had decreed that. Her master commanded her to punish Saray, and it would have been so easy to do so. Skywalker, or whomever she told, wouldn't believe her, but they'd investigate anyway. They might not find proof Saray had a Sith, but suspicion could ruin her. But after seeing Saray on the ship, Talon hadn't even tried. She'd seen the fear and shock in the other woman's eyes, and those alone told her story. Saray was not Sith. She'd given up the pretense and desire and thrown herself fully into a new life. Saray had remade herself. Talon had realized that and felt a pang of surprising envy. Wyerlock's daughter had become a senator's wife, an Alliance partisan. Talon had no idea what she might become herself. The Force and the Sith had defined her all her life. With neither strength nor purpose, there seemed no point to living. Talon stood on the edge of the wall and looked down. It was a 10-meter drop into hard rubble, maybe 12. She might survive, but if she pitched her body to land headfirst, it would surely kill her. It would be easy to do, but she shirked from it, just as she'd shirked from death's offer before. As a Sith, she'd had no fear of death. That was no longer the case, and she tried, rationally, to weigh the cost and benefits of living. There was no reason to survive. No strength, no purpose, no future, but irrational fear froze her. Against everything, Talon didn't want to die. Ashamed for her survival, she stepped back from the edge. From her high vantage, she looked out on the forest, the ships, the people scurrying through the mist below. Finally, she started crawling feet first down the wall. When she reached the rubble-strewn ground, she was surprised to find someone watching her from the edge of the pile. On Rahakala, Khat Lah hadn't deigned to speak with her, though she knew much about him from Eli. The Yuuzhan Vong regarded her carefully, without word or gesture. Talon watched him back. Then she stepped across the scattered stones and stepped onto the grass beside him. I saw you on top of the wall, Khat Lah said. I felt your intentions. She felt a flush of shame and anger. A Sith was robbed of the Force, but a Yuuzhan Vong, of all creatures, had his favor. The galaxy truly had gone mad. It was a private moment, she said sharply. I'm sorry for the intrusion. But you are alive. Have you chosen what to do with that life? No. Would you like to recover the Force? More than anything, still. Yes, she croaked and looked away. I'm glad to hear it. What would you do if you regained it? Would you rebuild the Sith? She found the idea had little appeal to her. As Eli had proved, she was a poor teacher. I don't know, she admitted. A fair answer. Khat Lah thought a moment. When I took Eli Horn through the gate, I thought what he experienced would cure him of your teaching. It did, but it unleashed something I never suspected. The destruction of the gate is my fault as much as his. I have to atone for that. Talon had seen the changes in Eli when he'd returned from the other side, but like everyone else, she'd failed to read them properly. He'd held his intentions close. Even now she wished she understood him better. As if sensing her desire, Khat Lah said, I believe I see some of his reasons. Eli was racked between the dark and the light, the Sith and the Jedi. He felt failed by both sides. And, I think, bitterness for both groups. The way the Force returned to him on the other side was painful. It was even cruel. In silencing the Force, he thinks he is sparing the galaxy. Talon recalled Darth Maladi's mad last rambling. He is wrong. I believe so too. I wish I'd had a chance to argue with him. After pause, the Yuuzhan Vong asked, why is he wrong? Talon thought on that. She knew she needed the Force. Without it, she was an empty shell of a person. But there was more than that. The Force empowered. It allowed beings to be more than what they were. Greater or worse didn't matter, but more. It wove mortal lives together in a great web. One Talon hadn't appreciated until the web was gone. Eventually Talon said, the Force is life, as the Jedi say. In losing the Force we lose life. All of us are hollow without it. The Yuuzhan Vong considered. She glanced back at him. He gave her a tiny nod. Thank you for your time, Talon. We will speak later. He turned and walked away, back toward where his second flyer sat on the grass. Talon watched his back recede, and it wasn't until he was far away that she realized he hadn't called her Darth. She decided there was no reason to correct him. She looked back at the wall she's climbed, thought, then started up it again. Not to consider death this time, but to rest on that high place, watching and listening, thinking, considering life. Despite all it had been through, Free Agents seemed to have come through in good shape. It had picked up its share of survivors from Alliance, and had taken a few hits from chasing ties on the way out, but none of the damage was major. Once it was dirt side on Yavin 4, Salk and AG-37 got to work on repairs. Ania frankly envied them the task. It was easier to fix machines than people, politics, or the Force. Right now, she'd settled for the first one. She and Jo walked slowly around Free Agent's base. Sunlight had burned away most of the morning mist, revealing the forest rising high around the temple ruins, but it wasn't making him easier to read. I keep on replaying them in my head, Jo told her. All those moments I could have gone through the gate. I should have insisted, but there was always some reason for me to stay behind. You couldn't have known what would happen. That's debatable, Jo grunted, and said nothing more. Ania still had only a partial idea of what had happened on Khat, and no idea why Eli Horn had destroyed the gate. Kyra seemed to have some clue, but she wasn't saying much either. So, Ania said, what now? Do you keep trying to get the Force back? There were times when we were wandering around the galaxy chasing dead ends that I was ready to give up. I wasn't happy, but I accepted it. And then we got to Khat. Kyra and Eli got the Force back. Jerry, I got the Force somehow. He shook his head in frustration. And Lobaka. He got the Force back too. She'd heard about the Wookiee's fate. I'm sorry about what happened to him. He was a wise Jedi. I learned a lot from the time we were together. Jo looked at the high jungle. He trained here, you know, when they used it as a Jedi Academy. He told me about how small these trees seemed compared to the ones at Kashyyyk. He said it took a while, but he ended up loving this forest as much as the one back home. He got used to it, Ania said softly. He said he made his best friends here. Built memories. Accomplished things. J.O.'s gaze shifted to the slumping temple ruins. A few massive walls still stood, but most had crumpled to rubble, spilled across the surrounding field, and been overgrown. So, Ania said, you're still going to look for the Force? I think so. What those rebels are doing is brave. But without the Empress, I don't think I can help them. He glanced sideways at her. How is she? Ania couldn't lie. She's not in good shape. You know, I never knew what to make of her before, even during all our run-ins. I knew she was my cousin, but in my head she was always the Empress. Power and authority and all those things I never got along with. I think toward the end I got a look at the woman behind the crown. She stopped and leaned her back against one of Free Agent's landing struts. J.O. circled in front of her and asked, what did you see? I saw a woman who'd only ever been an empress or a princess. And she was really trying to do right with that power, because she thought that was her purpose. Her destiny. She's lost that and everything else too. Her crown, her family, even her self-respect. Everything that makes you want to roll out of your bunk in the morning. So what now? I don't know, J.O. I wish I did. You can't fix her problems, and neither can I, so what about you? You said you're going to keep looking for the Force. Any ideas how? I don't know. I'll join in with some of the Jedi if I have to. I heard Azlyn Rae will be joining them, so I won't be the only Imperial Knight. Disappointment tugged her heart downward. Not that he'd say that, but because it was his first response. When they parted a year ago, J.O. had gone off to rediscover the Force. Ania had gone off to rediscover her mom. The way they'd been pulled apart felt inevitable, and it had made her wonder if their 2 years traveling together and the bond they'd made was just a passing phase, two different people stuck together by chance and nothing more. Maybe J.O. still thought so. Ania asked, you haven't talked to my mom much, have you? No. His face creased as he remembered. You said she's a Force user too, isn't she? A Skywalker. Yeah. I'm not sure what she has planned next, but I think this whole rediscover the Force thing might be up her alley. His eyes narrowed. What does that mean? I don't know what it means. I don't know what Salk and AG have planned. I mean, Salk might want to relocate with some refugees someplace. AG might want to start a legitimate freight company or something, and I'm not sure about Kyra, but if my mom wants to go searching, and they're willing to lend Free Agent. J.O. said. This place can still be your home again? If you want it to be. He repeated. He looked straight at her and she held his eyes. I don't want to presume. I mean, this is AG's ship. Right? I'm not presuming either. I never said that. But if he's okay running people around a hopeless quest. He probably is. He's done it plenty times already. Right? But if he's okay with it, and you're okay. I am. Turns out I'm a sucker for hopeless quests too. She smiled, reached out, and took his hand. Welcome back. His face twisted, then smiled back. Thank you, Ania. Not a problem. I wanted to get that cleared up. But now I've got to run. His despondence showed. She squeezed his hand once, released, and added with a wink, family meeting. You understand? One problem solved. Feeling light, Ania hurried across the grass toward what had once been Yavin 4's greatest temple. The last Skywalker sat among the ruins. This corner of the temple's base level still remained. Brick walls 10 meters high converged at a right angle and provided a perch from which they could see the treetops on all sides and the strange collection of ships gathered on this abandoned moon. It was full daytime, and the sky between thick clouds was blue, except for the place where the great gas giant loomed. Its scarlet swirls had faded by atmosphere. They had a lot to talk about. Cade gave them an explanation of his experiences on the other side of the gate. It was more in-depth than he'd given anyone, including Jerry and Delia. Ania looked perplexed by his description of force-powered dream landscapes, eruptions of raw energy, and godlike ascended beings. The old woman, Marin, looked intrigued. He wasn't sure about Marasiah. She paid attention, but he couldn't pick up anything from her sunken eyes or dulled force aura. After he described the destruction of the hypergate, Cade spread his hands. You know where we are now. The Jedi want to find another planet like the one we were on, one that can give them back the Force. Before the gate got crashed, we'd held back telling them about it, partly cause it wasn't our secret to give away, but also cause we didn't think it could stay secret. If Jedi started coming to Khat Lah and coming back with the Force, then you get Imp Knights coming, and then, who knows? Anybody who wanted. Sith, Marasiah said simply. Anybody. You heard what I said. Karkin Jeriak at the Force after I baked him by accident. I still don't understand how that's possible, Marin said. Cade sighed. There was one part he'd held back, knowing all the while he'd have to get out with it. When I stepped into that eruption and got to communicate with the Whills, I tried to do this thing which might not have been smart, seeing as I was already some incorporeal consciousness bridging planes of existence or whatever. I really doubt I'm going to understand, said Ania. But what kind of thing? When the Whills made me us, Anakin, whatever they made the chosen one to fill this wound the Sith had made in the Force. But I wasn't just bridging this plane, and theirs. I could stretch even further. The Force all around us here is the living Force. The Whills, they're part of the cosmic Force. But beyond that there's something more. It's like a fountainhead, and even living beings that die or sin can't touch it. It's like the pure, primal power of the universe. Even what the Whills touch is lesser compared to that. He glanced at Marin. They teach this kind of stuff at Jedi school in your day. A little bit, the old lady said. Voice was soft with reminiscence. My grandmother described something similar. She thought there was a wellspring that existed beyond light and dark, good and evil, everything. She called it the unifying force. My grandma didn't have a name for it, but it sounds like they were talking about the same thing. The point is, I saw that power, I felt it, and I knew I could reach it. It was hard to put divine revelation into words. You simply knew things without a why or a how. I grabbed it, and for this timeless second I was a bridge. Unifying force, cosmic force, our living force that we're in. Weak and muddled like it is, I could stretch across them all. And the force moved through me like I was a channel, and it was a big, gushing river. And that power flowed so strong it blasted all the way through the hypergate and baked force power into Jeriah and Loe. That was as best he could describe it. When he tried to remember his encounter with the Whills, they became slippery. His mortal mind couldn't hold on as when he'd been part of the cosmic force. He'd been gazing down at the moss-covered brick as he talked. When he looked up, Marin was still thoughtful, Ania still confused. Marasiah still inscrutable. If what you're saying is true, Marin spoke carefully, that you can just open the force for anyone. Maybe for a whole planet, maybe even for more. Yes. And when I was a bridge for however long it lasted before the Whills stopped me, I knew that. I knew a lot more too. He couldn't explain. Divine revelation worked the way it worked. I knew that it became that bridge if I got strong and held it. I could soak every living being in this whole damn galaxy with the Force. I could give him back what the Whills and Celestials took from him a long time ago. But I'd have to be that bridge, you understand? Now, and ever, and always. I wouldn't be Cade anymore. Remembering that scrap of certainty chilled him. He looked at the moss again. Very quietly he added, if it could happen to me, it could happen to you all. You are Skywalkers, after all. Ania shifted awkwardly. Even me. I don't even have the Force. And if I did, I don't want to stop being me. Staying, you think I do? Cade shook his head. That's why I didn't try again once I realized what I was doing. But I realized I could have if I really wanted. As it is, the Whills pulled me out. Tried to keep me contained with them, but I was still a bridge going the other way, back to the living Force. Jeriah and Kyra and the Vong, they pulled me out. You know what it cost Lobaka? He sighed and looked high, past the surrounding women to the great jungle. He remembered the things Lobaka's love for this place. After a while, Ania said, just because we can do that doesn't mean we will. If the Jedi find another planet like that, they can soak up the Force on their own time, like Kyra did. The Jedi, and whoever else wants to find it, Marasiah said. People who can't be trusted. Adventurers. Rogues. Even Sith. Cade was about to defend adventurers and rogues, but Ania said, speaking of Sith, what about Darth Talon? As problems went, that was small, specific, and firmly grounded in the mortal plane. He was thankful for it. That's the question, ain't? She's got no Force. No Sith buddies either. In better times, I say hand her over to the authorities, and let them lock her in a cell forever. But right now, I'm even less fond of the authorities than usual. Don't want to hand her over to Chalk. Those rebels are gonna be on the run and underground all the time. And the Jedi got better things to do than babysit one used to be Sith. After a thoughtful pause, Ania said, she did save our butts on Coruscant. She's killed far many more, Marasiah said. So what? Do you want to just shoot her and leave her for the jungle? Cade couldn't tell if Ania had meant that as a joke. She didn't seem to know either. She looked around the group, seeking an answer. He had something close. Before that meeting, I had a talk with Khat Lah. He and his Vong buddies are going to be searching on their own, but they'll be in contact with the other Seekers. He told me, and I can't believe I'm saying this, that he'd be willing to take Talon along with him. Ania frowned. I heard Vong were masochists, but that's a little much. Does he want to get stabbed in the back? He said his people fell to the dark side, got stripped of the Force, and had to make a long, ugly struggle back to redemption. And he said that, maybe, they had something to teach Talon. On your side? I don't like just shooting a prisoner, but, staying, I don't know. Well, my knock don't got a brig, so I know I'm not hauling her around, Kay said. It wasn't much of a joke, and it fell pretty flat. Marin asked, I'd like to help with the search. What about you, Cade? He shrugged. I'm not crazy about dissolving into the Force. In fact, I really don't want that to happen. But if we could help the Jedi get back their powers, people like Kruk, Aslan, Ganner, Jo, I think is worth a little time and effort. We can see how it goes. And how much more Jerry, and Blue and willing to put up with my Stupaforce quest. I've asked a lot of them as it is. Do you have anywhere to start? Khat Lah does. The way he found Rahakala was by talking to a lady of really ancient Jedi's Force essence inside a big black pyramid thing on Tython. That's how we found it too. You've been to Tython. Marin sounded surprised. Got the navigation data from the Jedi archives. Khat Lah's the one who found and dug up the pyramid thing. Although it's called. He thinks he can go back, talk to it, and maybe get another hint. I figure he's right. It's our best chance. Then we have a plan. Good. Quietly, Marasiah asked, maybe you shouldn't be looking at all. Marin stared at her. What do you mean? Losing the Force has changed everything and everyone. It's changed us. Even the few of us who still have it. And it's a change that can't be undone. But what are you saying exactly? I'm saying I don't want the Force back. Her voice cracked. The Force didn't save my parents or my husband or my throne. Do you really think spreading the Force around will save this galaxy? That it will fix our problems? She looked to Cade. Your Whills were right to take away the Force. The only mistake they made was spreading midi-chlorians and making some of us deal with it. Cade knew she was bitter and angry, and had every right to be. He felt like that too once. But it was Marin who said, I turned my back on the Force once. I refused to use it or even hear it for a long time, as long as you've been alive. But I came back to it, and when I did, I realized I needed it all along. Marasiah's hands turned to fists. Do you know what it is I want? No, Kay said, and he'd been wondering. I want to destroy my uncle. I want to tear him out of this universe for everything he's done, and I want to hurt him as I do it. And I can feel the dark side inside me, begging to help. And all I'd have to do is say yes to that voice, and I'd make my father look like a saint. Her head lowered and her shoulders shook. Do you realize how hard this is? The Force is quiet for everyone but not for me, and I just want it to go away. Cade had nothing to say that could help her. Neither did Ania, but Marin, expression soft, said, I've been to places like that before. It's when I started shutting out the Force. Even if it was a mistake, it was what I needed at the time. When Marasiah said nothing, she added, if you want, I think I can help you. She picked her head up cautiously. You can help me shut it out. I can help you tame it. And maybe find yourself. I can't promise anything. Marasiah exhaled. With heavy eyes, she looked at Marin, then Ania, then Cade. She asked him, do you remember how we first met? Running from Socorro to Vendaxa with Darth Talon on their trail. It was hard to forget. You needed a ride, he said simply. I don't know where I'm going this time. I just need to go. I can help you, Marin insisted gently. But it won't be easy. And you'll need to help yourself along the way. That's all right. Self-control was always important to my family. Well, said Cade, looks like it still is. Marasiah glanced at him, uncertain, then understood. A choking sob escaped her, and she bent forward, digging palms across eyes to wipe away tears. Chapter 40. From the bridge of the Star Destroyer, Eli Horn could see Tython spread out beneath him. He could vividly remember his last time over this world. He'd had 2 prisoners aboard his ship but was still at the mercy of Cade Skywalker's Mynock. He'd been frightened and confused, deprived of his master, and grasping for anything that could help him. The planet itself looked the same for the most part. Gray and white clouds swirled over a surface of jagged mountains, deserts, forests, tundra, and polar ice caps. Hanging above the planet, both in view from the destroyer's bridge, were the moons Ashla and Bogan. Nearly identical in size but colored respectively light and dark, they'd been the ancient Jedi's first instruction in the dual nature of the cosmic force. The planet and the moons had been here long before the Jedi had arrived after being harvested from across the galaxy by the Loyer. The planet and moons would remain still. It was the Jedi Eli had come to erase. Eli, and the army at his back. Compared to his last time here, it was impossible not to feel the thrill of power as he reached out with the Force to sense the minds of the thousands of crew on this destroyer. None of them understood why they come, but they were doing their jobs anyway. Their minds hummed with calm focus. They'd taken it from the Federation's core fleet, followed it down the path provided in Eli's nav computers, and finally reached Tython. Stars seemed to crowd close around the planet, though they were nothing compared to what had filled the sky on that spectral world. Behind Eli, a voice said, "We believe we have acquired the target, sir. Please provide confirmation." The comment wasn't directed toward him, but he turned anyway. Hogrum Chalk stood before the ship's captain, 2 meters of scars and metal draped in black. Even without tattoos, he might easily pass for a Sith, but he was different from the ones Eli had known. He felt different in the Force. Chalk was a harsh man and a cruel master, but he took no joy in what he did. Rather than hot anger, Eli could sense from him a weary hatred for the universe and perhaps himself. He felt that hatred clearly when they first met, and at that moment Eli had known he'd been right to seek help from Chalk. As the captain and the regent walked toward the gunnery console, Chalk nodded to Eli and beckoned him forward. The young man leaned close to them and looked onto the console screen. There was no cloud cover above the tundra, and the destroyer's video sensors clearly showed the Loyer, one black square amidst a white snowfield. "That's it," Eli told them. "That's the target." "We detect no shields of any kind," the gunnery lieutenant said. "It should be an easy shot." "Utilize all available turbolasers," said Chalk. "The initial volleys should last 30 seconds of continuous fire. After that, repeat volleys as necessary. I want everything within 20 square kilometers of the target turned to glass. Do you understand?" "Yes, Majesty," the captain said, and the gunnery crew got to work. It didn't take them long to prepare. Eli and Chalk drifted to the front of the bridge to peer down at the planet. Eli tensed. He had no idea if the ancient device could fight back or protect itself. He wished they'd brought more than one destroyer, but Chalk seemed to think this would be enough. Nonetheless, as the gun crew counted down to firing, he felt the Regent tense as well. When the count hit 0, a wave of laser fire shot out of the destroyer's ventral guns. The river of emerald destruction narrowed as it fell into Titan's atmosphere and shrank further, until it was just a green speck against the white. Eli saw the blast hit true, a tiny burst of fiery red. A second later he felt it. It came at him through the force like a counterattack. The pain that stabbed his mind was like nothing he'd ever felt before, not his own and not that of any other sentient. The Loyur was an ancient Jedi mind trapped inside an even older vessel, but the orbital turbolaser blasts were enough to crack the shell and incinerate the soul inside. What he felt was not a direct attack at him, but the pain of death rippling through the force. That soul that screamed agony carried 25,000 years of existence with the force, and the weight of all those ages sounded his skull. Eli fell to his knees, clasped his head, and begged the scream to stop. A second or an hour later it did. The agony faded slowly in his mind, each echo smaller than the one before, until finally he could open his eyes and stand. The entire bridge crew was staring at him. None of them knew what they were here for, and only Chalk understood what they'd done. The Regent watched Eli, scarred face betraying nothing, but he emanated a cool curiosity in the force. When Eli looked out the viewport, he saw destruction still raining down on Titan. They were being as thorough as promised, but he knew the kill had been made. When the barrage finally ceased, the gunnery crew were quick to report success. The target area and everything within 20 square kilometers had been turned to superheated ash. Even from orbit, Eli could make out a patch of burning red in the tundra. "It is done," Chalk said simply. In a lower voice he asked Eli, "What did you feel?" "I felt an end." He rubbed a palm against his temple. A bit of the pain was still there, mercifully retreating. There was a consciousness inside that Loyur, the soul of an ancient Jedi. I felt it cry out in pain, and then fade away. As Skywalker and Khat Lah had described it, the soul in the Loyur was already elevated, far from mortal but not quite a will. The being had had a name, he tried to remember, and failed. That saddened him, he owed it that much after what he'd done. "My men will scan the surface for any further signs of life," Chalk told him. "I need you to reach out with the Force. If you find anything else on Titan, even a whisper of living power." "I know," Eli said grimly. "I know what has to be done." Chalk stepped away and let him work. Some of the crew still gawked, but Eli didn't care. He lowered himself to a meditative pose at the front of the bridge and, sitting before the viewport, he stretched out with the Force. Time passed, and all he sensed beneath him was an untamed, uninhabited world, with patches of flora and some animal life, but nothing sentient and nothing that recalled the great power of the Loyur. When the destroyer's crew pronounced the planet clear of life signs, Eli stood and did the same. Chalk seemed pleased. "We will begin withdrawal from the system," he said. "Tactical, dispatch an orbital probe to monitor for incoming and outgoing vessels. Helm, begin plotting our course out of the deep core." The crew obeyed. They didn't understand why they'd come or why they were leaving, but were glad the mission was done. As they oriented away from the planet and prepared to jump to hyperspace, Chalk told him, "This is not the end. You said yourself that Skywalker and his companions will keep searching. I imagine the Jedi will be working with him too." Eli had already thought about that. "I know. And I'm prepared to do what it takes. The talents you have are beyond value. I'm willing to invest you with great authority to make sure their hunt isn't vain." "Thank you, sir. I'm giving you much, and I expect you to give in return. My government is still precarious, and if it breaks Skywalker, and the Jedi are all the more likely to succeed. I will protect your authority as long as you protect mine." Eli understood exactly what Chalk was asking for. He wanted to see the Force silenced for good, but he also wanted an enforcer who'd keep him in power. "This mission is my priority," he said. "It always will be. I won't be your Darth Vader." Chalk seemed impressed by the younger man's audacity. "I don't plan on needing one. But as I said, our fates are linked. We can only be helped if we help each other. I understand. As the destroyer accelerated away from Tython, Eli understood something else. His mission would one day bring him face to face with those he'd betrayed. Deep inside he dreaded facing Skywalker, Khat Lah, Kyra most of all, but the day would come. It would be an awful battle, but he had to win it. To save the galaxy from the Force, a terrible price would have to be paid. I'll be damned if I still can't feel it sometimes, Jerry said. I thought maybe once we got away from Khat it would be different, but no. Blue says you saved our butts during the rescue op, Cade told him. Yeah, well, that just kind of happened. Listen, Patissa, I'm the first guy to tell you the Force can be a major pain in the butt. But it's got uses too. They were in Minok's main cargo hold, retaking stock of supplies after their hurried exit from Khat. After Yavin 4 it was down to just Jerry, Cade, and Delia again, plus 2 droids, so it was almost like the good old days. Almost, but not quite. It was the damned Force. Sometimes Jerry thought it had left him alone forever. Then it would come out of nowhere. He'd get nagging feelings, or suddenly flashed on intuition about what Cade or Delia were feeling. The fact that it all came and went on his own was the most aggravating thing. With a sigh, Jerry sat down on a cargo crate. I gotta ask, he said, and you gotta be straight with me. Shoot. I've seen the way the Force works on people. Am I gonna turn into one of those red-eyed Sith Murglags? Cade actually laughed. Why the hell would you think that? You're not Sith material, Jerry. You need self-control for that, not to mention ambition and better dress sense. Black leather and tats just ain't you. I said be straight with me. We all know I'm not Jedi material. I got way too many sins for that. True, Cade nodded. Anger. Impulsiveness. Yeah, I know. Greed, laziness, mild sadism, hell of a lot of lust. I said be serious. Jerry snapped. What is this gonna do to me? What am I now? Cade exhaled. I don't know. Honest, I don't. If this thing would leave me alone, I'd be happy. Most of the time it does. But then it just comes at me, and I can't get a hold on it. Yeah, like I said, it can be a pain in the butt. But you learn to control this thing, right? Sometimes. Cade eyes him carefully. Are you asking me to train you? No. Well, maybe a little. Just help me get it under control. And help me stay under control. I don't want to go Sith. I've seen the way the dark side eats people up. And I don't want to go Jedi either. If somebody tries to turn me into one of those, they'll end up erasing everything that makes me me. You mean the impulsiveness, greed, lust? Exactly. Jerry sighed. Maybe if we find another of those weird Force-wide planets, it can take this power away. I wouldn't count on it. Cade slapped his shoulder. You're just going to have to get used to it. But don't worry. I'll be there to help. That meant more to Jerry than he could say. He thought back to that dream where he'd seen through Cade's eyes. The moment they met, everything had changed him in a way that would never change back. The hole's overhead speaker scratched, and Delia's voice rang out. Wake up, boys. We're on our last jump to Tython. Glad to hear it, said Cade. Our pal's still with us. That's right. Good. We'll be right up. Cade started for the exit and Jerry pushed off the crate to follow. As they worked their way through the corridors to the cockpit, he said, at least it's back to normal now. You and me, Blue, R2, you couldn't unload 3PO. What? You mean on Ania? I already gave her an empress to manage. I figured taking Goldenrod was the least we could do. Good point. Having her mightiness aboard would have seriously clashed with our style, Jerry said, and imagine how long it would take for her and Delia to come to blows. Well, she so ain't so mighty anymore, Cade said without pleasure. I don't know how she'll be with Ania's crew, but they're probably a better fit than us. They got to the cockpit just in time. Delia was at the helm, and she guided Minok out of lightspeed. Tython soon swelled before them, one planet circled by twin moons. Free Agent's engine cluster glowed ahead of them as it approached the world first. Jerry dropped into the co-pilot seat and checked scanners. Within seconds, 2 more ships had appeared over Tython, 1 Jedi shuttle and 1 organic second flyer. Everybody's present and accounted for, Jerry said. As they waited for the planet to get nearer, he asked, "How do you think Khat Lah's gonna handle his new lady friend?" "The guy's pure Barvy if he thinks he can tame that shutter," Delia said. "I don't know what he's thinking." "Talon's got no force, and no Sith buddies left," Cade said. "Right now she's plenty tame, like a puppy that got kicked too many times." Under his breath he added, "Reminds me a little of the Empress." "Kick a puppy too many times and it'll bite back," Delia said. "Well, that's for Khat Lah to find out. Not our problem. Just hope it stays that way," muttered Jerry. That weird Yuuzhan Vong's problems had a way of becoming theirs too. As the 4 ships got closer, they pulled over Tython's northern hemisphere. Jerry activated sensors and began searching for the Loyar. He didn't have fond memories of their first time here and wasn't looking forward to a return. Mynock was still too far away for good scans, but Free Agent was closer. The comm board buzzed and Jiraiya tapped it on. "What have you got?" he asked. "You'll see it in a minute," Ania replied, voice grave. "Something's very wrong." When they brought Free Agent low over Tython, Kyra stood up, clung to the back of Ania's chair, and stared. Snowy tundra quickly gave way to fields of scorched earth. Kilometer after black kilometer raced by beneath them until one thing interrupted the despoiled plain. Even from a distance she could tell the Loyar had been ruined. The pyramid lay cracked open. Its peak had been incinerated and mere chunks of its 8 stone walls remained. Dimly, she was amazed even that much had survived what must have been minutes of sustained bombardment. Free Agent pulled up over the Loyar's broken heart and found it filled with ash and ruin. Kyra reached out with the Force. She hadn't had that power the first time she'd been here, and she didn't know what she was feeling for, but there had to be something. A whisper of life, an echo of power. All she felt was emptiness. Cold wind blew snow across ash, and that was all. "There's nothing here," said the old woman beside her. Kyra looked at Ania's mother and asked, "You're sure?" "Yes. This is a dead place." Kyra looked desperately to the back of the cockpit. Marasiah slumped against the rear wall, too far from the front for a good view, but she said, "There's nothing here. It's been totally destroyed." "What do we do now?" asked Salk. "We have to start again from scratch," said Jo. He stood beside Marasiah, eyes just as bleak. Kyra could feel their collective despair in the Force, but she felt something else well inside her. This damage, it had to have been done by a cruiser from orbit, right? "Probably," Ania tapped the comm. "Let's talk to your friends. Mynock, you still up there?" "Yeah, we're here," Cade's voice scratched. He kept his ship high above Tython. "Your scanners picked up anything?" "Yep. Looks like somebody dropped an unmanned satellite to watch for intruders." "Great. We found element traces in orbit too. It's kinda scattered and must be a day or 2 old, but there's a lot of it. And it matches what you'd expect from the ion exhaust on a Pelion-class Star Destroyer." Exactly what she'd expected. Ania said, "Got it. Thanks." As she shut off the switch, Kyra rasped, "You know who did this, don't you?" After a tense moment, Marasiah said, "Only my uncle could have this firepower." "Yes, but who knew about the Loyar?" asked Ania. "Who could have led him here?" "Who could have?" "You know who," Kyra said. "Eli," Jo whispered. After they'd left Rahikala, Kyra had gone through alternate bouts of bitter recrimination and listless lack of purpose, sporadically broken by bursts of death-defying action. Now everything came into focus, and she understood the true cost of her failure to understand Eli. Like the destruction of the Hypergate, this was on her. And it was on her to make it right. She looked down at the lightsaber, Eli's lightsaber she wore from her belt, then grasped it so tight her hand hurt. "Eli's working with chalk now," she said. "He's got every resource he could want at his disposal." "That means the hunt's just gotten a lot more dangerous," Ania said. "For us," Kyra thought, "and for him." She thought her place in the events to come was with Ania, and jail. But she understood now that she wasn't the same person she'd been when they freed her from Socorro. She'd changed too much on the other side of the gate. "I need to get in contact with the rebels," she announced. "Wait, what?" Ania said. "Why? What do you think you're doing?" Marasiah was unsurprised. "You're taking the fight directly to my uncle?" "To Eli," Kyra corrected. "If you go searching, he'll be out there trying to stop you, every step of the way." "Somebody has to stop him." "Kyra, no," said J.O. "It doesn't have to be you." But Marasiah watched her with cool acceptance. She understood, even if the others didn't. Kyra looked to Marin and felt something from the old woman, not approval but empathy. "I should have stopped him before it got to this." Kyra squeezed the lightsaber harder. "But Lee's better than never." She looked out the viewport once more. The sprawling scorched black was an accusation, but it was also a purpose. She saw it clearly, and she knew that in what lay ahead the Force would be with her. It would be her tool, her weapon, and more. For the first time in her life, Kyra understood what destiny meant. Coda. A long time ago? Bathed in the strange blue-white of dual suns, the great arch loomed high overhead. Boxed in by canyon walls, constructed of natural-seeming stone, the arch was unusual but gave no outward hint of its truly remarkable history. If an ignorant traveler had happened upon it, though no such traveler would happen upon Khat Lah, they would never guess at what was locked inside. Even the Jedi Master now sitting at his base couldn't tell. Though he probed outward with the Force, he found no whisper of his power. To his senses, it felt like dead stone and nothing more. But it was more than that, and Qui-Gon Jinn knew it. Otherwise, he'd not have followed a trail of rumors and information scraps to come here. The voyage had already been fruitful. The alien seated in front of him was unlike any he'd seen on his travels. The long-necked body was draped in a robe, but 3 clawed hands were folded over a bound volume of time-yellowed paper. A blue face with short snout peeked from under the hood, and reptilian eyes seemed to reflect the ghostly shade of the twin suns. "Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us," Elorum said. The Quaz Basic was careful and halting, but surprisingly accurate. "It has been many of your decades since a visitor has come to our world. You've told us much about what's happened in the galaxy beyond." "I wish I had better news to tell you," said Qui-Gon. "The ills in your republic are not unique. Every government goes through periods of strength and decline. Sometimes the process is so slow mortal beings cannot see it." The longer view gave no comfort. Political decay on Coruscant bothered Qui-Gon less than other things. "What truly worries me is the darkness in the Force." Yoda and the other masters old enough to remember speak of a specific moment when they felt it tip away from the light. They said it was like a wound had been made in the fabric of reality. And just a few years ago, we felt it again. It was as the old master said. It felt like an act of violence. "You believe the Force itself is under attack?" asked Elorum. "I don't know if that's even possible." Qui-Gon spread his hands. "The Jedi have many schools of thought. I was hoping you might tell me yours." "You've told me that you consider yourself an adept of the living Force," the Quaz said thoughtfully. "You try to follow the Force as it guides you from moment to moment." "I do." "Do your Jedi hold that there is more to the Force? Another layer, perhaps?" Master Yoda speaks of the cosmic Force. He believes all those living now pass into a higher plane after death. In dying, they dissolve into the Force, lose their individual selves, but become an immortal part of it. And the cosmic Force is viewed as a separate plane, a door one passes through on dying, but cannot pass back. In essence, yes. I imagine you've heard similar theories from other guests. In our time, Master Jedi, we have heard every theory. That is one of the oldest. Elorum stroked his book. Earlier, he'd taken Qui-Gon to the subterranean library where hundreds more such volumes charted the history of the galaxy as recorded by the keepers of the Whills. The treasure trove of information was all in alien pictograms, totally inaccessible to the Jedi. "You asked me if the Force was under attack," Qui-Gon said. "I know what I felt. I don't know if it was made against the cosmic Force or the living Force, but a wound was made." "And who do you think made that wound?" "I don't know. They say the Sith have been extinct for over 900 years, but if they did exist, they'd be the obvious culprits. We have heard much of the Sith. If they concentrated their power, perhaps they would be able to reach through the living force and wreak damage on the cosmic, which would in turn echo back to the living. Is that your theory? Based on our knowledge, yes. If so, the Sith possessed power even the Jedi did not. It was hardly the comfort Qui-Gon needed. He spent nearly 6 months following rumors and myths so obscure barely any Jedi had heard of them. He'd even left his apprentice Obi-Wan on Coruscant under the pretense of giving him independent study. It was a slightly shameful thing for a master to do, and he knew the council frowned on it. Nonetheless, he felt compelled. The wound Qui-Gon had felt in the Force unsettled him more than he'd admit to any other Jedi, even Yoda. He felt they collectively stood on the verge of a precipice. Something drastic was needed to right the Force's darkward tilt. When he'd hinted this to other Jedi, they'd told him he was overacting and imagining greater threats than actually existed. To him, this sounded like the bland assurances of the complacent. Qui-Gon looked at the Great Silent Arch. The keepers of the Whills said it had stopped work over 10,000 years ago. Entropy had claimed pieces of his ancient machinery. The ancient Kree hypergate had simply broken down. Since that time, no one had passed through, and he wondered how much time had distorted stories of the world beyond. Even the Qua, with their meticulous records and centuries-long lives, were not immune to romantic myth. Half-truths may have piled on over the millennia, aggregating to a lie. Still, the idea enticed him, a place where the Force was so raw it could give form to dreams. Even beings without high midichlorian counts could touch it there, which seemed to defy everything the Jedi knew about the Force, but to Qui-Gon it gave hope. It would be ultimate proof of his deepest belief, that every single life in the galaxy was bound together by the Force, even those who could not feel its pull, all lives bound together in one great symbiosis. A place like that world, he thought, could restore balance, but it was a place he'd never see. Qui-Gon allowed a sigh. Despite all the stories the Qua had told him, he seemed no closer to a solution to the Jedi's problem. Sensing this, Elorum said, "Do not despair, Master Jedi. You have taught us much, and we are grateful. There are still things we can teach you." "I very much hope so. You brought up the layers of the Force, what the Jedi call living and cosmic. You say that when a life passes into death and joins the cosmic force, it loses itself, while gaining immortality in the Force." A paradox, I know. Qui-Gon smiled weakly. We Jedi are fond of those. Would you believe that it is possible to pass into the Force without losing self? He regarded the Qua carefully. The ability to retain some of oneself in death to achieve an afterlife within the Force was another of those mythic skills that, if they'd ever existed, were looked on by modern Jedi as legend. As a follower of the living Force, he tried to exist in the moment, but the idea of eternal life did have an appeal. He'd always been drawn to anything that pushed the boundaries of the Jedi's accepted understanding. It was, he thought, the only way to fight the complacence that was afflicting the Order. "I would like to believe that," Qui-Gon admitted. "It is a belief long held among our kind. To truly pass into the cosmic force, you must purge yourself of intention and ego and allow yourself to enter the flow without resistance. To preserve self, you must surrender self." Another paradox, he smiled. The Force itself is one, everywhere and nowhere. Invisible but all-powerful. Elorum spread a clawed hand. Embracing paradox is the path to wisdom. If you're willing to teach me, consider me your pupil. I am glad. But it is a skill that must be guarded carefully, like we guard this place. I won't lead other Jedi to Khat Lah. I respect your desire for privacy, but I admit I don't entirely understand it. You guard a gate that hasn't opened in 10,000 years. If you contacted the Jedi Order, we could use all our resources to help reactivate it. Your Jedi don't possess the skills or the technology to open the gate. No, but we can help you look. It seems to me that you don't want the gate reopened. Qui-Gon wondered if he said too much, but Elorum's reply was measured. One day, perhaps, we will. You yourself said a dark power is ascendant. Imagine if your Phantom Menace opens the gate. They may tip the Force even more toward darkness or create an army of soldiers given wholly to evil. I hadn't thought of that, he admitted, but you cannot let fear of the worst rule your decisions. We do not, hissed the Qua. We have always held to hope. In our oldest tale it is said that one day the Force itself may act to create a life. That life will carry the purest strength into the living Force and hold light and dark in balance. Qui-Gon stiffened. The Jedi have a prophecy of a chosen one who will be born of the Force and bring balance to it. It's a very old one. No one is sure where it even started. Perhaps it was spread by one who visited this world. And your people believe this tale. Elorum bobbed his long head. We learned it from the Jedi who helped us construct the gate. There is no source we trust more. Qui-Gon shuddered and looked at the arch. He'd come all this way hoping for a solution that would tip the Force back toward light. Despite all his years as a Jedi, he still had his vanities. Sometimes he'd imagined himself as the one who would heal the Force's wound and correct the darkness. But he was old enough to admit it was only vanity. He'd come to realize, gradually and sadly, that there was no solution he could enact himself. Yet if this chosen one existed and could be found, he shook his head. He was chasing the impossible, like Yoda always said. He needed to concentrate on the moment, as he often chided Obi-Wan to do. I'll consider your story. If you can show me the portions of your journal that first mentioned the prophecy, I'd be grateful. That can be done. Good. Qui-Gon stiffened and placed hands on his knees in a classic meditation pose. Before that, though, you had other wisdom to share with me. Elorum hissed pleasantly. You wish to preserve yourself by surrendering yourself. I wish to try. The Jedi smiled gently. It's a paradox I'd like to embrace if I can. And so Elorum undertook to teach him in the shadow of the gate. Qui-Gon concentrated on the Keeper's words and his gentle guidance in the Force. Yet even as he trained, a part of his mind kept drifting that first and final prophecy. It was a fool's hope, yet it held such allure. He forced himself to concentrate on the lesson at hand. The Force offered many gifts, but not all were for him. Qui-Gon might not save the Force from darkness, but he could still use the gifts it offered to learn, to grow, and perhaps transcend. And if by miracle the chance for salvation appeared, he would protect it with his life.